closest. To adjust everything, so bear with me. Come on. Let's... Test. Test. I can make myself a little louder. Okay, let's try that. How's that? This is really delayed for some reason. Whatever. I think that's okay. Hopefully. I think that's okay for now. If people want me to change that and have it be better, simply say something so I know what to do, because I don't know anything about what I'm doing, honestly. But last time I did not even realize that I didn't have audio going on the entire stream. Well, I had game audio going on fine, but the other kind of my mic audio was non-existent practically. So hopefully this time it's better. But oh hey, you respawn. I want to fight you again.
Right, here goes.
Help this.
Take this.
Gemini Aqua.
I really do like the combat of this game though.
Take it. I'm only getting started.
You're
Take
mine.
it. I'm only. Here's
Goodness
a healing
gracious,
art.
Iron Mask.
First aid.
Bang.
Take it.
Swallow blade.
Gemini Aqua. Help this. By the power of water. Here's a healing art. First aid.
Can't move.
There.
Seriously?
Now. Magna ray. Sighted. One more. Ugh.
They've really got us on the ropes.
Don't forget to heal your wounds.
I should play as Iron Mask some more. Luckily, there's a campfire right here.
Camping out.
Not too bad.
Better rest easy and prepare for tomorrow. You should get some shut-eye.
Schlep.
Well, off we go.
And he's already respawned. Let's see. I killed everything here before, so do I really want to just go back and kill everything again? Maybe on my own, on another time or when I need more experience, but for now I think I'm good. So right now we're doing all this exploration just to get at her some clothes that she'll... Huh. Huh. This is interesting tech.
This must be it. Looks pretty ancient, but I recognize Renan architecture when I see it.
It's seen some beatings. If it stayed sealed all this time, it's not because people left it alone.
Yeah.
It's not just their technology. The Renans build their structures out of special materials, too. Strong enough to withstand assaults from Danon tools and weaponry, anyway.
So how the hell are we?
Ah, bright eyes.
Easy.
Only accessible by bright eyes. Oh. Mutual hunger.
Phew. That may not have been a fancy feast we just had, but I don't remember the last time I felt this full.
Do the Renans often not give you all enough to eat?
No.
It's never enough. The Renans decide exactly how much we'll have and when we'll have it. And that's that. We do our best to get around it. Everyone has to grow their own food and such behind the Renans' backs in order to get by. Thinking about it now, I wonder if they've always kept it meager so we would never have the energy to try to resist what they've done to us.
Yeah. An empty stomach takes its toll on the body and the spirit after a while.
How does a Renan like you know what it's like?
I may be Renan, but they don't like me either. I could be squeaky clean and they still wouldn't give me anything.
Seems like the
Did your
Wrens.
stomach just...
I didn't hear anything.
Seems like the Wrens have
You
their
just
own set of
ate.
problems.
How are you already...
I said I didn't hear anything.
I still have some I haven't eaten yet. Do you want it?
Sure.
Alright. Oh, and wait, that's the wrong way. Think you can get us to
I can
this?
see what's on the other side. I can't just walk in.
It's a...
Ah, there you go. That was easy.
Looks like this place used to be a supply base of some sort. It probably even dates back to the Great Conquest of 3 centuries ago.
For an abandoned place, it sure is crawling with critters. Kinda makes you wonder how they all got in.
Through cracks in the walls, I guess. Maybe it's a good environment for these species to propagate in. Best not to let your guard down either way. Best not to let your guard down either way.
Agreed. I don't know about you, but I'm not looking to hang around here any longer than necessary.
Okay, I gotta mention, I think that was a glitch, her repeating it twice, but did she also have a different voice line for both times she said it? Whatever. This was funny.
No choice.
Nicely done.
So what's our map look? We're gonna explore this way first then. Antidote rock.
Gotta break through! Here I come! Pierce through! Rising Wyvern! Mirage!
Snap.
Take this! Rising Wyvern! Mirage! This one's all mine!
Where are you going? Who wants to die next?
Slash! Rising Wyvern!
And again!
Pierce through!
We managed to pull through.
We got this way. Life bottles.
Is this a chest of some sort?
A Renan kind, yeah. We should definitely hold on to what's inside.
That's not the right button. Fight.
Gotta break through!
There! Don't find someone else to pick on!
Here I come! Sonic thrust! Rising Wyvern! That button is driving me mad! Eat dirt!
I'm only getting started! Well,
got
we're
fire.
on the home. I've got this! Let a marksman handle it!
Blade! All yours!
Take it! And again!
Strike!
Mega ray!
Mirage!
By the power of...
Nice.
Seems about right to me.
Chest? Apple gel.
We've been walking around for a while now. Can we give up already?
What, you're tired?
Tired of something, all right.
I'm not giving up until we search every inch of this place.
She's really determined to find those clothes.
All of this just for some rags. Hello there.
I won't forgive you!
Take this! Rising Wyvern! Here I come! Rising Wyvern! Mirage! You're finished!
By the power of water!
You're mine!
Gemini Aqua!
You're mine! Rising
Here,
Wyvern!
let me help.
Mirage!
First aid!
It's over!
Here I go! It's over!
Here I come!
This one's
Rising
mine.
Wyvern!
Good.
Well then, let's keep moving.
This is orange gel. This is a bunch of enemies.
Get lost!
Here I come! Come and face me! Take this! Sonic Thrust! You're finished!
Here I go! You're fine! By the power of water!
Rising Wyvern!
Here's a healing arm!
Mirage! You're
First
finished!
aid!
Take this! You're mine!
You're fine!
Mirage!
Power of water!
You're mine!
Gemini!
Ah, crap. Sorry for that.
Barely a blip on our radar.
What's this? Ah, laser door. That I keep hitting the wrong button. Oh, huh. How are we looking on here? None. Residential quarter.
Is this Renin technology? I'm amazed you guys can pull something like this off.
For us, sites like this are completely normal.
This must be...
The former owner's old wardrobe. Yeah.
Oh, can you get something to wear now?
I wonder how long they've hung here. They don't look like they've aged a day.
The designs are a little dated, but it'll have to do.
Listen, I get it. You care how you look. But we've got places to...
Ah! She still got a gun though, right?
What is it?
Ah! I don't know.
No.
Please don't shoot me.
Nothing. We've kept Zephyr and the others waiting long enough. We should head back.
Noble Rose, an old-fashioned rifle found in the Renin ruins. Its beauty belies its rigid strength, allowing it to function even in harsh environments. Oh. Scarlet Tiara.
Okay, let's...
It's got better stats. Same with this. Eh. Wait, do I still have... I do. Huh.
Head back to Ulzebek.
You're in a good mood. Were you that happy to find a new
Nah.
outfit?
I don't know what you're talking about. I'm the same as ever.
So, yes. Not
Won't forgive
not
you.
really my intention.
Damn it! Fly! This
I
one's
never
all mine! You're finished!
Insects should stay on the ground.
Sonic thrust!
I'm only getting started.
Take this! Pierce through! Eat dirt! You're mine! Rising Wyvern!
I don't even know who killed it there.
We're in good form!
Oh wait, what?
You said before that this probably used to be a supply depot, right? But Nave thought it was a Renan castle. I wonder what it actually is.
Who knows?
Who knows?
What, can't I not know something? You didn't think I knew every last thing about my own kind, did you?
I didn't say that.
From what I've heard, a lot of the materials that were initially brought over from Rena 300 years ago were repurposed for other things over time. So it's entirely possible that this place used to be both a supply depot and a lord's castle at different points in time. They're not mutually exclusive.
Makes
I
sense.
couldn't tell you when the lord's castle moved to its current location, though. Well, satisfied?
Yeah. Thank you. You know, for telling me about all that.
It's not like I mentioned anything that useful. Come on, let's keep moving.
Want to get back to Ulzebek?
Yeah, we better. We don't have time to waste.
Someone's in a hurry.
Ah! It's nice to have fast travel that early.
We've reached our destination.
You got a quest? Knowing quests can access... Hey, you're that iron message if you're brought in, yeah? Can I ask you for a small favor? Sure. What?
Yeah.
I appreciate you being so quick to help. Here's the deal. We're running short on food. Okay, granted, it's something of an ongoing problem around here. The soil around here doesn't have much to offer, and our crops are doing even worse in it than usual lately. Sorry. I won't ask you to fetch anything crazy. Just some wheat and potatoes would be help plenty.
How's this?
Would this be enough to tide you over? We found it outside the town.
Huh?
It's actually what I'm looking for. You sure I can have it? As much as we need fresh food that grows out in the wild, I can't just ask anyone to go pick it with all the Zoogles running around. So don't mind if I go ahead and help myself to what you've got. You're a big help. I couldn't exactly afford to risk stirring up a hornet's nest reducing the bright-eyes cut and all. With all this extra food, now we can feed all the kiddos who have had to go hungry late. Glad to hear it. Just happy to do what I can help. Might not be able to see your face, but I can tell that you're a good soul. I don't have much to offer you in return, but I can teach you a recipe that's really easy to prepare if you like. If you're talking about the one that uses wheat, I already know that.
Okay.
Okay, in that case, how about potato recipe? This one's also simple to fix and tastes good. It's a lifesaver when you're real hungry.
Thanks.
Sounds good. We'll give it a shot sometime. Great. You absolutely should. You can't operate in tip-top shape on an empty stomach. Steamed potatoes recipe. Nice.
Sorry for the side trip.
We got to learn a new dish. I'll take what I can get, really. Let's cook it next time we make camp.
Is that why she went along with this?
Ah! She's just a glutton. Oh, I was mean to go to something else, but whatever.
Crap.
Zephyr, we've got a huge problem. Something bigger than our attack on Balsus Castle? Because I don't have time to worry about anything else right... Yes, it's bigger than that! The Braids! They started massacring folks all over Caligula!
What?
You must be after a Master Core. Guess the enemy must be getting serious about retrieving it. They must be if they're willing to kill the slaves they need to harvest astral energy. Moscow got hit real bad.
No way!
Wait, are you sure about that? Positive. It's the closest town to where we attacked them earlier. Feel bad for our people there, but them's the breaks.
Damn it!
Bastards!
Just where do you think you're going?
You know where. Moscow.
What good is it going to do to...
I don't need your permission.
I mean, he's not wrong. Also, why do I have... Did I set a waypoint? Is that even a possible thing to do? I'm stupid. I'm mistaking waypoint for map change. Actually, I do want to go check this out. What did I need to do to complete you again? Oh, yeah, that's right. Monsters. Sorry. He said to probably bring her in some other allies, so... do I need to heal? It wouldn't hurt. Got anything in store? Nope. Oh! There's a recipe that makes it so you heal HP after a fight. That's actually interesting. Seems pretty useful. It seems as though we might be getting to... Why is that so loud? Anyways, what was I gonna say? Man, my brain is mush. Hold on, what are the... Completion bonus is attack plus 10, and completion here is defense plus 10. Those are both pretty good, honestly. Why not? Sounds like it'd be handy. This also sounds like it could be handy. Poison. And then let me save. I've decided that what I'm probably gonna do for DLC items, I get the character. I'll pick it up once I get the character that like the costumes for. And in terms of Iron Mask, I know that he has an actual name, but I don't remember what it is. I think it was something with an A for some reason, but I don't think that's right at the same time. But anyways, once we actually get his actual name, we'll I'll pick it up. Whoa. I also love the music of this game. Really, this game is really good so far.
An opponent like this should be easy.
Here I go. It's over. Gemini Aqua.
Take this! Swallow Blade! You're mine! Rising Wyvern!
Magna Ray.
Take this!
Gemini Aqua.
Rising Wyvern! Mirage!
Our work is done here. Let's move.
I'm
These
right
are
behind you, Shion.
Pepper. Why do I keep hitting that button for map? Too many games to have conditioned me for that button. Oh! We've actually got soldiers
I
now.
won't forgive you. They really don't give up, do they?
Now you'll learn!
There. One more.
Move
Magna
it!
Ray.
Rising Wyvern! Mirage! It's over!
By the this one's mine.
Fire!
Take this! Rising Wyvern! Mirage!
I'm only getting started.
Damn it!
By the power of water.
Here I come!
Take it. I'm only
Here I
getting...
come!
I'm taking out the guys that.
No.
Okay.
Rising Wyvern. Take this. You picked
Nope.
the wrong fight. Crush. It's over. Rising Wyvern. You're mine. Mirage. Try harder. No, you can't. I'm not done. Try harder. No,
Nope.
you can't.
Barely a blip on our radar.
What we got here? Scrap
What's
meat.
this thing?
And Dowd. Seems to be offline. Give me more experience in fighting.
Let's dispose of the trash.
Here I come! Slack! You're finished!
There!
Here I come! Rising Wyvern!
By the power of
Here I come! Rising Wyvern! I'm not done! Mirage! It's over!
mine.
Take this!
Long. I also need to get the SP as
Barely a
well.
blip on our
Although
radar.
I'm not really getting that much right now, but eventually. I wonder if this will also have the other Tales games New Game Plus thing, which is like
There are fewer soldiers
the way
stationed at the garrison than usual. Out of our way! I never miss!
You're mine!
Mega Ray!
It's over!
By the power
Rising Wyvern! I'm not done! Rising Wyvern!
You're mine!
We got flyers!
I've got this! Let a marksman handle
Here
it!
I come! All yours! Take this!
Barely a blip on our radar.
hello there.
Out of our way!
Rising Wyvern!
Mega Ray!
Mirage!
Seriously?
I won't show you any mercy! Strike!
I'm only getting started. Here I go.
You're mine!
I never miss.
Swallow blade!
Here's a
You're
healing
mine!
arc. First
You're
aid.
mine! Pierce through! Rising Wyvern! It's over!
By the power of water.
Take this! And die! You're mine!
How's this?
You're mine! Swallow blade! It's over! You're mine!
Mega
Here
Ray.
I come! Rising Wyvern! Mirage!
By the power. Gemini
I'm
Hawk.
not done! You're finished!
Mega Ray.
It's over! Mirage!
Here I go.
Try harder! My
Nope.
turn. It's over! Here I come! Mirage! Crush!
Gemini Hawk.
Here I come! It's over! I'm not done!
Mega
Here I
Ray.
come! I'm not done!
Oh, that feeling
Well
when
then,
you can get a
let's keep
combo
moving.
pulled off is real nice. What'd you get? Grilled mushrooms recipe. Huh.
You think it might be useful? We should try it and see how it turns out.
So you can actually get recipes as well. I see something up there.
What's
Some
this
gob.
thing? There.
It is nice not to have to worry about fall damage. Hello.
An opponent like this should be easy. No escape! You picked the wrong
I'm
fight!
only getting started.
Swallow blade! Here I come!
How's this?
Rising Wyvern!
Let the
I'm
marksman
not
handle
done!
this. This is it. I'm only getting
Here
started.
I come! Rising Wyvern! No escape! Mirage! Ha! Rising Wyvern! I can feel my power growing!
Give me that without jumping off the cliff, please. Weep. I need to go back around, but I'm pretty sure I can go out this, go around from this way. Yep. And fight some more enemies.
Get lost!
Here I come!
Magna Ray!
Here I come! Rising Wyvern!
There! One more! Magna
Mirage!
I'm about to get rolled! Ah.
Take this! Rising Wyvern! I'm not
I'm
done!
only getting started.
Next!
Here I go. I'm only getting started.
Take this! Swallow Blade! Ha!
Magna Ray!
Take this! Mirage!
Good.
Looks like we won.
More.
Let's dispose of the trash.
It's over! You're mine! Swallow Blade! Rising Wyvern! Strut! Mirage! You're finished!
By the power of water!
Take this! Rising Wyvern!
Let's keep our eyes on the prize.
Smart Pepper. Anything else? No, it looks like that was it. Although, what's this? What's this? I'm allowed to go down here. But why? Cave assaulted. Eh.
Looks like this place opens out into the ocean.
The water's
Oh.
so much cleaner than what's on the surface. I even see fish swimming around.
Rosemary.
Yeah. And boy, do they look delicious.
What?
Never mind.
Oh, you could actually probably fish here. I think I remember when I was looking at the controller configurations, there was a little like on Steam page. There's like a little thing that lets you like look at controller configurations. I imagine that there's most likely one for and there was one for fishing games, so I imagine there's a fishing game.
Marksman handles it. One more. This one's mine.
You're finished! Mirage! You're finished!
Ow.
Rising Wyvern!
Aqua!
Take this! Rising Wyvern! You picked the wrong fight!
By the power of water!
I won't make
Let's
myself
keep our eyes
refight
on the
all the
prize.
enemies as much as I kind of honestly want to do that. Ah,
Get lost! Here I go.
Take this!
Mine.
Sonic Thrust! You're finished!
Gemini Aqua!
Take this! Mirage! Strike!
Power of water!
You're mine! Rising Wyvern!
gotcha. I want to take a quick look at how... That's not the right button. Arts. Use both these a bunch. I should consider using this one, though. You know what? Because of that, yeah. Let's go
I
with that.
need to be stronger.
It's back this way.
Out of our way!
Here I come! Rising Wyvern!
Magna Ray!
Mirage!
By the power of water!
Take this! You're finished!
Magna Ray!
Here I come!
Gemini Aqua!
You're mine! Demon Fang! We did it!
And
Take
again!
this!
Nice.
Barely a blip on our radar.
And we get some Verbena. Raises defense. How are you looking in health? I can recover. Oh, what the? Oh! You can get titles just for doing certain tasks. Interesting. So there's one for cooking 8 meals, and then there's one for... This one's very specific. Also, sorry about the mouse. Let me move that. There's one for aerial enemies down by boost attacks. Alright. That shouldn't be too difficult to get. Oh, fast travel point. Thank you. Mozgul.
Now you'll learn!
Mess with my friends, will you?
You just crossed the wrong line!
Get over here!
Demon Fang! Rising Wyvern! From Nocturne! Mirage! Take this! Rising Wyvern!
Here I go.
Mirage! You're mine! Rising Wyvern! You're mine! Try harder!
Gotcha!
Hey, hang in there. Hey! Damn it!
Too little, too late. I don't know anything, really. Please, don't kill me. I beg you. You're really desperate for that Master Core, and it's literally all just for a power contest, it seems. All this for a power contest. It's like, really? That's why I told you not to rock a damn boat. You got no hope of winning against them. We didn't even do anything. Why are they taking it out on us? You know why? It's them Crimson Crows. Their rebellion's getting them, the rest of us, in hot water. You're pinning the blame on them? They're trying to help make a better life for us.
Too late.
Stop. Please, don't hurt the children.
What's that? Damn it, I can't reach them in time.
Come on.
Get back, Cole.
Duck! Cole! Stop! Not if I can help it! Here I come! It's over! Mirage! You're finished!
By the power of blood.
Damn it! You're finished! Mirage! You're mine! Try harder! My turn! No escape! You're mine! Mirage! You're finished!
What the?
By the power
What's he
of
doing?
blood.
Oh, flame drive. You two
Are you
okay?
all right? What about the others? Are those bastards still here?
Iron Mask, take it easy. It's all right now. Most were able to escape, and we've survived. Honestly, we got off lucky. It's often worse when a resistance group pops up.
Lucky? You call people getting slaughtered like this lucky?
This is how things go when you're a Danon slave.
Not for much longer.
You're dead if you stand up to them. Keep your head down and do as you're told. At least then you have a chance to survive.
It really is just like the beginning said. The beginning of the game, it said how the people basically don't even know what freedom's basically like anymore.
You only have one life. That's why...
I should wait for the right moment?
Yes.
So someone else dies instead while we live another day. Is that what you're saying, Doc? You're willing to risk everything on the chance that things will get better if we wait long enough. But what's the point of waiting if others have to die so that we can live?
What do you think happens when someone tries to resist? It'd be one thing if the rebel died, and that was that. But it never ends with only one death. You've seen it for yourself. Everyone suffers for it. Knowing that, are you really going to tell me our waiting has no meaning?
But that's... I understand not wanting to throw away the same lives we're trying to protect. That would be senseless. But if you wait too long, if you get too used to waiting, then eventually you lose the will to fight. I don't want that to happen to me. I've already met the Crimson Crows. People who risk their lives to fight the Renan's rule. People who know they might not live to see us win, but fight anyway to give those who come after a better chance. If my life is at risk either way, then I'd rather spend it fighting.
So you've decided to take up the sword.
Yes, but not just any sword. It's a sword that only I can wield, but one that's also too powerful to use on my own. I doubt those who fought the Renans in the past ever had something like this on their side.
Yeah, the fire sword, which literally burnt my hands to almost, like, ripping
That's
skin
why I'm
off.
willing to bet everything I have on this sword. I know it might mean more people end up in danger, but...
Okay. If that's how you feel, then forget what I said. It's clear your time has come, Iron Mask. Currently, you and that sword are the only things capable of driving the Renans back. It's because of you that we're still alive right now. If there's a way through this for all of us, then I'll put my trust in you to find it.
Doc, thank you.
Now, remember what you said. And don't ever abandon that conviction of yours, all right?
Right.
Got it.
I won't.
You've grown so much since we first met. And you've met some good people, too. Maybe you have a chance after all.
Why do the Renans have to be so cruel to us? Is it something we did? Did we do something wrong? Do you know why, Iron Mask? I just don't get it. Why do they hate us so much? Why do they hate Danan so much? Is it just because they think they're inferior? Seems kind of silly reason, but then again, stupid people do the silliest things. Damn it, we keep our heads down and do as we're told, and this is the things we get. They didn't even listen to what we had to say. They just killed them without a second thought. I guess I can use the fast travel. Handy thing to have. Although, admittedly, at first I was honestly about to just walk there.
You're back. Hurry on in. We've been waiting for you.
You're not gonna ask what happened?
I can tell enough by the way you look right now.
See, Zephyr? I need to ask you something. Would you have invited me to join you, even if I didn't have the blazing sword?
Of course.
Eh,
Why, though?
There aren't many folks out there who are crazy enough to resist the Renans like we do. So when I find someone with the knack for it, I make sure to keep them close.
also, the fact that even without the blazing sword, I was still able to take on quite a lot. I'm still able to take on those soldiers.
Plus, you remind me of another guy we lost.
Hmm?
Maybe deep down, trying to help you is a way of making amends for what I couldn't do for him.
Hmm.
But if you don't want this, just say the word.
Bruh.
I'm not going anywhere. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't even be here.
If you say so. All right, come on in.
Thanks.
It seems like our first major story boss is going to be that. Oh, hey Iron Mask, can I have a minute of your time?
What's wrong?
Hey Darren, what do you need? Well, all you've been doing since you got here is fight, right? I'm starting to get worried about how your weapon's holding up. Well, I mean, it's a rusty sword. After all, if you're about to fight Balsif, you'll need to be prepared for whatever he might throw at you. Luckily, we happen to have a blacksmith here on site. You should see what he's got tempered.
Got it.
Alright, I'll make sure to remember that. Forging from scratch. I want to go see that right away, because... Yes, give priority to that, please.
We've reached our destination.
Where's the blacksmith? Oh, he's in the inn. Ah, there he is. Hi!
Hey.
You the blacksmith here?
Yeah.
Yep, the Iron Film Man. In addition to farm tools, I can also make weapons for the Crimson Gross. Knowing it's for you, I just have to help. I'll forge you the best weapon I can manage with the materials I've got. Craft a weapon. I mean, crude sword. Wow, that crude sword has a lot of power to it, but I also need a astral crystal grain. Sword made by made by combining Zoogle parts. Though hardly a looker with all its monster bits exposed, if nothing else, it's sturdy and easy to use. And This longsword, a longsword used by the resistance organizations. While it's of middling quality, its simplicity makes it easy to pick up and swing. I like the sounds of that. Craft and equip. What about you? Basic rifle. Have more strength, but again, Acid Crystal Grain. Commodity items. Wait, what? What are commodity items? Wait, what? Iron Dog Tag and Iron Chunk. Oh. So they're literally just items that you sell only for the purpose, that you have for only the purpose of selling. Okay. At least that's what it seems like it's saying, right? Thanks for the help. So what do you think about this? Not bad at all. That's the most you'll get out of me right now. Bring me more materials and I'll whip you up something grander. There's plenty grand enough as it is. Never knew Zoogle parts were so versatile.
Good, good.
Thanks, glad to hear it. I'll leave the rest in your hands. Go get the Reign of Hell and set us free, alright? That's the plan. Nice.
Is this something you're into?
Yeah, these ingenious structures and gadgets never cease to amaze me. Check out these handle grooves.
I'm not sure what I'm supposed to be seeing here.
So it seems like Iron Mask loves tech. I still wonder what your name is, though. I don't know what it is. I'm trying to see if, like, that's added any extra skill trees. I wonder how many skill trees you can get. Yeah. I want to get this whole tree maxed out. Increase the amount of damage dealt to enemies in midair. Also applies to floating enemies. Still need to also cook 8 meals and then down 20 enemies with a boost attack. I do like this idea of having the like, I'm pretty sure the titles were a thing before, but I think that the way that they actually worked wasn't like, it was just cosmetic as far as I can remember. It was just a cosmetic and like achievement or basic, like you would get one for doing certain things and it was just proof that you did this, but now they're the actual skill trees. Which is actually a really smart idea, I feel. It also just leaves me curious with how many there are. Not just for one character, but for all the characters. As far as I can tell, looking at what... I don't know... I didn't look too much at what the characters look like. I should also mention that. I don't actually know anything about trailers. The only thing I really know is that I think there's 6 characters, looking at, like, one of the pictures for the game. I think there's probably, like, 6 playable characters. And Iron Mask's mask should break and we should see his face eventually, which, I mean, makes sense. It'd be kind of weird to go through the entire game without knowing what he looks like, plus not having an actual proper name for him. It'd be kind of a little sad just to have the entire game have his name be Iron Mask. But luckily that's not the case. Any other new dialogue? Did you lose your tongue, or... Oh, hi. You're not only new here, wait. Wait, I already read these. I don't know why it's asking me to read them again. Whatever. Let's start.
Alright, everyone. It's time.
Take out
Remember,
Balseph?
eyes on the prize. We're after Balseph. Nothing else. Cut off the head, and the snake perishes. Hit them head on, however. And we won't make it through the castle gates, let alone reach Balseph himself. Luckily, we have an ace up our sleeve.
The Fire Sword.
We need to do everything in our power to make sure that ace reaches Balseph's jugular. To that end, I'll be splitting us up into separate forces.
Okay.
You just said all of us hitting them head on would be useless. Why would we divide ourselves up?
Because we're the decoys. We'll buy our ace in the hole the time they need to get in. We only need to cause enough of a ruckus around the castle to distract the enemy.
Alright.
That said, we need to look like the real deal, which is why I'll be tagging along too.
You too, Zephyr? So, who's going to take on Balseph?
The Iron Mask.
Hi.
I'm counting on you and Shion to make your way to wherever Balsef's hiding. Once there, you drive that flaming sword right through him.
Okie dokie.
You aren't seriously sending in just those two, are you? One of them's a Renin.
And the other's a guy who can't feel pain.
No one said the plan was perfect. By far, the biggest danger is the one you two will be facing. The fate of this quest rests entirely in your hands, which is why you get the final say. You want out? Now's the time to say so.
Nah.
And if we say no?
Then you say no. Just means we're back to square one, that's all.
And I go back to being a slave.
It's your life.
No, it isn't.
Ball's in your court, soldier. What do you say?
I want to fight.
Of course I'm gonna fight.
But for what? What are you fighting for?
This is wrong.
To free the Dahnans from the yoke of their abusive oppressors. To no longer die at the whim of another. To break the shackles of our enslavers. To live and taste freedom!
Now you're talking. I believe we have our ace in the hole, people. Hold on to that belief, and we just might break through that wall yet. And what about you?
I was born ready. Now can we get this show on the road?
There's a gate on your right once you leave here. Go through it and ride the elevator you'll find. I'll send ahead a few friendly faces to keep watch on your way. If you get into any trouble, look to them for support.
Okay.
We all clear?
Got it.
Good. May this battle herald the end of the Renan's bloody 3-century reign.
Of course, once we get the Balseph out of the way, it's just gonna be the next one we gotta take out first, because sounds
To
like
your battle stations, everyone.
sounds like all of them are doing the same thing. If it's just a power contest, I imagine that the Rs are not using... I imagine that the Rs would also be using not very okay methods to do it. Oh, and guard duty, since we have injured folks here. This plan can't work without the help of you guys. We're really counting on you. Every single time, I'm like so close to hitting the button. Oh, one small step for Ardani.
I still can't believe this is happening. We're really about to face off against a Renan Lord.
Well, you're in pretty high spirits for a guy going into a life-and-death battle.
Meh.
I'm not saying I'm not worried. But you have to remember, this is the first time any of us Dahnans have really had any hope. What about you? You scared at all?
I don't have time to be scared. This is only the first step in a long, long plan of mine.
Do you want to
You
get
want
rid
to
of
take
your
down all
thorns?
5 lords, right? It's hard to believe it'll ever happen.
But it will.
I know. I haven't forgotten our deal.
See that you don't. That said, if we lose, we might suffer a fate worse than death, you know.
That's probably true. But instead of worrying about it, wouldn't it be a better use of our time to figure out ways to avoid that and not lose?
I suppose.
Whatever happens, I'll put everything I have into winning. You can count on that.
You know, I was just thinking about that. They can't really torture Iron Mask, can they? Because he can't feel pain. Why does everything feel so serious? Yep. Promise you something. Promise you come back alive, okay? Alright. Here we go.
Balsef's castle should be just above us.
All right. And let's use that elevator thing.
Thing. Hey, hurry! The elevator will take you to Glan Mead Castle. Trench of Flames. All right, here we go. Wonder how the other lords are going to react to having one of their own gone. Oh boy.
Zephyr and the Crimson Crows are supposed to be distracting the Renans from the front.
Then let's go around and sneak in elsewhere.
Yep.
That's Zephyr from the Crimson Crows! Kill him!
This could be a...
Hi!
Okay.
Dog
Is now
ears.
really the time to be worrying about him? We've still got a job to do.
Hey. Grenar and the others are flying up ahead. Don't mind us. Follow the rail line. Whoa.
Gates of Fire sure look intimidating once you see them up close.
Holy moly, that's
We can't say
cool.
this place is truly liberated until we do something about them.
What are you muttering about? Stay focused. We still have to take down Balsef.
I love that. That looks real cool. What's this? Saffron.
What's this thing?
Looks like you guys are having a problem with a golem. Hello. What happened to your eye? Left bandage. Bye.
I'm surprised there are owls here, too.
Yeah, there are more of them around than I thought.
Head for the back entrance. Oh, okay. Where's the back entrance? I assume this. Oh. I know we're in for a big fight, but I don't want either of you dying, okay? Best victories earned are the ones where we all come out alive.
We should be getting close to the service entrance.
Good. Let's get in there and kick their ass.
If you head down there, you'll find yourself right by the Castleback's entrance. We're counting you. Okay, so that sounds like that's the right way to go. So in that case, what's back here? It's locked. Never mind.
Is this someone's idea of a bridge?
Looks like it. Don't fall, or this would be a pretty short story.
Hello. Huh. Whoa. Huh. Glanmead Castle.
It's already started. We need to hurry.
Hold on. You should take the blazing sword.
Oh.
You sure?
Yeah. We don't know what might happen up ahead.
It's gonna be painful.
It's better to have it and be ready than to be caught in a fight without it.
Fair enough. Let's see it. Burning sword.
With flames.
I took the liberty of cutting the flow of energy from the Master Core.
Huh.
I may be giving you the sword, but you still need me to unleash its power. Try not to forget that.
Alright. The Blazing Sword. Infernal Torrent, Flaming Edge, Ground Attack, Flame Strike. A sweeping blazing sword attack that burns the area around an enemy to a crisp and inflicts self-damage when used. Interesting. Oh, what's this? Boost attacks down. Boost attack downs. Allows the Flaming Edge to be charged in exchange for greater damage dealt, but also at the cost of more HP consumed. It speeds up Flaming Edge charge time, the amount of HP consumed while charging remains unchanged. Okay, so it seems as though the gimmick with the Flaming Sword is that using it, it is powerful, but it is also very self-harmful. Iron Mask boost attack, Blazing Sword, initiates a searing swing attack that burns Iron Mask's own body. Able to down almost any enemy, it has a wide range and gains additional strength as more HP is sacrificed. At Thorn's length.
Where the hell is Balsef? If we don't hurry up and find him...
You're too close. Try to stay farther apart.
Oh, right. Sorry about that. Was I really that close?
I guess I'm just not used to standing right next to people.
You mean because of your thorns? You're a surprisingly nice person.
What?
You don't think so? I mean, you just made sure your thorns wouldn't...
You can keep your opinions to yourself. You don't know the first thing about me.
I'm not saying I know everything about you. Sheesh. No need to bite my head off.
You just can't take a hint, can you?
What? I'm sorry. You're right. I don't know what sorts of hardships you've been through. After all, what could I possibly know about pain?
I know you didn't mean anything bad by what you said. The throne room is up on the next floor. That's probably where we'll find Balsef.
Being around the bush.
Hey.
What?
If there's something you want to say, just come out and say it.
Have I seen you before?
I hate when I feel like people are laughing at me on the inside. Especially someone like you where I can't read your expression.
What? Why would I laugh at you? What are you talking about?
My outfit. As soon as you saw me in those ruins, you wanted to say something, didn't you?
Oh, it's not that. It's just...
Just what?
Nothing.
You're a truly awful person. You know that?
An awful... Hey, you're the one jumping to conclusions about what I think. You're not one to talk.
Then prove me wrong and tell me what you were really thinking.
It wasn't anything mean about you, I promise.
I don't believe that for a second.
And it doesn't matter what the hell I tell you.
Nah.
You'll always doubt me.
I keep wanting to swing my sword. Let's try out the burning sword. Are you telling me there are soldiers inside too?
Just a minute.
Luckily for us, he hasn't realized we're here yet. Let's put that sword of yours to good use. Let's move. Burn him! Iron Mask can sacrifice HP to use a Flaming Edge, a strong, wide-reaching blazing sword attack. To do so, hold triangle, square, or X, which trigger a Flaming Edge after he performs the corresponding art. Costs no AG to use. Flaming Edge moves have the added bonus of dealing extra damage to down enemies, plus after learning a certain skill, you can continue to hold the button longer, letting you exchange more of Iron Mask HP for more power.
What are you? Time to see what this blazing sword can truly do. Demon Claw! Rising Wyvern! You're mine! Rising Wyvern!
Oh, Swallow Blade, that's why. I was about to say, why are you not working? I have to have Swallow Blade equipped. Huh!
Swallow Blade! Ow! Slice! Try this! Infernal Torrent! Here I come!
Boost strikes are one-hit kill attacks performed in tandem with other allies. When you see the word strike on an enemy, press S that to use one immediately. Boost strikes occur more frequently with lower enemy HP and higher combo counters.
I'm only getting started.
You're mine! Rising Wyvern! Strike! You're mine! Infernal Torrent! Strike! Rising Wyvern! Kill!
This ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
That's cool.
Amazing!
Just how powerful the Blazing Sword really is. It's a good thing we took them out before they caused any trouble, but now we have another problem. Yeah, this wall of flames. What do you think you think this Balsif's doing? Probably. It's like, we're meant to keep people like us out. Should we try running through them?
Hey!
Don't be stupid. Just because you can't feel pain doesn't mean it won't burn you to crisp. What do you propose then? I can tell these flames are definitely made of fire astral energy. I'm thinking we use my Master Core to see if we can interfere with it and then absorb them with the Blazing Sword.
Got it.
So basically you want me to try using the Blazing Sword on it. Sure, I can do that.
We won.
Huh.
Wow.
It actually worked. It also required cure points.
Sure.
See? What did I tell you? That took a lot more out of me than I was expecting, though. Maybe we can save that trick for when we really need it. Alright.
We can cross through now.
Good. We're pressed for time.
Hold on, I just wanted to save real quick. Okay, now we can fight.
I won't forgive you!
Rising Wyvern!
Here I
You're
go!
on!
You're mine!
Ah!
By the power
You're
of
mine!
Here,
Not today!
First aid! Go! You're mine!
Die!
Here's a healing arc! First
I
aid!
owe you one.
Thank you.
No escape! You're mine!
Here,
Strike!
let me help!
Rising Wyvern!
First aid!
You're mine! Mirage!
It's over!
You're mine! Strike!
Where are you going? Do it!
You're mine! Kill!
This ends now!
Consider
See ya!
yourself finished!
Here I go! It's over!
You're mine! Try this!
By the power of
Strike! Rising Wyvern! Mirage!
burning strike! Our work is done here. Let's move.
I'm right behind you, Shion.
Hi.
Out of our way!
I'm not done!
Mega
Mirage! It's over! Infernal Torrent! Rising Wyvern!
Nicely done.
Suck it up. Just wanted to see if there's anything down here. What do we got here? Applejack. Why is this elevator stuck? Seems we need a specific key to go up there. Let's look around for one. We might find it lying around somewhere on one of the upper floors. Alright.
Looks like there's still some soldiers inside the castle.
It's still less than it would usually be. A diversion.
Gotta break through! No escape! Take this! Mirage! You're mine! Infernal Torrent!
Let's keep our eyes on the prize.
Scrap metal. You can take that. What do we got here? Bone fragment armor.
That equipment should come in handy.
Ah.
No choice. Take this! Slack!
I'm only getting started.
Rising Wyvern! I'm not done! It's on! Here I come! Burn in hell! Rising Wyvern!
I'm only getting started.
Take this!
There you go.
Our
What's
work
this?
is done here.
Oh.
Let's move.
I'm right behind you, Shion.
Almandine mass.
Having second thoughts?
No, I was just thinking about the blazing sword. Whenever I hold it, I feel wrong somehow.
Is relying on a sword from a Renan Master Core that repulsive?
It's not about that. It's just... It's hard to explain. It's like the sword is almost too strong.
I don't know what's got you so worried, but in case you forgot, that sword is the only reason we have a fighting chance against a Lord.
I know. You don't need to keep telling me.
Well, good. That said, the longer you use it, the more you get burned by it, too. We need to remember to patch you up quickly when that happens. A double-edged sword in every sense. Since you can't feel pain, you'll need to be careful, okay?
Okay.
Are you actually worried about me?
Ah.
Is that a problem? Look, I need you if I'm going to take out the Lords, and I can't have you dying on me before that happens. That's my only concern.
Alright.
It's so hot. I can definitely believe they're harvesting fire astral energy out here.
I don't know what gave you that idea.
I forgot. You can't feel the heat. I don't think I've been more jealous of anything in my life.
Yeah.
Let's dispose of the trash.
Now you'll learn! Here I come!
Here.
Take this! Try harder! No escape!
By the power of water!
Try harder! No, you can't! Rising Wyvern! No escape! Rising Wyvern!
Where are you going?
There you go.
Any injuries?
Suck it up. What have we got? Warrior emblem. Emblem that raises attack. Is this an accessory? It is. Increases attack. Indeed. I thought these bees look different.
Rising Wyvern! You're on! Here I come! No escape! Here I come!
Here I go. I'm only getting
I'm not...
Bye bye.
barely a blip on our radar.
Further up.
What's going on over there?
Are those armed soldiers ganging up on a kid?
Oh, come
Attacking
on.
him. We have to save him.
You were aiding the rebels, weren't you? Damn it, Bennett. Stop right there. It's you. Perfect. If I capture you, that should turn our lords move right around. As if a
You will
single.
kneel before our Lord!
We'll see about that.
Rising Wyvern! Strike! Mirage!
Gemini Alpha!
Take this! It's on! Moon Ignite!
See ya. You good, kid?
Are you okay? What were you even doing here?
Working, most likely. Danon's slaves that can't handle manual labor outdoors are put to work in the castles as servants. I'm surprised you didn't know.
That's messed up.
The soldiers got really mad all of a sudden and everyone ran away. I was the only one that got caught.
And it's good that we found you, but it's still not safe here. You need to get out of here before any more soldiers find you. Understand?
Yes, ma'am. Thanks for saving me. Oh, here! You can have this!
Don't touch me.
Ah,
I'm sorry. I only wanted to...
It's not your fault, kid. Don't sweat it. Can I take it instead?
Sure! It's the key to the elevator here. Will it help you guys at all?
absolutely.
Definitely. Thanks, kid. Now get going. And be careful on your way out.
Run, child.
So, not too happy about a slave touching you, huh?
This isn't the time. We should keep moving.
You know, for an elevator key, this thing is weirdly intricate looking. Why do runs feel like they have to decorate everything? We don't decorate everything. My guess is that this key is special somehow. Special how? It's just an elevator key, isn't it? Maybe it works in a particular elevator, like, oh, I don't know, one that leads to where Balsef's lurking? If that's the case, then that kid really did us a solid. Right, we should find the elevator it goes to and see where it takes us. Savage key. Oh. Thorny woman. Fires out a powerful bomb. Kicks an enemy into the air and shoots them. Maximum AG by 1. Makes it harder for enemies to disrupt arts that are being cast. Mid-air damage. Shion's perk, Sniper Blast. If you hold the button to throw a bomb, you'll fire special ammo at a bomb after releasing it, making it detonate more strongly. Special ammo shown to the right of AG can be reloaded with the... Wow, what in the world?
Our work is done here. Let's move.
I'm right behind you, Shion.
Scrap meat.
What the hell is that thing?
A spirit vessel. It's what the Renans use to harvest astral energy from Danons.
So that's where it all ends up, huh? Damn them. This place looks damn near the same on the outside as it does on the inside. Nothing but fire and rocks. I figured a Renan castle would at least be a little more elegant. Instead, it seems this one was very dedicated to a theme.
Is that your idea of a joke? Don't lump the rest of us in with someone like Balsef.
Then why's his place look so grungy?
I guess you could say that's just the majority of what he's into. He likes fire, and he likes rocks.
Simple.
He's an egotistical brute without a single shred of class. He even makes everyone call him by his stupid nickname, the Wild Beast. I feel sorry for everyone who's stuck having to work beneath him.
Huh. Interesting.
Why?
I used to think all Renans were like him. Terrible people obsessed with their own superiority, who are only out to make us miserable. But now, listening to you talk makes me realize that maybe there are some good ones too. Maybe there are a few of you that are different.
Listen, I don't know what kind of Renan you think I am, but I have no intention of getting friendly with you. We clear?
Crystal, Believe me, I wasn't about to suggest we go hang out and have a drink after this, that's for sure.
Fight.
Get lost!
You're mine! Portal blade!
You're mine!
You're mine!
Seven Eye
Take this! Try this!
Mega Ray!
Infernal...
Let's keep our eyes on the prize.
Scrap meat. Orange gel. And enemies.
Right, here goes!
Now you'll learn!
You're mine!
Why'd I run into
You're
that?
mine! You're mine! You're on! Here I come! Rising Wyvern! Strike! Strike!
Here, let me help.
Ow.
First aid!
You're mine!
Sighted. I never miss!
You're on! Damn it, Bennett! You're finished! You're on!
Searing flame!
Here I come! Swallow blade! It's over!
Searing flame! Flame of fury!
Here I come! Rising Wyvern!
Here, let me help.
Bye bye.
Aid!
Thanks!
Well then, let's keep moving.
Chest. It is life bottles. It is orange gel. Oh,
What are those things I sometimes see you chuck out in the middle of fights?
What? You mean my bombs?
Bombs? As in the things people use to clear out rocks? But I could have sworn I saw something other than fire burst from some of yours.
That's because these aren't ordinary bombs. They're specially made ones filled with astral energy.
Okay. And why do you shoot the bombs after you release them?
It's a part of my strategy. The effects of my bombs change when I fire bullets of a different astral element at them. It makes it difficult for enemies to predict what effect they'll have, or when they'll go off.
huh.
One moment you're using powerful bombs, next you're using powerful healing arts. They're kinda on the opposite ends of the spectrum, aren't they?
Think of it this way. If you ever get caught up in the blast of one of my bombs and you manage not to die, I'll be able to heal you using my arts.
Fair enough.
I'll do my best to not die then.
Hey!
Ooh.
Rabbit tail.
I'm surprised there are owls here, too.
Yeah, there are more of them around than I thought.
Apple gel.
Guess this thing needs a different key to activate.
Right, here goes!
One more!
Here I come! It's on!
Searing flame! Reload!
Take this! Burn! We did it!
Searing flame! Reload!
You got flyers!
I've
Here I
got
come!
this!
You're on! All yours!
Got it.
Let's keep our eyes on the prize.
Jasmine. Orange gel. Hello there.
Out of our way!
You're mine!
You got
Rising
spirit!
Wyvern! You're on!
Who wants to die?
Mirage! You're finished!
Damn it, Bennett!
Take this! Rising Wyvern! I'm not done! You're mine!
By the power of one!
You're mine!
Searing
Take this!
already!
Swallow blade! Sonic thrust!
Bye bye.
Nicely done.
Hello there.
An opponent like this should be easy. Strike!
Here, I never miss!
Here I come!
A
Rising
new
Wyvern!
lease on life.
Take this!
Mega Ray!
Swallow blade! Try this! No!
Ow.
Can't end here!
Searing flame! Reload!
I'll bring you back from death's abyss.
Resuscitation!
Not done yet!
Thank you.
Take this! Strike! Rising Wyvern! Rain escape! Mirage!
Back into the pit!
You're mine!
Here's a
Here I
healing
come!
eye!
Rising Wyvern! Mirage! It's over!
Go to hell!
I'm only getting started!
Rising Wyvern! This time!
Water!
Try harder! You picked the wrong fight! I can feel my power growing!
What's this? Castle elevator key. Wow. Apple shell. Let's go up. What in the world? Let's see what I got here.
I'd steer clear of that Zoogle if I were you.
Okie dokie.
Damn. That weak, huh?
Can't catch me. Hello there.
Let's dispose of the trash.
Rising Wyvern!
Primed and ready! I never miss!
Strike!
There! Got me!
Here I come!
Mega ray!
Mirage!
By the power of water!
You're mine! Rising Wyvern!
Let's keep our eyes on the prize.
Hi there.
I won't forgive you!
Here I come! Rising Wyvern! No escape! Mirage!
By the
It's
power
over!
of water!
You're mine! Rising Wyvern!
Mega ray!
You're mine! No escape!
There you go.
Let's keep our eyes on the prize.
Let's go to the first floor, I guess. Why'd I go to the first floor? I think it's foreboding. What do we got here? Garnet. Boost fire and water resistance. Guess that.
Get lost!
Take this!
By the power of water!
Take this! Pierce through! Rising Wyvern!
Mega ray!
Next!
Go! It's over! Searing!
If it's in the sky, it's mine.
You're mine!
Bye bye.
Let's keep our eyes on the prize.
Iron chunk.
Hey, About that elevator.
Yeah, I bet that garish-looking key will come in handy for it.
Hi there.
An opponent like this should be easy.
Now you'll learn!
Here I come!
Flame of fury! Burning strike! Searing flame! Reload!
No escape!
Flame of fury!
You're mine! Eat this! Damn it! Here I come! Rising Wyvern!
Here's a
Here I
healing
come!
arm! First aid!
That was close.
Here I come! Rising Wyvern!
Searing flame! Reload!
Rising Wyvern! I'm not done!
Watch it.
Mirage!
I need to be stronger.
Save. Top floor. Well, that feels foreboding.
This area seems different.
We're getting close. Balsif should be right up ahead.
That's what I figured. Time to introduce ourselves.
Oh. Thank you. That can only mean one thing, though. The Fire Lord.
Finally, it's time to face Balsif.
Speaking of Balsif, how much would you say you actually know about him?
Literally nothing.
What do you mean? He's just a lord that holds power over Calaglia, isn't he?
Just a lord? He is far more than that. Balsif Erwolzi Teldilis is one of the 5 lords that sit atop all of Renan society.
And?
Even without his Fire Master Core, fighting him won't be easy. I've seen that man butcher who knows how many Zeugles, just to blow off some steam. With sheer brawn like his, he can knock you out with one hit, and it's practically suicide to go up against him when he has a weapon.
Got it. Watch out for his attacks.
That's only the beginning. You can't expect to beat him by attrition. First, we dodge, then look for an opening. Remember that.
Sounds like our teamwork is really going to be put to the test.
Indeed. Don't screw this up and get us both killed.
Okay, okay. Alright. This seems like it's going to be difficult. Let's do it. A battle with the Lord awaits. Let's go. Lord Balsif. Hello there, big man.
Don't move, Balsif!
So the vermin scum you call kin stirred up enough trouble for you 2 rats to make it all the way to me, huh? What a pain in the ass. Although, it was pretty impressive of you to deliver it straight into my hands. The Master Core.
You really think we're here to hand it over?
Why, of course not. You see, I'll be taking it back no matter what you say.
Oh boy.
In any case, this is the end for you. You won't be getting out of here alive. The 2 of you are fools for coming here. Now die!
Lord Balsif.
A common thief believes she can usurp me? Don't make me laugh!
You can keep your accursed crown.
We're here to overthrow you and free the dead.
Spare me your weak
Okay.
slave!
Okay, yep.
By the power of water!
Here I come!
I'll fix you up! Recover!
Coyote, he's like a brick wall.
But he's wide open when he's in the air. I'll shoot him out of the sky.
Make sure you don't miss.
I'll bring you back from death to this! I'll
bring you back from Death's abyss. Resuscitate! Here, let me help. First aid! Take your mug. Searing flame! Reload! By the power of water! By the power of water!
Rising Wyvern!
Xion, please.
A new lease on life.
My way!
You're mine!
Here's a healing art. First aid.
Xion, now!
Think again.
Special boost strikes. When fighting powerful foes, upon fulfilling certain conditions, a D-pad icon might appear on screen above an enemy. When this happens, quickly press it to activate a character's boost attack and turn the tables on an opponent.
We did it!
Just give it up, Balsef. Gemini
Here
Alpha.
I come! You're finished! Here I come!
This one's mine.
It's over! Sonic Thrust! Rising Wyvern!
Hear me, Flame of Fury. Burning Strike. Take it. I'm only getting started. Watch it. Searing Flame. Reload.
You're mine!
Searing
Rising
Flame.
Wyvern!
Reload. I'm out. I'm all stuffed up.
You're mine! It's
By the
on!
power of water.
Ah, Xion.
Damn
A
slave!
new lease on life.
No escape!
Searing Flame. Reload. I'm out of ammo. Watch and weep.
Eat dirt!
You reckon won't beat me?
You're mine! Pierce through!
Gemini Aqua. By the power of water.
I'm not done!
This one's mine. Here's a healing art. First aid. By the power of
Pierce
water.
through! Pierce through! Sonic Thrust!
Searing Flame. Reload. Searing Flame. Back into the fray.
Take this!
Gemini Aqua.
Try my turn! You're mine! Rising Wyvern!
And again. Magna Ray. Gemini Aqua.
Here I come! Swallow Blade!
Out of my way!
Flame. Reload. Your muff. Searing Flame. Hear me. Flame of Fury. Burning Strike.
Take this!
Here's a healing art. First aid. I'm all stuffed up. Gemini Aqua. Here's a healing art. First aid.
Why'd I do that?
This should do it!
Here I go. Your muff. Flame. Searing Flame.
You're mine!
Searing Flame. Reload. Sight. I'm only get Searing Flame. Reload. I'm out of ammo. I'm all
Xion,
stuffed up.
it's you and me!
This
Go.
ends now.
Consider yourself finished!
Ah.
Alphen. Alphen. Alphen.
Iron Mask.
Alphen. Hey, get back here!
Balsef's escaping. Come on.
Yeah. I have a face now! What in the world?
Running from a slave, Balsef?
Know your place, insolent boy. Up here, I've got more than enough space to crush you. This time your mask won't be the only thing that cracks.
That is enough.
What the? What the? What is that? What in the world?
What the hell is that?
So even you don't know Balsif?
It's manifested astral energy. And not only that, it's alive!
Astral energy? From the spirit vessel? But wait, that was harvested for me! And that energy is supposed to be mine!
Well, I don't know how to break it to you, but it ain't.
It was the two of you! I knew it all along! And you'll pay!
Fire Avatar.
Slay! Look what you did!
Without your spirit vessel, or your master core, you're nothing!
Shion, watch out!
Ah!
Back into
That
the...
thing's huge!
Don't let it trap you in its flames!
Rising Wyvern!
There!
Out of my way!
Magna Ray! Here, let... Help! Ready to go! Magna Ray! That monster's attacking! Look out! Hear me! Flame of fury! Burning strike! Here's a healing art! First
I
aid!
owe you one.
Help!
Here I go! Here's a healing art! First
Here I
aid!
come!
Magna Ray! Gemini Aqua!
Here I come! Swallow Blade!
Magna Ray! Power of water!
Take this!
Searing flame! Reload!
That fire monster's getting ready to attack!
Help!
Searing flame! Reload! Out of ammo! Back into the fray!
This should do it!
That fire monster's causing us a lot of trouble!
Let me take a crack at it!
You actually want me to fight that thing? Is that what you're saying?
Ready?
Here it comes! Down you go!
Huh.
You really don't mess around!
Now, while he's down!
I'm out of ammo!
Can't.
Into the fray!
Here I come!
By the power of water! Searing flame! Reload! Here, let me help!
This should do it!
Searing flame! Reload! I'm out of
Sonic
ammo!
thrust!
Watch and bleed!
Ow.
Take this!
You wretches won't beat me!
I'm not done!
Magna
Pass
Ray!
through!
Stop trying
Try
to
harder!
resist!
Gemini
No,
Aqua!
you can't! Swallow Blade! Infernal
Power of water! Gemini Aqua! Here, let me help! First
I
aid!
owe you one! Take this!
Searing flame!
Swallow Blade! Burn it down! Take
Magna
this!
Ray!
Sonic Thrust!
Where are you going?
Ah!
Gemini
You're
Aqua!
in trouble now!
Magna
Huh?
Ray! Watch and
You
bleed!
filth!
Now what?
Watch out! We need to stop him!
How?
Gemini Aqua!
Here I come! Slash! Rising Wyvern! You're on!
Only getting
It's
started.
over!
By the
You're
power of
mine!
water!
Can't move! I owe you one. Take this! You're finished! Slash!
Uh-oh.
Burn, 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 burn! Burn it all to the ground!
Pyroclasm.
Take this! Swallow Blade! It's over!
This power's unbelievable!
You okay, Shion?
Just worry about yourself! Gemini Aqua!
You're in trouble now!
Ow.
You filth!
You're finished!
This ends now!
Consider yourself
Goodbye.
god of a Renan? Why then would you turn against your own kind? It's always been the way of the Renan for the strongest to survive! And yet, you have allied yourself with a filthy Danon! You traitor! Tell me why? Why bring ruin and devastation to your own kind? Snakes like you should die!
Oh. Goodbye.
A monster made up of astral energy? How do we even...
If the sword is made of astral energy as well, maybe...
Can we absorb it? Oh. Holy. Well then. Here goes that gate. Ow. Got my hands.
Zephyr was right. We did it. We brought down the wall.
Iron Mask, your face is exposed.
No. I remember it now. My name. Alphen. My name is... Alphen!
Finally know his name. I already watched this at the intro, so I'll skip it because I already seen it. Emissary of Liberation. Liberation. Nice.
Flames. I see. Flames. My name is Alphen. Where am I? What happened? The rage surging within me, fueling the sword. Where did it come from? This twisting fear that clings to me, holding me in check. The melancholic voice calling out to me. Who am I? Who was I?
I'm like... So is Caligula finally free?
This is...
Wakey wakey, sunshine. About time, too.
Seems like you're in a good mood.
A week? You mean the
Oh.
whole time I was...
Thanks for not abandoning me.
Cold? Yeah. Just as well, too. When you blacked out, you were on your way to becoming a pile of ash. Shion's the reason you're still here.
Healing.
Shion, you healed me?
In case you'd forgotten, we've still got 4 lords to defeat. You dying would have only slowed things down.
Fair enough.
What about Balsef's troops?
We've got him on the ropes. Well, you've been getting your beauty sleep. Most of the remaining Renans have either surrendered or fled. You slaying Balseph was the catalyst we'd been waiting for. Thanks to you, Calaglia is finally free. You have my gratitude. We couldn't have done it without you.
I just did what anyone would have done.
Iron Man... Forgive me. Alphen. It's good to finally see who I'm speaking to. Half of him, anyway. So, feel like telling us who you used to be?
I wish I could.
Memory's still giving you grief, eh?
Yeah, at least a name's better than none.
I see. Still, no sense in beating yourself up. You've remembered your name. The rest will come in time.
So, what happens now?
No, just everything. The realm may be liberated, but we're still destitute. You name it, anything and everything starts from scratch. But enough of that. You've just woken up. You should get a sense of the scale of what you've accomplished.
Yep.
Head over to the Gates of Fire and take a look at the view.
About to say I broke the whole thing
It's a
down.
sight too many Dahnans died only ever seeing in their dreams.
The Gates of Fire.
I'll be your chaperone. Last thing we need is you tripping on a pebble and missing another week.
Shut up.
Remind me to laugh next time.
Ah! Alphen, Emissary of Liberation. Speeds the rate of AG recovery. Nice. AG restored by that. Nice, nice, nice. Weapon types forged. There's a new one. Bombs explode with special ammo. It's quite the operation. So many injured people kept coming in, I actually ran out of medicine. Sorry. I messed up my food real good, just when I was trying to get her to stop worrying about me so much. It's nice that this place is finally free of like, that Balseph guy. Look at the view from here. Everybody's all smiling and laughing. Never seen a more beautiful sight in my whole life. We did it. We kicked the bastards out. All thanks to you two. I relying on you guys so much for food time after time, so I'm going to try and make as much as I can on my own from now on. Good for you. I'm sure you'll be able to make it work. It's only fair that the food we make goes to us first and foremost. We should probably take a page out of your book and start learning how to harvest food as well. That'd be great. The more food we can make ourselves, the better we can all eat together. Finally did it. We're free. Now this place doesn't have to be a hideout any longer. You don't know how many nights I've dreamed that this day would come. Thank you two so much. There's so much we have to think about going forward, but for now, let's just be happy and celebrate. Look who it is. I mean my man Alphen. You sure gave those Wrens a run for their money, didn't you? Zephyr definitely made the right call bringing you on board. Next time you're free, drinks are on me, alright? Alright. Let's see, anything you want to ask about? What do the Wrens do here? As far as we can tell, most of them fled to other realms once they found out Balseph was gone. Even if the ones left tried to resist, there are so few of them and have no leader, that's only a matter of time before they'll be gone too. Anything else? What's going to happen? Now that the Wrens are gone, it means that all of us here in Calaglia have to learn how to fend completely up for ourselves. Right now, we're establishing contact with the other Dahnan enclaves and trying to ensure no chaos breaks out in the meantime. Of course, it's entirely possible that Lenegis or one of the other realms might attack us too, so suffice it to say, our hands are pretty full. But what's important is that we finally have our freedom again for the first time in 3 centuries. We can't thank you enough. Anything else? How are the other Dahnans? They're on top of the world with all the bright eyes gone, but there are people who don't know what to do with all their new freedom either. It's something we're all going to have to think long and hard about, us Crimson Crows included. To be honest, we're so busy that we probably can't get to everyone who really needs help, so if you find anyone who does, try to hear them out. I'm good. You really outdid yourself. It wasn't enough to just take out Balseph. You had to go and break down the Gates of Fire too. You have an incredible power, but you need to be careful with it. We can't have you burning yourself to a crisp, you know. But I'm definitely grateful for everything you two have done. So thanks. The people of Calaglia owe you both a lot. should check out those gates of fire you managed to bust down when you got a minute. I think it'll give you a better appreciation of just how much you've accomplished for us. Now that I have that, unclaim, I'm just claiming it before I look too hard. These are the other two things I could pick up. Wait, what does that do? What did I just pick up? Oh. Huh. I probably shouldn't be collecting this, but you know, I've already gone too far into it. Whoa, okay. That, I think that's a, I'll keep that in the back pocket, basically. Samurai. Oh, what the? You can actually take off the whole thing. SW Insight. Ooh. Cool. Alright. Oh, that's cool. What about you? Why now you just look like Edelgard. Oh, that one's cool. What kind of different attachment? Oh, hey. No! Elfin buddy! Oh. Oh, I think I might have just gotten more skills. Uh-oh. Whoops. I didn't realize what I just picked up. Whoops. Oh, well. Oh dear. Let's just skip through all this. Whoops. Skip this. So now I get an increase in elemental boost. So, what are these other things? So this is the Scarlet Battle Maiden, natural-born warrior who is on a mission to try every delicious dish in the land. Okay. Scientist, and hidden art that sends Shion spinning as she rains wind bullets on the battlefield in every direction. Oh, it's... okay. Seaside Queen. She enjoys the white sands and blue seas, but always makes sure to protect herself from sunburn. Ice Tornado. Increased element rate. New girl in class. Rich girl from an elite city school. Unsure if she'll be able to hit it off with her classmates. Ray. Huh. Increased boost gauge. Blah, blah, blah. I didn't realize that picking all that up would give these kind of things. What's this? Boost gauge. Ooh. I kind of like that. I'll take it. And for you, we still got some other stuff. I don't even... it doesn't even look like I can use these. I don't know. I'm not going to. Oh! I can turn these on and off. Huh. I mean, I guess I'll keep them for now. Ah. Gigant.
I think I'll try to make that new recipe with this.
All right.
Oh, I got like
but
1,000
I'll
new
decide how
recipes,
spicy
didn't
it
I?
is.
I wonder if something happened.
That blazing swords turned out to be even stronger than I expected. With that much sheer power, elemental types are hardly a concern anymore. You can bring practically any foe down to their knees in a flash.
Unless they're war-based.
Don't count on me being able to pull off another Gates of Fire. That only happened because I had the help of that spirit vessel monster too.
Still, you did defeat Balsef with it, which means it can also take down the other lords. That's enough for me. Besides, if it was any stronger, your body wouldn't be able to handle it. Have you forgotten what happened after we finished off Balsef?
I passed out.
No. But aren't you scared of having that much power inside of you? Even a little?
Why would I be? Power provides opportunity. You don't expect me to simply throw it away, do you?
No, I get it. It's a good ace to have up our sleeve, that's for sure. I'll make the most of it. Well, as much as I can without becoming charcoal.
Fair enough. What's up?
Yes.
Hey, did you talk to Blacksmith?
Nice.
I did. I didn't realize he could make weapons out of Zoogle parts. Daddy can. Knowing that, could I ask you to help me out with a little something? You know those golems, the big rock guys? The ones that spring out of the ground without warning? They're a pain in the neck. And that's it. They should make for some great weapon material from what I'm told. There's still a ton of those roaming around causing trouble, and it looks like we'll need them to forge some weapons too. Could you get 3 stone fragments off them and bring them back here to me? We have what you need.
How's this?
Actually, we've already got some. Here you go.
Very nice.
Appreciate all you've done. Once we combine this with the art stuff, we should be able to whip up some fine weapons. Awesome. So it's important we Crimson Crows make this realm safe for people to walk around in, and now thanks to you, it is. I'm always happy to do what I can around here. If anything else comes up, let me know.
Yes.
Thanks, and I appreciate your Rainan's friend's help here too. Just to be clear.
Sure.
I didn't do anything. Alphen just dragged me along like always. I'll take your word for it. In any case, if you find yourself needing stronger weapons, it's a good idea to collect Zoogle parts. Any good blacksmiths out there can make good use of them. Anyway, I'll catch you folks later. Nice.
So different materials produce different weapons, each with their own respective properties.
We should probably move on.
Come to think of it, what's my sword made of? What material would it make sense with? Claws? Fangs?
In one ear and out the other.
Last, we can finally take it easy. We don't have to work ourselves to the bone. That's right, the Rains are gone. They can't steal what we have anymore. It's so good to see the kids running around so happy and excited. That's how it should be. It's a new beginning for all of us here. I can't wait to see what life has in store for us now. Oh, I'm stuck. Wait up! Hurry, hurry, let's try over there. Hi there. Well, you're the Rain that helped liberate Caligula, aren't you?
What?
So what if I am? This is crazy. I always wanted to talk to you. I know it's really sudden, but how do you think I look? Well, how should I put it? It's very simple. Look.
Right.
Pretty plain, I guess I'd say. Right? There's nothing stylish about what I'm wearing, not even a little. There's only so much you can do with a few pieces of cloth, though. Now that I know that, I think now that Caligula is free, I should be free from these boring old rags too, don't you think?
Sure.
Sure. Now's as good a time as any. That's why I wanted to talk to you. I wanted your opinion on what I can do to stand out more and look more handsome. I like your attitude. I know a guy who could stand to take a page out of your book.
What?
Sorry to disappoint.
I'm not so
Hey,
sure.
what sort of outfit do you think would look good on me? Any general ideas you might have for me to try? Let me think. There's some regular. I don't think you should take it too far at first. For now, why not just start with something subdued and then work your way from there? That makes sense. You're right. I still don't know anything about fashion at all. Okay. I'll keep it simple and look for something more basic. I'd love to get your feedback once I come up with an outfit.
Sure.
Sure. I'd be happy to help. Shion the Fashion Critic. Well, that's not going to happen again. You hear me? Now hurry up and work laying more eggs. Can't believe the Crimson Crows managed to kick out the Rainans. Really can do anything if you put your mind to it, huh? You guys are amazing. Not only did you take down Balsef, you even blew open the gates of fire. That's incredible. Where the hell did you even get that kind of power? Bro, the bright eyes are gone now. You don't have to hide anymore. You can come outside. It's okay. I know. I hate that I couldn't do anything while everyone else fought. You did great in Balsef Castle. Now our fallen comrades should be able to finally rest in peace. From now on, we can make things for ourselves. We don't have to do anything for the Rainans anymore. I've never felt so motivated to go out and do something like myself in my whole life. That's how amazing this freedom feels.
Looks like we get to sleep with a roof over our heads.
I'm the one supplying crim. Yeah. Nothing new. You the one that brought down Balseph? Thank you so much. You don't know how glad I am to see him gone. So awesome, mister. I wish I could be just like you when I grow up. Thanks, but reconsider. Oh. Ah. Sure. So you have grilled mushrooms, steamed potatoes porridge, mabo curry bun, fisherman's hot pot, eastern rice, fruit sandwich. Let's just keep it simple for now. Yeah.
This should definitely keep you guys full.
Once you have some good materials, make sure to pay a visit to the blacksmith. Huh? What's going on over here? Didn't realize there's so many injured. Shion.
Yeah.
Okay, thanks, Shion. You can stop now. I'll take care of the rest from there. Did something happen while I was out? After she finished patching you up, Shion here was kind enough to help us treat other injured folks. I tried telling her she's done more than enough.
What?
I just figured the sooner you were all back on your feet, the sooner we could move on to finding the next lord. It wasn't out of the goodness of my heart. Is that right? Whatever your reasons, we appreciate the help. Thanks. Map action. Oh! Huh!
Shion. Why do you keep people at arm's length?
Cover thorns, I'd assume.
You're always trying to wave it off whenever someone's nice to you. Like with Tilsa just now. Why couldn't you just accept her gratitude?
Our interests just happen to overlap. I don't want people thinking I'm doing things to be nice when in reality they benefit both of us. All I care about is that we hurry up and defeat the Lords.
See? That's what I mean.
Ah!
You want to defeat the Lords. I may have been skeptical at first, but now I really believe you meant it. Yet despite that, you still took the time to help out those injured Dahnans, didn't you?
I did it because it was necessary and I got roped into helping out.
Is that the same reason you helped that kid in Balsef's castle? Because it sure didn't look that way to me. You've helped me too. Not just with my injuries, but by being there for me as well. Even though I can't feel pain, the injuries I get from using the blazing sword could probably kill me. That thought alone should be terrifying. But I know you'll always be there by my side, ready to heal me. It's because of you that I can wield the blazing sword.
Okay, drama queen.
Don't just close in on me like that! If you get any closer, you're going to set off my thorns, you know.
I was just trying to compliment you.
You were? What now?
You good?
Shion, your thorns! It's okay. I'll stop talking about it.
You will?
In any case, I'm just glad that you're the one who ended up with the Master Core. Thank you, Shion, for everything. Now let's go check out those gates of fire.
Really? I swear. You're bad for the heart.
I just find a cave deep inside the garrison that actually leads all the way out to the ocean. Looks like a pretty good fishing spot. The old Renan garrison is up ahead. From what I can tell, they've banned it, but be careful if you decide to go near it.
Everyone's smiling and laughing. It's finally sinking in that we won.
Are there actually people around here that I
If you
can
hadn't
find?
healed
that
me
are
back
injured?
there, Shion, I would have never lived to see this.
I told you before. If you die on me, it'll make things difficult for me, too.
Yeah, I know. Okay, off we go.
Bulgaria isn't burning anymore constantly, it looks like.
I don't see any soldiers or their pet Zugals. Just strays roaming around.
They must have split once Balsef kicked the bucket and they had nobody left to obey. Let's dispose of the trash. One more! Magna Ray! If it's in the sky, it's mine!
Ah.
Ice Tornado!
Rising Wyvern!
Bye.
Barely a blip on our radar.
No choice. It's on!
Freezing storm!
Take
Ice
this!
Tornado!
You're mine! Great! Next!
These little ones are hardly worth our time.
Less talking, more pummeling.
Barely a blip on our radar.
Wrong button.
Out of our way!
I'm not...
Gemini off!
Rising Wyvern!
By the power of water!
No escape!
I never miss! Our work is done here. Let's move.
I'm right behind you, Shion.
Hello.
Out of our way!
You're mine! Rising Wyvern! Mirage! It's over!
Ray!
Take this!
Nap, nap.
Here I come! Rising Wyvern!
An instant!
Burn in hell!
Here, let me help. First aid!
Okay, here I go.
Barely a blip on our... radar. Let's dispose of the trash.
Rising Wyvern! Mirage! Infernal Torrent! I'm not done! Next!
These little ones are hardly worth our time.
Less talking,
Bye-bye.
more pummeling.
Cut them apart to your heart's content.
We're in good form. Not this way, I guess.
An opponent like this should be easy. It's over!
I'm only getting
No
started.
escape! Mirage!
Barely a blip on our radar.
Hello,
Come and
bees.
face me! Rising Wyvern! No escape! Mirage! You're mine! Sonic Thrust! Swallow Blade! Try harder! My turn! We got flyers!
I've got this.
All yours!
Looks like it could be worth something.
area's so much calmer now.
Let's dispose of the trash.
Oh.
They've gotten surrounded. These little ones are hardly worth our time.
Less talking, more pummeling.
Cut them apart to your heart's content.
Rush! Here I come! You're on!
Looks like it could be worth something.
No more gates of fire.
That monster that appeared from the spirit vessel, and the power inside the blazing sword, they're both born of the same thing. It's all astral energy harvested from the souls of dying Dahnans.
I suppose so.
And it was the Dahnans who gave their lives for today. Their power, after all this time, is what finally destroyed Balseph and his wall. By the way, what happened to all the energy that we released?
Oh yeah.
It's dispersing and spreading across Dana as we speak, finding its way back to where it belongs.
And all the energy the Renans have harvested? Where does that go? Once Sovereign's decided, I mean. I wager they don't give it back, right? What? Can't tell the Dahnan that? Or about why you want to kill all the lords?
Oh, like you don't have anything to hide? The Blazing Sword. It's powered by the burning astral energy of the Master Core I possess. So why don't you explain how it manifested into the shape of that beast,
Why should
Just
I
how
know
did
that?
you manage that?
How did I know that?
How am I supposed to know? My memory's a complete blank, remember? Fine, be that way. It's not like we ever trusted each other any...
You good? No? Hey! Hey! Oh dear. Who's she?
She's still not awake?
Not yet. Her injuries aren't serious, but she's severely weakened. Must have been quite a fight.
There's nothing we can give her?
If only. What with the beatings we've taken lately, we're barely getting by on the little provisions we have as it is.
That bad, huh? If there are no supplies here, then... That's it. We need Doc.
Doc? The same Doc that took care of you?
Yeah. He's back in Mosgul. If anyone can help us, it's him.
In that case, would you mind asking for us? I'd go myself, but I'm tied up here for now.
Not a problem. Leave it to me.
Alrighty. Hi, buddy.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
I hit the right button.
Okay, off we go.
The girl from the outside.
I wonder what that girl's deal is. Never imagined anyone would ever come from outside the walls of Calaglia.
It's really not that big of a deal. There are more realms out there than just Calaglia, you know.
Maybe it sounds normal to you, but I've been behind those walls for as long as I can remember. Of course I knew there was more out there, but it sure didn't feel like it when unscalable walls are trapping you in.
I hate to burst your bubble, but the rest of Dana isn't much better. The world's full of lords who are just as bad as Balseph.
Figures.
I know. That girl must have had her reasons for coming over to our territory. Even so, it's nice to see there really is life beyond the walls of Calaglia. It might not mean much to you, but that's reason enough for me to be happy.
Fight me.
Gotta break through!
Searing flame! Reload!
You're finished!
Searing
You're mine!
flame! Reload! Now what?
These little ones are hardly worth our time.
Less talking.
Cut them apart to your heart's content. Looks like it could be worth something.
I'll take you all on! Take this! Swallow blade!
I'm only getting started.
Where are you going?
Who wants to die next?
No escape!
Searing flame!
You're on!
Hear me!
You're
Flame
finished!
of fury!
Sonic
Burning strike!
We're in good form!
Oh, you can control other characters outside. Oh, there.
Out of our way!
Rising Wyvern! Azure Storm! Together, that wasn't even a problem.
This way is showing, considering we actually have to, since I'm playing as her I'm using her to fight. That's what I'm trying to say.
No choice!
Searing flame! You're
Erupting
mine!
fury!
There!
Pierce through!
Searing flame!
Demon Cut!
How's this?
Swallow blade! You picked the wrong
Oh, that's
fight.
on accident. Oops.
Barely a blip on our radar.
Right, here goes!
Searing flame!
If
Reload!
it's in the sky, it's
Rising
mine!
Ka!
Here I go!
Searing flame! Reload! I'm out!
Now,
Back into the fray!
Rising Wyvern!
No defense!
Next!
These little ones are hardly worth our time.
Less talking, more pummeling.
Cut them apart to your heart's content.
Together, that wasn't even a problem.
whee. Let's go. Finally,
It's
this
so quiet. From now on, no one is going to be whipped or killed here ever again.
I heard the Crimson Crows stole back all the food and other stuff the Briars took when they ran and are giving it out to people. I'm so relieved. Before I talk to you, let's go. I'm so happy knowing those bad guys won't try to hit us anymore. Thank you, I mean Alphen. There's no one left to beat us. We can eat and sleep wherever we want now. Never ever even dreamed of a time when Renans wouldn't be around. But it's true. No more being worked to the bone or whipped and beaten at the whim of a Renan. Hey, Mommy, Daddy, can I go out and play? Whoop! People are finally being happy now. What's this? Scrap meat. Those Crimson Crow guys are distributing food, and we don't have to dig or push barrels around to stay fed now. Balseph is dead and his armored soldiers are gone. Our days of suffering under them are behind us. Yeah, that's all history now. Everything's going to change for the better now. I don't know how you kids can be excited. Did you forget that Bright Eyes rule more than just Caligula? Plus, there's Lenegis too. Oh, is that you, Iron Mask? Holy crap, you're still alive, and pretty handsome under that mask too, I'll add. Heard you were the one that we should thank for kicking out the Renans. Who knew a guy like you had that kind of strength in him? It's crazy, I tell you.
I thought I was used to fire by now.
I'm so happy. I can't stop laughing knowing that Reyna will never beat me again. Reyna will never beat me again. Those days are officially over. Eh. I really want to do something about all this fire, but it's going to take more than just a little warps and sand to put them all out. What's this? Grilled fish recipe.
There's no point in reading it unless you plan on making it.
I'm the Blazing Sword of Caligula. Watch out, Bright Eyes. Well, that's not fair. I want to be the Blazing Sword. Sounds like once things went south, the Bright Eyes ran out of the gates of fire with their tails between their legs. Good riddance, if you ask me. I hope they stay off Caligula forever. They're gone now. We don't have to fear the armored soldiers any longer. Can you believe it? We're now free to go wherever we like and do whatever we want whenever we want. It's all because of that Iron Mask everyone's always talking about here. I'm stuck. Doc.
Hey there, Doc.
Hmm? Who are you?
It's me, Iron Mask. Though these days I go by Alphen. I finally remembered my name.
Alphen? I heard that was the guy who brought down Balseph. Wait, you're telling me you're the liberator of Caligula? Our own Iron Mask? Of all the people.
I mean, I don't know exactly how you can't tell it's me. I still at least have part of the mask.
I told you, I'm Alphen now. And I didn't overthrow Balseph alone.
Even so, that's no small feat you've accomplished. And you managed to get your face back, too. That woman with you, the Renan?
You know about it?
Only what I've heard from rumors. I wasn't sure I...
Doc.
Thank you.
You sure you should be saying that?
I'm not saying it to any old Renan. I'm saying it to you, young lady.
I only helped...
Of course, I would imagine as much. But that doesn't change the end result. The two of you defeated Balseph, and now all of us are free. That is a fact.
Thanks, Doc.
I should be the one thanking you. Anyway,
Right. We need your advice. We found a girl who's collapsed from exhaustion, and she needs medicine. Do you know anything that could help?
If she's that weak, she may need a nutritional boost. The herbs I have here won't be enough. Oh, have you tried searching Kirt Garrison?
No. We passed it on our way here, but...
With all the Renan soldiers gone, that place should be empty now. If we're lucky, maybe they left something you can use.
Good idea. We'll take a look.
Okay, okay.
Kirt Garrison. If I'm not mistaken, that's located off to the side of the railroad tracks.
Wherever it is, just make it quick. You look happy.
Do I? I guess I am. Getting thanked for everything by someone I actually know? It made it really hit home that we made a difference.
That guy's a strange one, though.
Doc? I don't think he's that odd.
He is, though. He thanked me, a Renan, for helping. Despite everything my people have put him through over the years. He's free now. He doesn't have to act nice around my kind.
He's not acting. He means it. And like he said before, he was thanking you as an individual, Shionne. Not just some Renan.
That's what makes it so strange.
Would you have preferred he yelled and threw rocks at you?
I'm not saying that. It's just hard for me to understand him.
Okay, off we go.
Oh, there.
Right, here goes!
Steering flame, reload! Huh. Steering flame, reload!
These little ones are...
Less talking, more pummeling.
Looks like it could be worth something.
No
There!
choice!
Steering flame, reload!
Blast the shot! Mirage!
Holy crap. Calm down.
Together, that wasn't even a problem.
I won't forgive you!
Reload! Take it! Steering flame, reload! I'm out of ammo, I'm all stuffed up! Take
I
it!
can't lay a finger on you.
I prefer it that way.
Rising Wyvern!
Just watch and see.
A hard-won victory.
An opponent like this should be
Steering
easy.
flame, reload! Steering flame, reload! I'm out! Lock them sweet!
Our work is done here. Let's move.
I'm right behind you, Shionne.
Oh, there.
An opponent like this should be easy.
Flame, reload! Take it!
You're mine!
Steering flame, reload! I'm out!
Barely a blip on our radar.
Aha.
Think this is it?
How would I know?
It matches the description we were given, at least. No use standing around here hemming and hawing. Let's take it back and see.
I hope you're right. There's no way I'm coming all the way back here.
Just to be safe, I think before we head back to Ulzebek, we should maybe have Doc double-check this is the right stuff.
All right, but let's make it quick.
Forward. Hey, Doc. I don't know why I almost talked to the random guy.
Did you find anything useful?
We think this might work, but we wanted you to take a look at it first.
Let's see. Ah, this stuff. Yes, this'll work. I'd hurry over and give it to the girl right away.
Right, then we'll do that now.
Say, Iron Mask. No, sorry. it's Alphen now, right? Are you and that young woman planning to stick together moving forward?
Yeah.
You know, I think things just might be starting to change.
What do you mean?
I'm not sure of that myself, but I feel like after being stalled for a long time, the gears of progress are finally starting to turn again. I imagine people are going to have things to say about the two of you, but you simply keep doing what you feel is right. If you ever get tired and need to rest, feel free to come back here. Until then, take care of yourself.
Thanks, Doc.
Okie dokie. I have a fast travel function.
Okay.
Oh, never mind. I'm
Off
not
we
allowed
go.
to.
Let's dispose of the trash.
Rising
Where are
Wyvern!
you going?
Take this! It's over!
Here I go. Searing flame! Reload! Well, we're on the home stretch
Come and
now.
face me!
Don't take your eyes off.
I'm quite aware without you reminding me.
This could be useful.
Right, here goes!
Searing flame!
Here
Reload!
I come! Hut! Orochi's Fury!
Back into the fray! Searing flame! Reload!
Got it. There we go. Bombshell. Recover. Last shot and special ammo.
Let's keep our eyes on the prize.
Hello? Come here.
Is this what you asked for?
Perfect. That'll do nicely. I had a feeling you'd come through for us. With this, the little one should be right as rain in no time.
I can't believe it. Not often we get visitors from Cyslodia around here.
Cyslodia.
Cyslodia?
Calaglia's neighbor. One of the 5 realms. What with that wall in the way, I guess it's not surprising. But I've never actually met someone from the outside world before.
Up till now, the only time the gates ever opened was to let Renan convoy units in and out.
No one ever thought to stow away and hitch a ride out?
This place might be a living hell, but when next door is a living hell too, you start thinking it doesn't matter much one way or the other.
Huh.
So you're Rinwell, and you're with the Cyslodian resistance known as the Silver Swords. Your organization sent a group of you to establish contact, but you're the only one who made it through. That sound about right?
Lately, our people's oppression has become more and more severe. When we heard rumors that you had staged a successful rebellion in Calaglia, we hoped that maybe you could help us.
News sure gets around quickly, huh?
If you ask me, it's awfully convenient she just happened to show up now. Certainly raises a lot of red flags.
Please, I swear it's true. My people are dying. I risked my life trying to get here so I could find help.
It's okay. You did well. We'll take it from here.
Hold on, Zephyr. You're not really thinking...
We'll join her. Alphen, start getting ready. I let you use the blazing sword, and we worked together to overthrow the lords. That was the deal, remember?
Wait, is that a Renan? What is this?
Take it easy.
Okay.
It's complicated, but she's on our side. She helped to find some medicine for you.
She did? But no, she's a... I can't believe it.
The Renans from other realms could attack at any time.
That's for you all to worry about. I've got bigger fish to fry.
That sword of Alphen's is our best weapon. We can't just go lending him to other lands.
Even if you keep him here, the blade's as good as useless without me on board.
And what makes you think I can't persuade you, Bright Eyes?
What makes you think you can? Last I checked, you couldn't even touch me.
Enough! Alphen, what do you want to do?
I don't really know.
I know all too well the hardships the slaves of this realm had to endure. That's why I took up the sword. To help them. If Dahnans are being oppressed in other realms, then I have to help them too.
Nath has a point. We can't discount the possibility of further attacks, but now our struggle has grown. It's become much larger than just liberating the people of Calaglia.
We can't be in two places at once, Zephyr.
True, which means we're limited in our options. We play this the same way we did with Balseph.
I have a bad feeling about this.
You and me both, but it's too late for regrets.
Geez, really? You don't say.
So, you're really going, huh? Just the four of you?
Afraid so. Look after the place while we're away.
Always the smooth talker. We'll do what we can to hold down the fort.
We've got the Renans to keep us busy.
Good luck. Just remember.
Yeah, don't go killing anyone without good reason, I get it. I'm not about to repeat what they did.
Let's move, people.
Alrighty. Zephyr has joined your party. But not the girl. Cyslodia. Whoa. Water! Oh, ending the cycle.
Do you think we'll really be able to wipe the Renans off the face of Dahna?
Who said anything about doing that?
But we have to in order to survive. Don't we?
Now that you have the blazing sword, and have shown that we really can win this fight, do you really think we should go around killing every last Renan?
But what else are we supposed to do?
Say we go around killing Renans, so they don't kill us first. In turn, that'll just make more and more of them want to kill us. Where does it end, once you enter such a vicious cycle?
Is that why you told Grenar not to kill any Renans without a good reason?
I'm not saying we should forgive and forget what they've done to us. But we can't let ourselves be dragged down by our own hatred either. Hatred comes in many forms. And there's no one solution that will work in every situation. We have to keep searching for new ones if we're going to survive. It's a lifelong journey, finding the answers. That goes for you too. You have to come up with your own answers.
Why we fight? Zephyr.
Hey, Zephyr. Why do you keep fighting?
What do you mean?
Until I met you and the Crimson Crows, all the Dahnans I ever knew just accepted their lot in life as slaves. Hell, even I was like that. But all of you in the Resistance are different. Even when you have no hope of winning, you keep on fighting. Why is that?
Come on, that's an easy one. I just refuse to live life as a slave, that's all.
Better to die fighting for freedom than to live as a slave, huh?
Let me ask you a question, Alphen. What does it mean to you to not be a slave any longer?
I guess it means living a life not being ruled by the Renans, right?
But what about the Dahnans who died standing up to the Renans? Are they still slaves? Would they be truly free if all they did was follow my orders and die without knowing what it was they were doing?
But that's...
Being a slave isn't just a position. It's also a state of mind. Don't become my slave, Alphen. Normally I don't pick on the weak.
Not today!
You're surrounded! Just stay calm! I'll run you through! Guess we gotta roll
Turn the
over.
tables on them.
There are still more left.
Right. No time to hold back.
Pathetic!
What's that over there? Some kind of... Castle?
Yeah, one that belongs to a different lord than Balsef.
Right. That makes sense. You said there were 5 of them in all, right?
Right. We've still got a lot of work ahead of us.
What do we got? Life bottle.
Rinwell, right? It's nice to meet you. Does that little white animal follow you everywhere?
He's not a little white animal. His name's Hoodle, and he's a baby owl.
His name's Hoodle. Oh.
And he's the only friend I have.
Hoodle.
I'll take you all on!
Here I come! Damn it! Hurrah!
How's this?
Take this! Rising Wyvern!
This one's mine.
Flyers! These are all you, Xion! I'm sure I can put this to use.
Boost attack downs. Weapon types forge. Tights? I meant types.
Gotta break through! Here I come!
Don't go charging off like that!
Swallow Blade! Take this! You're mine! Take this! Swallow Blade! You're mine! Mirage!
Gotcha.
We're in good form!
Get lost!
You're mine! Slash! You're mine! This one's all mine! I'll take you all on! Swallow Blade!
Cannon!
Here I come! Here I come! We're in good form!
Hoodle!
What's got you so worked up, Hoodle?
No!
Is that?
Watch out! They know we're here!
Flying Zeugles, huh? This is going to get interesting.
They're nothing I haven't seen before.
Xion!
I'll shoot them down, you finish them off. Got it? Knock a flying enemy out of the sky, and it's as good as done.
Right. Let's see what I can do.
We did it!
These little ones are hardly worth our time.
Less talking, more pummeling.
Bye.
What was it those Zeugles were attacking just now?
No!
Is that?
Thank you.
What?
It's nothing.
I only helped because it was convenient. We couldn't have moved forward without clearing out those Zeugles. I don't know what's got you ticked off at me this time, but I suggest you keep your hands away from me.
No one asked you to help.
Rinwell, she
Jeez.
healed its wounds. She's not trying to hurt it.
How can you be so...
Hoodle. It's so tiny.
They look like they're talking to each other.
He's probably happy to see another owl. I don't think Hoodle's ever met one before. He might have been wondering if he was the only one.
Hey,
Oh,
bye. Oh.
you just barely got to say hi.
At least we know it's out there. I'm sure we'll run into it again somewhere.
Yeah, I'm sure we will. Right, Hoodle?
You little baby.
Another notch in the old belt.
Keep them coming.
You like that taste of freedom, kid?
I think I could get used to it.
Xion the sharpshooter.
I'm always impressed how good of a shot you are, Xion.
What do you mean?
Just that all I'm good for is throwing myself at things with all my might. By comparison, your way is more... how do I put it? Precise.
It's not like I'm that good of a... Look, that's just how it is with guns. If you miss, it's a wasted bullet you can't get back.
Is that why you're always aiming to exploit enemies' weak spots?
I wouldn't say every shot is that deliberate, but that is part of it. For example, if I see a flying enemy, I'll often go for their wings. Also, if I see a jumping enemy without wings, I know they're an easy target because they can't get out of the way while in the air. In your case, I bet it's easier for you to deal with enemies that stay on the ground, right?
Definitely. Things that can fly circles around me are a real pain to deal with.
Exactly. It's important to keep your enemy's movements in check.
True. Although your shots have the added benefit of stunning enemies, so it's easier to swipe materials from them. It's really helped out.
It's nothing, really. As long as you keep doing your part when we fight, I'd say we're even.
Fair enough. Hey, Cam.
I hate camping out.
Ah. Rest. Let's see if I've missed any reminiscent skits.
What are you staring for?
Do all Dahnan fighters look like you?
What, this getup? I pulled this number together from scrap and parts I salvaged throughout the years. Though now I'm feeling self-conscious, seeing how put together you seem to be.
Thank you.
Oh no, I was just curious. Did you fortify your right side more because that's your dominant side?
Partly, but mostly because my body's a little worse for wear after all these years fighting.
That makes sense.
Look at Hoodle.
So you take extra care to protect your dominant side with more armor. Smart.
Is fighting all you think about?
Perhaps.
Why am I here?
I don't know.
Would it kill you to be a little more friendly?
I don't see how that's necessary.
Look, for the time being at least, we're working together. You don't have to make this harder than it already is.
In case you've forgotten, the two of us may be working together, but the only reason we're even teamed up right now is because our interests happen to overlap. Otherwise, why in the world would I be working with a Dahnan slave like...
I am not a slave! I'm not a slave anymore. Not since I chose to fight. I've left that life behind, and I'm better for it. Understand? I'm sorry for yelling. But please, don't call me that ever again. Okay?
Okay.
Alrighty.
I think we've rested long enough.
Let's save the game.
Let's keep moving.
Hey! Frame glasses. Beep.
I'm surprised there are owls here, too.
Yeah, there are more of them around than I thought.
Whoa. Ah. Huh. Gargoyles.
I take it we're heading through here, then?
Everything all right, Zephyr?
Yeah, it's nothing.
What is that? A ring?
It was my wife's.
Your wife? You never mentioned anything about being married.
That's surprising?
You said was. So then, is she gone? Was it the Renans?
No, she was sick. I couldn't get her the medicine she needed, and then she was gone. I'd always wanted to show her the world as it could be.
I'm sorry.
Don't be. There are plenty of people out there more deserving of your sympathy than me.
But...
Let's go.
Ulven Grotto.
What is this place anyway? What's with these columns and steps?
No idea. I've never been here before either. Rena's convoy squads probably used it in the past.
I guess. It's definitely seen better days. You wouldn't know anything, would you, Shion?
Nope. And I'm not interested in learning either.
Yeah.
Actually, these are Dahnan ruins. See? You can tell by the way the columns are decorated and stuff. They're all old Dahnan designs.
Are you saying these things were built more than 300 years ago, then?
Yeah. I have no idea what they were used for, though.
It's amazing to think our ancestors were capable of making such structures. Hopefully there'll come a time when us Dahnans will be able to walk through here freely again.
That's exactly what you're fighting for, isn't it? Let's keep moving.
Yeah. Right.
What in the world? Get over here so I can kill you. Roper.
Normally I don't pick on the weak.
Inferno Torrent! No escape! Rising Wyvern! Enough done! Mirage!
Stay away from its toxins.
You're mine! Sonic Thrust! Rising Wyvern! Enough done! Mirage!
One's mine!
It's over!
This one's mine!
Take this! Rising Wyvern!
Talon Storm!
Mirage!
This ends now!
Consider your
Goodbye.
See you continue on in that vein. Something you wanted to say?
Everything's coming up, Zephyr.
One of these guys are gonna come alive, aren't they? Yep, like that guy.
I'll take you all on.
I'm only getting started!
Mirage! Inferno Torrent! Take aim and blast it out of the sky.
Try this! Inferno Torrent!
I'm on it.
We've got fires!
You're not giving up now.
No, I refuse to let it...
All yours!
Dragon shot.
I'll bring you back from death's abyss.
I'm on it. Don't go charging off like that. Talon Storm.
I owe you one.
How's this?
Here I come!
See
Rising
ya.
Wyvern! No escape! Mirage! Try this! Inferno Torrent!
Reload!
You're finished!
How's this?
Never imagined there were Zeugles out there that could pretend to be statues.
That's because Zeugles don't come from nature. Who knows what else is lurking? Out there.
Guess we have to be...
What we got here?
It's freezing in here. And after how hot it was outside, too.
It must be the cold air sweeping in from Cyslodia. It's the polar opposite of Calaglia, so I'd get used to it if I were you.
So it's freezing.
Is the little guy okay?
Oh, don't worry about Hootle. He's from Cyslodia.
No.
Probably just nerves is all. He's not really used to being around other people this much.
No.
Rinwell, how about filling them in on what to expect from Cyslodia?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Let's see. Well, for starters, nobody trusts nobody.
Oh, so that's why you distrust us.
Just like I said, you never know when Snake Eyes are watching you.
Snake Eyes.
That's what they call their lord's henchmen, apparently.
Yeah.
Their official title is the Bureau of Civil Observation. They've got cronies undercover everywhere, observing us at all times.
So? Renan surveillance was an everyday part of life in Calaglia.
Difference is, in Cyslodia, it's not just Renans. They've got Danans spying on each other, too.
Why?
Or in other words, there's the Snake Eyes themselves, plus all their small-time informants. All it takes is someone squealing on you, and it's straight to labor camp. No questions asked, no goodbyes. Course, informers are rewarded handsomely for their deceit. Everyone's always got one eye open, waiting for the moment to inform on someone before being tattled on first.
Hence the not trusting one another, huh? In that case, what do you think they'll make of us?
Hard to say. Although, not being from Cyslodia will probably help, honestly.
Really?
More trustful of outsiders than even your own people.
That is sad.
Why go along with it, though? Why doesn't anyone take a stand?
Not everyone is strong enough to stand, Alphen. That's why the world needs people like us.
Whoa. Get over here.
Normally I don't pick on the weak.
No escape! Destruction! Rain through! You're mine! This one's gonna be tough. Burn in hell! It's over!
I'm on it.
Do it! Mirage!
This ends now!
Consider yourself finished.
Goodbye.
So you continue on in that vein.
Yes, my lady?
Something you want? I can feel my precision improving.
Sounds handy. These way. Ropers. Hi there.
I'll take you all on.
Strike! Rising Wyvern! You're on! You're finished!
I'm on it.
You're mine! You're finished!
Don't go charging off like that.
Rising Wyvern!
I'm on it.
Crush! You're mine! You're mine! Azure Storm!
I'm on it. That was almost too easy.
Weak to wind. Hi there.
Brace yourselves! This one's tough! Orochi Fury!
I'm on it.
Slice! Take this!
Talent storm.
You're on! Orochi Fury! This one's all mine!
See ya. Talent storm.
Here I come! Swallow Blade! Orochi Fury! You picked the wrong fight!
Do it!
You're mine! I'm not done!
Everything's coming up. Never.
Oh. Enduro Oro. Chernobyl. I thought it said Chernobyl. Huh. Hi there.
I have a bad feeling about this. Go!
Rising!
I'll run you through.
Take it!
Got it coming. Talent storm.
Cyan Instant! Your wings won't save you from me! Mega Ray! Where are you going?
You've got flyers!
I've got this! Let a marksman handle it!
All yours!
Take it! I'm only getting started!
I'll run you through. See ya. Talent storm.
You're mine!
Here, let me help!
Dragon shot.
This music's really good.
Here I go!
Demon Fang! Demon Fang!
It's over! And again!
This one's mine!
Go!
Damn it.
What's wrong?
Nothing. Focus on the fight. Another notch in the old belt.
Keep them coming.
You like that taste of freedom, kid?
I think I could get used to it.
Huh? Hello there.
I have a bad feeling about this. Mega Ray!
You're surrounded. Just stay calm.
Quit pushing yourself and get behind us!
I'll be right as rain in no time. I'm ready!
Hold on. Alright, sorry about that.
Excited! Here's a healing arc!
This is it! Dig deep!
Easier said than done.
No excuses! This is up to us!
Into the fray! Go!
Orochi's Fury!
There! I'm never finished! Here, let me help. There! Here's a healing arc!
Run you through!
First aid!
Let loose!
Here I go! Mega ray! Huh.
You're mine!
Take it!
It's
Mega ray! Our work is done here. Let's move.
I'm right behind you, Shion.
Alright.
Brace yourselves! This one's tough!
Mega ray!
Take this!
Gemini Aqua!
You're mine!
I'm on it!
Power of water!
Talent Storm!
Take this!
None shall escape my judgment!
Orochi's Fury! Damn it! What's wrong?
Nothing! Focus on... Fight! Talent Storm!
You can do more than that. Orochi's Fury!
How's this? That is coming! Great! On to the next!
Roger that.
Show me what you can do, kiddo!
These little ones are hardly worth our...
Less talking, more
Bye
pumping.
back.
Let me know if you're struggling.
Sweet. Orange gel. Just in case.
Guess I misread the landing.
That's not your run-of-the-mill enemy.
Run.
I have a bad feeling about this. Mega ray!
Take this! Try harder! Not a chance!
Handle this.
Talent Storm!
Take this! Here I come! Mirage! Rising Wyvern! Mirage!
Talent Storm!
Do it!
Take this out!
This ends now!
Goodbye.
Consider yourself finished!
See you continue on in that vein.
Yes, my lady?
Something you wanted to say?
Whoa! Take a look at that!
What am I messing around with buttons for? I don't have to use this. Beep. Hi, buddy.
I have a bad feeling about this. This one's mine!
You're finished!
I'll run you through!
Fury!
Ignite! Talent Storm! Here I come! Portal Blade!
Hear me! Flame of
You're
fury!
mine!
Burning strike!
I'm on it!
Take this!
One final push!
Right!
Give them all we got!
These little ones are hardly worth our time.
Pathetic! And what
Come
have
on,
we
Mia.
got here?
Oh, I saw that in a book once. Those things are worth a lot.
You're a little bookworm, aren't you?
Hello there.
Don't get careless.
Take this! Don't tell me! Here, let me help. It's over.
I'll run you through!
You're on! Here I come! Demon Fang! Swallow Blade! Rising Wyvern! You're on! You're mine! Swallow
Where are
Blade!
you going?
I'll run you through!
It's over!
Still got some energy left?
None need you ask?
Glad to hear it. In that case, it's coming.
Rising Wyvern! You're on!
That's it.
Bye bye. Aha! Sniper. Ah.
Barely a blip on our radar.
Not much further now. The exit will take us straight into Cyslodia.
You're brooding again. What's eating at you?
We defeated Balsif and liberated Calaglia from the Renans. Now, we're on our way to rescue our fellow Danans in Cyslodia. I'm committed to helping our people. You know that. But then, what happens after that? What's our endgame here?
Good question. The Danans vastly outnumber the Renans. Yet we rarely take up arms, because we know that when it comes to firepower, we don't stand a chance. Even if you succeeded in overthrowing the Lords and freeing Dana, then what? Lenegis would still hover over us, the Renan motherland behind it. If they so desired, the Renans could potentially use their might to wipe us off the planet in a second, no matter how powerful that blazing sword of yours is.
So what you're saying is we don't stand a chance. So what the heck are we even doing?
There's no sense in discarding today's victory for tomorrow's loss. If fighting yields even a single day of freedom, it will all have been worth it in the end. Who knows? Maybe that's the day we make preparations for the battle that will free us for good. Speaking pragmatically, the fact the Renans don't exterminate us all in spite of their technical advantage has to mean one thing. They need us.
Yeah, that's true.
It's up to us to put a dent in their armor before they cotton on to our plan. That way, we force them to the negotiating table.
You want to negotiate with the Renans?
Why not?
It's galling, I know. But it's the only way to survive while securing our freedom at the same time.
That's... But even so, we can't just...
If you lot are done talking, there's a lord we came to overthrow.
What about you, Shion? What do you plan on doing after we've given the Lords the boot?
All I know is, my reasons for fighting aren't the same as yours. I'm through answering these pointless questions.
Into Cyslodia.
So this is Cyslodia.
How far is it to the capital?
We've still got a ways to go. Also, the Zeugles here are different than those in Calaglia, so be careful.
Got it. Sounds like we should make sure we stick close together as we keep moving.
Agreed. Hey, Shion!
It'll be hard for me to use my rifle in a pinch if we're all bunched together. I'll follow behind the rest of you.
Right. Makes sense.
What's up with her? She seems even more upfront than back in Calaglia.
In case you forgot, we're in enemy territory now. If you don't get serious and focus on the task at hand, you'll be inviting trouble.
Don't take it personally. I think that's just the way she is. Plus, you have to remember, with those thorns of hers, she's probably not used to anybody being all that friendly to her. The fact that you can't feel pain means you probably end up getting closer to her than she's used to.
You really think so?
We're talking about someone who came down to Dana all by herself. But you don't see her homesick for Lenegis at all, do you?
No.
That alone speaks volumes about how difficult her whole situation must be.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
It's your job as her partner to understand that, and give her the support she needs. You two are going to be stuck together for a while, so The sooner you make nice, the better.
Swear to God.
Make nice.
Yep. Now come on.
I get that they're not exactly on the best of terms, but... is everything going to be okay with these people?
Rinwell, don't go too far ahead. You never know where Zeugles might be lurking.
Oh, we'll be fine. We've been able to handle them up until now.
Still, better that you hang back a bit.
No way! I'm the one who asked you to come here in the first place, remember?
Yeah, but if we lose you, we won't know where to go. Besides, it's old guys like me who should be sticking their necks out first.
But...
we need you in order to get in contact with the Resistance in Cyslodia. So stick close until we find them, okay?
okay. Thanks.
Now you've got me wondering. How'd you make it to Calaglia in the first place? I find it hard to imagine you didn't run into Zeugles along the way.
Yeah. She can fight.
Are you good at hiding or something?
Yeah, that's it. I'm just really good at staying out of sight.
Wow. Still, you had to have been pretty lucky to have made it the whole way unscathed.
Lucky indeed.
Temperature control.
It's crazy to feel just how much the temperature has changed from crossing over a single peak.
Is it really that big of a difference?
Definitely. Calaglia was hot.
I can only tell from appearance, so... Achoo!
You might not be able to feel it, but it sure looks like your body responds to it just the same.
Seems like it. So if I sneeze, I guess that it's a sign that it's getting chilly.
They say that sneezing is often the first sign you're coming down with a cold, too. That's all the more reason you need to be careful with...
Ha-choo!
Was that also a sneeze?
I just bit my tongue, that's all.
Okay.
No. It sounded a lot different from mine. But I could
Why are
swear
you
it
so
was still...
interested?
It wasn't a sneeze, okay? Ha-choo!
Guess we both need to be careful out here in the cold.
I actually would have thought she'd be a bit more immune to it because of the fire core, the fire master core.
Is it hard leaving Calaglia behind?
No. Actually, it's kind of a relief to be away from there.
Really? What makes you say that?
Because it was getting to the point where every man, woman, and child would come up and talk to me like they knew me. I could barely find a moment to breathe, let alone relax.
Well, what you did was kind of a big deal, you know. You overthrew a Renan lord and burst open the gates of fire.
Yeah, but that was only because I had the blazing sword with me. We wouldn't have made it to Balseph without you and the Crimson Crows, Zephyr.
Maybe so. But you're still the one who took him out in the end. It's only natural for people to look up to those who protect them. You're a hero to those people.
I never asked to be one. I never asked to take the place of a lord in people's minds. I don't want it.
You're a strange one, Alphen. That's for sure. If that's how you really feel, then hold on to that. Listen to those thoughts when you feel lost and don't know what to do. If you can do that, you won't lose sight of who you are, or what the right path to take is.
The right path to take, huh?
Oh. Forward! Oh, whoa. I'm never gonna not hit the right button. Okie dokie. Hi there! Ice wolves.
Take you all on! You're mine!
Go! You're mine!
You're mine! Demon Fang!
I'll run you
Rising
through!
Wyvern!
Don't let them form a pack!
Searing
You're
Blade!
mine!
Reload!
Swallow Blade! It's over!
How's this?
Take this!
Got it coming!
You're on!
Blade! Reload! I'm out!
Goodbye.
Everything's coming up, Zephyr!
I've noticed the Zeugles here are a lot different from what we're used to back in Calaglia.
It's because this realm is so cold. I imagine they had to be adapted to fit the climate.
Meaning if we hit them with fire arts, it should be extra effective against them.
Good to know. Do I have any other fire arts? No, but I do have my fire attacks, so... Well, there.
Normally I don't pick on
Here I
the weak.
come! Fly! It's over! Demon Fang!
Don't go charging off like that.
Try this! Cannon!
To the fray!
Take
Who
this!
wants to die next? This one's mine!
I'm on it.
No escape! Eat dirt!
See ya. Pathetic.
Done dusted. Hello there. Alpha Ice Wolf. Oh boy.
This one's tough! Rising Wyvern!
You're surrounded.
This
Just
one's
stay calm.
You're mine!
I'll run you through.
You're mine!
See ya.
Mirage! Strike! Here I come! I'm not done!
Do it!
Take this! Take this! Rising Wyvern! No escape! Mirage!
Here I
Take
go!
this!
You're mine!
You're mine!
See ya.
Demon Fang! Swallow Blade!
God.
I'll run you through. Had it coming. Talon Storm.
Here I come! Demon Fang! You're mine! It's over!
None shall
Mirage!
escape my
I'll
judgment!
run you through.
You're mine!
Had it coming.
Flash!
Talon Storm. Tunnel Cannon.
It's over! Take this!
Do it!
Here I come! Down!
Goodbye.
It ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
Another notch in the old belt.
Keep them coming.
You like that taste of freedom, kid?
Doesn't work
I
out.
think I could get used to it.
What in the world? Get down from there.
Right, here goes! Rising Wyvern! No escape! Flash!
Go!
Here I come!
Only get Deering Flame!
You're mine!
My effect!
Mirage! Try this! It's fun! We got flyers!
Here, I got this! Let a marksman
I
handle
owe
it!
you one. Here I come! All yours!
This one's mine!
You're finished! We did it!
These little ones are hardly worth our time.
Less talking, more pummeling.
Cut them apart!
See ya.
Barely a blip on our radar.
Some tomatoes. Wrong button. Hello there.
Brace yourselves! This one's tough! You're mine!
Okay.
You're mine! Rising Wyvern! No escape! Mirage! Try this!
How's this?
Infernal Torrent!
See ya.
You're finished!
Talon Storm. Tunnel Cannon.
You're mine! Mirage! Rising Wyvern!
I'm on it. See ya.
Swallow Blade! Here I come!
I'm out of ammo!
Demon
I'm
Fang!
all
Run you
out.
through.
Mega Ray!
Had it coming.
Rising Wyvern! Ignite!
Do it!
Down!
Goodbye.
This ends now!
Consider yourself finished! That's some power you wield.
You're the one who did the heavy lifting.
Hello there.
An opponent like this should be easy. Swallow Blade! Rising Wyvern!
Talon Storm. Tunnel Cannon.
Rising Wyvern! You're finished!
I'm out of ammo! Back into the fray! Gemini Aqua!
How's this?
Here I come! It's over! Swallow Blade!
Mega Ray!
Infernal Torrent!
Let me know if you're struggling. Would you like to warm up some?
Sure.
Aren't there people in there?
You should let yourself unwind when you get the chance.
I guess there's no arguing with that.
Hey.
Got room for a few more? This fire here passes no judgment. All are welcome to bask in its warmth.
Hey!
Did you forget what I said before? I know, I only want to learn a little more about our new realm. So you got a lot of luggage with you. Where are you hauling around here? They're full of wares to sell, like medicine, plus my tools I use to make accessories out of war from time to time.
Oh?
Say accessories? I mean, people down here are unaware of them too? Now I'm intrigued. Just how good of a craftsman are you? Tell you what, I'm gonna have to see some of your handiwork myself.
Whoa!
What? Oh dear. Melongraver can craft accessories using ore you mine from mining points. Once you strengthen an accessory and activate new skills for it, you can even transfer those skills to a different accessory altogether. Craft accessories. Once you select an accessory craft, choose the ore you wish to use as a material. The rarity and any bonus skills can be carried over into the accessory that's created. Alright. Huh. I see. That's very interesting. I'll take... Yeah, why not? Our garnet won't hurt. Enhancing. Huh. Huh. What do you think? Did I pass your test?
Right.
Decent enough, I suppose. Not the prettiest thing I've ever seen, but it looks practical at least. If I come across any ore, I might be back. Until then, you better work on upping your game. Appreciate the feedback, lady. I won't let you down. You should be calling out Shion yourself, not me, Rinwell. I don't want to talk to her. You do it, Alpha.
What?
Alright. Let's go out here. Let's sit down and eat something so we can warm up. Good idea, but I'm not that hungry. We should never go into battle on an empty stomach, and you never can tell when the enemy's going to attack, so... Okay. It's okay to admit that you're hungry. What other reason do you need to eat? Fine.
Just
On
great.
second thought, we need to eat, you guys.
All right.
Fix up something good. How about a regular repast among us Crimson Crows?
Nice.
Figure you're a way better chef than I figured you to be, Zephyr.
Right.
That was good. Thank you. Glad to hear you both liked it.
Right.
On our plate? Like I said, it's not good to fight on an empty stomach. I'm good. John, eat the damn stuff or I'll throw it away. Alright, if you insist. Took 3 tries making the same thing before she almost finally satisfied. Alright. Someone's a glutton.
Happy now, Shion?
Yeah, I'd say so.
She better be, after all she ate.
I stopped before I was full, though.
What?
What? Yeah, like, what? Huh?
Okay, off we go.
Let's see if I've missed anything and heal up.
It's awfully quiet around here.
The snow will do that. It absorbs a lot of sound.
Meaning it could be tougher to hear anything approaching. That's worrisome.
It's rough that we have to be wary even of other Dahnans around here. What kind of person do you have to be to build a society that works like this?
Regardless of what kind. We're going to take them down, and that's that.
Right. It's why we're here, after all.
Oh yeah, I was about to say, what am I doing again? I completely forgot. Rare ore ray up. Stemmed potatoes.
All right, guys. Ready to go?
I've been streaming for quite a while now that I think about it. I'm not going to end the stream for today, for the day just yet, but I do want to look. First of all, how long have I been streaming for? Live for 3 hours. Alright, so I think I'll be right back. I'll probably take like 20-30 minute break just to get some food and all that. But I will be right back. Alright. Allow us to continue. Hello there.
I'll take you all on.
Take this! It's over!
I'm on. See ya. Talon Storm.
Rising Wyvern!
Tusk Cannon.
You're finished! Mirage! Demon Fang! Blue Escape! Here I come!
Don't go charging off like that.
You going?
Run you through. That is coming.
Ah, I missed it. I thought I hit the right button, but I hit down on accident. Hello there.
Normally I don't pick on the weak.
Here I go. I'm only getting started.
I'll run you through.
Mirage!
That is coming. Talon Storm.
Take this! Swirl Blade! It's over!
Gemini Aqua.
I'm not done!
How's this? That is coming.
Eat this!
Fire!
On to the next.
Roger that!
Show me what you can do, kiddo.
These little ones are hardly worth our time.
Alright. Hello there.
No choice! You're mine!
You're surrounded.
Rising
Just
Wyvern!
stay calm.
You're finished! Mirage!
Here I go. It's over.
Infernal Torrent! It's over! Rising Wyvern! Take this! Rising Wyvern! It got fire!
I've got this. Let a marksman handle it.
It's over! All yours! Here I come! It's over! Next!
These little ones are hardly worth our time.
Less talking, more pummeling.
Cut them apart to your heart's content.
Rising Wyvern!
If it's in the sky, it's mine.
Dragon shot.
Fire!
Do it.
Take this! Rising Wyvern!
Cyan instant.
Mirage!
I'm sure I can put this to use.
I like how quick it transitions from between gameplay and world map. Or fighting in world map, I guess. Game's very quick about switching from between gameplay and then walking around in the field. Apples. A lot of apples, actually.
No choice! You're mine!
Searing flame.
Demon Fang! Rising Wyvern! I'm not done!
I'm out of ammo. I'm all stocked up.
Shooting star!
By the power of water.
Not
Fire!
Here I
By the
come!
power of water.
Rising Wyvern!
Here's a healing arc.
It's over! Rising Wyvern! We did it!
These little ones are hardly worth our time.
Let's talk.
Cut them apart to your heart's content.
Pathetic.
I'm excited to get our next teammate, but I still feel like it's probably going to be Rinwell. That's her name, right? I think that's her name. Rinwell. I think it's going to be her. Lightning Thrust. Holy crap.
Take this! Flash! Rising Wyvern! Blue Escape!
Freezing storm.
Mirage!
Where are you going?
Here I come! Rising Wyvern! Mirage! It's over!
Ah,
Take this!
How's this?
Here I come! It's over! Swallow Blade! Here I come!
I'm on.
Here I come! You're mine! Demon Blade!
so fast. Should consider using different arts, maybe. Let me see that. Lightning Thrust. A martial art that starts with a lightning charge thrust before teleporting instantly into the air above. I'm also noticing that with Flaming Edge, it has like a bunch of other like variants, like Rising Phoenix, Rending Flash. But I don't know how to do these other variants.
choice. Here I come.
Here,
It's time. Ha! Eat this.
Probably should have played it.
Take this. Rising Wyvern.
Freezing storm.
Dragon shot. Rising Wyvern.
Do it.
It's over. Still.
This ends now.
Consider yourself finished.
See you continue on in that vein.
Goodbye.
This ends now.
Consider yourself finished. Together, that wasn't even a problem.
What are you? Berserkers.
I have a bad feeling about
Take
this.
it! Try harder!
Okay.
My turn! Swallow Blade!
I'll run you through!
You're mine!
Talon
You're mine! Swallow Blade! Take this! Rising Wyvern!
Had it coming!
Mirage!
Freezing storm.
Demon Blade!
Ice tornado. Let them mark. Can handle this.
How's this?
Strike!
Instant.
You're Talon Storm! You're mine! You're finished! Be still!
I'll run you through!
Take it.
Mirage!
I'm only getting started.
Take this! Be
Do it.
still! Here I am!
This ends now.
Goodbye.
Consider yourself finished!
See you continue on in that vein.
Yes, my lady?
Something you wanted to say?
Be still! You're finished!
This is it!
Easier said than done.
No excuses. This is up to us. Let me know if you're struggling.
Ah, guess I misread the landing.
What do you got? Life bottle. Nice. Dura ore. I am inside it. This is town?
Houses in a place like this. People really live all the way out here?
I feel like they have no choice.
The whole area is just little villages. This one's Messia 224.
Are they really
Wait,
numbered?
I hear something. Sounds like people arguing.
Bureau agents. The Snake Eyes must be here. We should sneak past them. That was my original plan, since you all stick out so much.
Why? In case one of your people tattles on us?
It's the Renans who are making us do it.
Oh yeah? Like this Renan who you need to save your people's skin?
Oh, that's rich, coming from the Bright Eyes whose people are the reason we're in this mess in the
That's
first
enough.
place. But she started it!
3 centuries of resentment is too much to lay at a single person's feet. Same goes for you, Shion. You can't ignore the past when speaking of the present.
I really like Zephyr.
Now, what's going on in that village?
If I were to guess, someone tipped off the Snake Eyes and they're here to make an arrest.
You'd better not be about to suggest we get involved. I'm here for the Lord's head, and nothing more.
That go for you too, Alphen? Why did you come?
Why? To liberate this realm's slaves, of course.
Sorry,
Are
Shion.
you still a slave?
No.
Me? No.
Then tell me what it means to live unshackled. I'll tell you what it means. It means living on your own terms, being your own master, thinking and making decisions for yourself, and being prepared to accept the consequences. Understand?
Yeah, I think so.
Good. So prove it to me.
Alright.
Shion,
Don't start with me. I'm not going, and that's that.
I understand. Just wait here with Rinwell till we get back, okay?
You're going in without the sword?
Looks to be that way. This is my choice, after all.
Your choice? Ugh, listen to yourself. That sword's useless to me without someone to use it. You go dying on me out there and you'll put our whole mission in jeopardy.
But I need us all to make it safely to Sisloden.
Too many sacrifices have already been made. We came here to put a stop to any more.
You've sacrificed something too, huh?
Hide somewhere until it's over. You hear me?
Protect Hootle.
Damn those Renans. I hate seeing Danon suffering under them here, too.
I'm surprised you're so angry about it. You're not even from here.
It doesn't matter where I'm from. Enough is enough with these people.
You know, I was honestly gonna say that was Alphen gonna... Oh wait, hold up! Hi! Hi! I was honestly gonna say, I was thinking that maybe Alphen would be it.
Here too.
Yeah, there are more of them around than I thought.
I was thinking Alphen might actually be a Bright Eyes, but it actually... I mean, if he was, I feel like we'd already know by now, because, you know, Bright Eyes. What in the world's going on here?
Silence, embedded.
Oh,
Anyone
great.
who fails to cooperate will be arrested and tried as a traitor to the realm.
So this is what the guards here look like.
Damn it. Some rat must have sold us out again.
You there! You want me to haul you up on suspicion of civil disobedience?
But I didn't.
Ah! What? Leave him alone! An embedded dares defy the orders of his lordship? Know your place, slave!
We can't use the blazing sword this close to the villagers. They could get hurt. But there are too many agents. Zephyr?
Law. Is that you?
Zephyr? Law.
What's going on? Aren't we supposed to be fighting them?
You're alive.
What are you doing here? The realm of Cyslodia doesn't tolerate civil dissidents like you.
Law.
I hereby detain you in the name of his lordship!
What the? Alright.
Zephyr!
Here they come!
Lightning thrust! Locked and loaded! I'll take you all on!
I'm the true gunslinger around here.
Demon Fang!
I'm bringing back out,
Rising Wyvern! Mirage! Fire in the horse thrust!
oh, you got a flamethrower! So they ain't as bulky as Balsa's troops were. They got a lot more of long range, but they got a lot more long range.
Rising Wyvern! Fall back! Mirage! Eat dirt! I'm on it! You're mine! You're finished! Mirage! Zephyr! Are you trying to get caught?
I'm sure that can be arranged!
Not if I can help it! Here I come! Rising Wyvern! First strike! Release blade!
I never miss!
Take this! Rising Wyvern! What's going on, Zephyr? Why won't you fight him?
Who is he?
Soldier, someone you know?
Don't hurt him.
What are you...
Please.
Who is he?
It won't work, you know.
Ow.
You never change, do you? You've always got that death-knowing look on your face!
Zephyr!
I got it handled.
But he just...
He's my son.
Oh.
Oh, so now you remember me. The nerve of you!
Oh, shoot. Sorry about that. I
Gonna
accidentally
wipe
pulled a
that
cord
damn
with my
look
foot.
off your face once and for all. Run in hell!
Huh.
Rinwell, you...
Magic.
Whoa.
Okay, sorry. I was just making sure the mic worked.
Watch yourselves. The insurgents are armed.
Well, this is problematic.
Enemy reinforcements. Use the sword.
I can't. The villagers will get caught in the blast. We need to fall back.
Oh, for crying out loud.
Zephyr!
Go. Leave without me.
You can't...
I'm not leaving without him.
Alphen, there's no time.
But what about the resistance? Everyone's counting on you!
Forgive me.
Ugh! We've waited all night, but nobody's shown up.
No sign of Zephyr or an enemy pursuit. So, what's the plan now?
You really need to ask? We go rescue Zephyr.
If he's under arrest, they'll have taken him to Cisloden, the capital city.
It looks like you
Assuming
can
he's
fight.
still alive, that is.
I can't believe Zephyr never told us he had a son. I wonder if the rest of the Crimson Crows knew about it.
And to find him in that village of all places. Some coincidence, huh?
What the?
Those fireworks you pulled out of your hat back there. They were astral arts, weren't they?
Shion, what the hell are you doing?
Except I've never heard of a Dahnan who can cast astral arts. Are you a Renan?
Like hell I am!
No, of course not. Renan's eyes light up when they use astral arts. And when you used an art, your eyes definitely didn't. So I guess that means you can't be a so-called Bright Eyes after all.
Ay, ay, ay.
Sorry.
You're right. Those were astral arts I used. Same as the ones wielded by the Renans. A long time ago, my family, my people, were once known as mages.
Mages.
A Dahnan mage? Up until now, I'd only ever heard of them in stories and rumors. Though now I've seen one with my own eyes, I suppose I'll have to believe it.
We've been in hiding for a long, long time. Even before the Renans first attacked. That's why no one knew about us.
Even before the Renans?
Yeah. My ancestors were persecuted and targeted for their gifts.
But it was by their fellow Dahnans.
They lived hidden away all these centuries, keeping their existence secret even from the Resistance. My mom and dad drilled it into me that I was never, under any circumstances, supposed to let anyone find out about us.
If that's the case, then why did you use your powers back there?
I don't know. One second I saw Zephyr about to be killed, and the next I was...
Dahnan astral arts. If the Renans knew such a threat existed, there'd be hell to pay.
Hey!
What? You think I'm gonna go to the Lords with this information? I'm a traitor and an outcast at this point. Or did you forget? What amazes me is how anyone could have that kind of power and yet keep it hidden all this time. Didn't you ever want to use it to help your people?
Don't talk like you know the first thing about me, Renan!
That's enough. Zephyr wouldn't want this.
Listen, all I care about is taking out the Lords, okay? Which is no doubt what her people want too. Using her powers to help do it only makes sense.
Makes sense for who? Us? Besides, Zephyr comes first. We can't just abandon him.
It's fine.
Huh?
You're going to save Zephyr, right? If so, you're going to need my powers to do it. I don't want anyone else to die.
Alright.
Are you sure? Then let's get back to the village. We need to find out what happened.
New teammate? Not yet.
What's wrong?
Nothing, just... I'm surprised how dark out it is.
Why wouldn't it be? It's still night after all.
After living in a city that's on
No,
fire all the time?
That's what's weird. A lot of time's passed since we arrived in Cyslodia. You'd figure the sun would have come up by now.
Oh.
Oh, right. It's not like this back in Calaglia, is it? To be honest, I completely forgot. Basically, it's always night in this realm.
Huh?
It's been that way forever. It never gets any brighter outside, even in the morning.
So it's always dark all day long?
But how? How is that even possible? Did the Renans cause this?
Of course they did. It's complicated to explain, though. It'd be easier to just get to Cysloden so you can see what's going on for yourself.
I'll take your word for it. But right now, finding Zephyr comes first.
Rinwell, Zephyr left. Vegetable juice. Vermil's perk, magic charging, part 1. While casting an art, press and hold the art button to delay activation until you let go. You can also press R1 in the state to save it for later. Charge arts can be active. Same art as the one currently charged. Huh. Hoodle. Hoodle will alert you when there's an owl on your map. Item Scholar. Oh, here we go. Dark Crow Demon. I didn't read the title of that one. Or that one. So there's Dark Crow Demon, a monster that flies with a mysterious power. Would love to teach you how great crows are. Serious Swimmer Girl, an avid reader born in a dark, snowy land. Today she'll close her book and challenge the sunny sea. And Vivacious Schoolgirl. Schoolgirl loves to make the most of school life. Loves getting sweets and with friends after school. Additional bonuses. Danon Mage. Thunderblade. Sounds handy. Item Scholar, full of boundless curiosity, Winnow can't help but wonder where and when things are made at as she examines the items she come across on the road. Oh yes. Yes. What do I need for this? Art casting stopped by boost attacks. That's a very specific and weird thing. Meals cooked and accessories forged. Take mid-air evasion.
I wonder how
Wait.
Zephyr's doing. If that law guy is his son, they shouldn't be rough with him.
I want to believe that. But those two didn't look like they're exactly on good terms. Actually, now I'm curious. Can Danons enlist in the Snake Eyes too?
Definitely. They're useful for surveillance here. Doesn't win you many friends on either side, though.
So why is Zephyr's kid working for the Renans, then?
All of creation across the heavens stems from the 6 essences. We lack only darkness while they are without light. Thus, to achieve perfection...
What are you muttering over there?
I I was practicing a magic incantation.
An incantation? Is it anything like the spells that people use today?
Not quite. It takes time for me to finish my chants, so I'm practicing saying them quickly and accurately. You know, just in case. I've always tried my best never to use magic if I can avoid it up until now.
You said you and your family used to live in hiding, right? Because you were a mage. Where did all the other mages go? Sorry, I didn't realize it was such a sensitive topic.
It's okay.
Ties that bind.
Hey, so, about my magic.
You want to keep it a secret, right?
Yeah, sorry.
A little late for that after what happened in the village, don't you think?
Easy, Shion.
It's just... I didn't want Zephyr to die. That's why I used it.
I know. And we might have lost him without your help. So thank you, Rinwell.
Sure.
Oh. Hold up. Blending it in.
Is that owl okay? It's been stiff as a board for a while now.
He's a little baby.
You're right. I wonder what's up with it. Come here. It's okay. I won't hurt you. Crap!
Huh? What happened?
I hate to say this, Rinwell, but I lost Hootle. I didn't mean to scare him, but he took off.
Hootle? He's right next to you.
He is? All I see is snow.
Dan and owls conceal themselves when they feel threatened. I guess he's still not quite used to being around other people yet.
That would explain it. I should have been more careful with him. Sorry.
It's fine. I'm the only human he's comfortable with. Come here, Hootle.
You little
Damn,
baby.
He was that close?
He's just a little wary of you. I think he gets that you're going to be with us for a while, though. Step in the right direction. If you call his name, he might eventually respond at least.
Got it. Thanks.
At least he's not sick or something.
No.
Indeed. That's quite a relief.
He's so cute. I should I also like gave us a new menu now. Why do I always forget how to do things? Air thrust spread and photon flash. A book of arts containing elementary astral arts. Only belonging to a certain lineage only those belonging to a certain lineage can discern its contents. Book of Owl Wisdom. There to go. I guess you can take the garnet. What are your outfits like? Yeah, I have the thing without the pen. Not cap. Swimming air. Pigtail beret. Owl cap. And ceremony. What did it say? Hairpiece from the Idol Master Starlit Season. Okay. Demonic Stole. Rascallion swimsuit. Owl uniform. Oh, I like the owl garb. Carnival session. Is the other one? It's the Idol Master. I don't know what that is. For now, I guess I'll just stick with the basic look. Alright. Ground Fang or Gale Wing. I can make a Ground Fang. Enhances arts of earth elements, too. Yeah, let's craft and equip. Grouper Flood. Yeah. Don't have any materials. Sure. Null paralysis. Why not? Aha! There you go. Chic. Ah! Spread. Increase boost for gauge. Faster AG recovery. That's pretty good sounding. And you get 8 meals cooked.
It's like my hands are...
Magic Thief.
Enemies who can cast astral arts can be pretty difficult. Not only are they powerful, but their range lets them strike us before we even get close.
Actually, I can just disrupt astral arts.
Huh.
What do you mean?
When someone is casting an art, their focus has to be entirely on the incantation. So right when they're completing the casting, I just kinda steal it from them.
Really? Then what do you do with the energy you've stolen?
Throw it
I hold
back
onto
at
it
them.
and use it whenever I want, like I can with my own magic. The thing is, I can only unleash that art once. After I use it, it's gone. Oh, also, when I steal astral energy, the enemy will lose focus, which means they can't cast anything else for a while.
Even if you can only use
So
it once,
not
it's
only
still
can you
powerful.
steal their energy, but doing so incapacitates them too? That's amazing, Rinwell. I didn't realize your magic could do so much.
It's actually something of a secret technique within my clan, so I kinda had to learn it.
Well, if we come across any tough enemies that use incantations, I'm sure that power of yours will come in real handy.
Absolutely.
Yeah, it's tricky to pull off, but you can count on me.
This should definitely keep you guys full.
Eat up. I love Hoodle.
I think we've read.
Although I have to mention, why does it feel like she's almost holding him like a baseball?
Stood long enough. Let's keep moving.
Should try and see how it's like fighting with Rinwell.
Gotta break through.
All right.
Mirage!
Dance in the wind! Air thrust! These ones can run rings around us! My astral energy! Who wants to die next?
Huh. Interesting.
Barely a blip on our radar.
Very interesting, actually. Quite like it, in fact, actually. It's weird, but it's cool. Just something to get used to.
Hi, Hoodle! What happened? Dance in the wind! Air! Blazing storm! Here goes! Ice tornado! Raging cascade!
Orochi Fury!
Mega ray!
Orochi Fury!
Let's see how she fights when it's just her controlling.
Hi, Hoodle.
Take this!
Hey, help me.
Here I come!
One more raging
Mirage!
cascade.
It's over!
Blazing storm.
You're finished! Mirage!
I'm not so good with airborne targets.
No escape! Dazzle!
Thunder
You're
Blade!
mine! You got flyers!
I've got this.
It's
Let a
over.
marksman handle it.
Ignite! All yours! Take this! Hit!
Bye-bye.
Thunder Blade.
Our work is done here. Let's move.
I'm right behind you, Shion.
Jump into the pit.
Get lost.
Here I come!
Raging
Demon
cascade.
Fang!
Seal.
Take this!
Ice tornado.
Flash!
The stockpile. The waters
this.
of creep. Blah blah blah.
Lightning
There.
thrust.
Go. I'm
Strike.
only getting.
It's just really easy to use.
More for the stockpile. Raging cascade. Cyan instant.
Here I come!
Too much to handle.
Take this!
Freezing storm.
Holy crap!
Mirage!
Ice tornado. Arrow squall.
Hi there.
Little help.
Here I come! Swallow Blade!
Searing flame. Arch field. Where are you going?
Ah!
I'll be
Mirage!
saving this one.
It's
Do it.
over! It's on!
Not in your dreams. Gemini
Take this!
Aqua.
Ah! Not today!
Now, by the power of
You're mine!
Thunderblade.
I just really like fighting in this game.
Let's dispose of this trash.
Dance in the wind.
Rising Wyvern!
Seal.
Struck!
More
Mirage!
for the stockpile.
It's
Freezing
over.
storm.
Rising Wyvern! Swim up!
Astral energy.
Supreme Altar! Oh, that's cool.
Thunderblade.
Barely a blip on our radar.
That was cool. Rimmel's ace.
Hey, Rinwell. Do you always have to say an incantation before you cast an art?
Yeah, they don't really add any extra power or anything, but reciting them is what allows the astral energy to come together and flow through me. It takes time to complete, but they're what lets me use such strong magic in the first place.
What happens if someone interrupts you while you're in the middle of chanting?
Then I have to start over from the beginning. As soon as my concentration breaks, any astral energy I've accumulated disperses.
Got it. So once you start reciting, that's our cue to make sure that no enemies can get near enough to disrupt you.
Yeah, that would be appreciated. Although, I do have one fun trick up my sleeve.
Which is?
Once I finish chanting a full incantation, I can hold on to a single astral art without casting it right away.
So once the astral energy's in place, you can choose to set it off whenever you want? That's amazing.
Yeah, I don't fully have the hang of it just yet, but I'm sure it'll come in handy sooner or later.
Hello there.
Brace yourselves! This one's tough! Rising Wyvern!
Instant. Here's a raging
Mirage!
cascade.
It's over!
Fresh.
Demon Fang! Cast
It's
it!
like trying to get a wall. Flame of Terror. Strike. Seal.
Here, let me help.
The stockpile. First aid.
I owe you one. Take this!
Forward that Searing blade. Reload.
You're
Here,
mine!
let me help.
Arrow squall. First aid.
Here I come! Rising Wyvern!
Here's the raging cascade.
Take this!
Searing blade.
You're mine! You're finished!
I'm out of ammo.
Mirage! No escape! It's over!
More for the stockpile.
You picked the wrong fight!
None
You're
shall
mine!
escape my
Rising
judgment.
Wyvern!
Lightning condemned.
Mirage! It's over!
Nice.
You're quite the gunslinger.
I have to be, in this world.
Don't worry, I've got your back.
Oh, hey.
No
Here
choice.
goes!
Take this!
None shall
Rising
escape my
Wyvern!
judgment! Air thrust!
It's over! Mirage!
Dance now! This ends now!
Consider your
Goodbye!
Dance in the wind!
Strike!
In here!
Take this!
More for the stockpile!
Let's keep our eyes on the prize.
Here we go. Back here again.
It's eerily quiet.
No sign of Zephyr. You think they took him away already?
What say we quit hiding and go ask some villagers? Someone's bound to report us no matter what we do, so we might as well.
Alright.
Hey, Shion!
What? You heard her. She's got a point. Our cover was blown last night. Where's the sense in sneaking around?
And what if there are soldiers lurking about?
They would have followed us to the cabin already. Relax. The coast is clear. Let's hurry and speak to the villagers.
Also, we could just kill him.
Is she always like that? I don't know how you managed to put up with her.
What makes you think I'm managing?
Let's try talking to the villagers.
Oh, quest.
Hey.
You look real nervous, kid. What's the matter?
Hey.
You're not thinking of turning someone in, are you? Are you worried about you? Are you worried you're gonna be reported? No, that's not it. What's wrong? The Zoogles there, or what? In the way, and he's gone quiet again. They're in the way, and you're trying to go somewhere outside the village.
Yeah.
People here are free to move around as they please. I'm just not sure he's trying to do anything so dangerous. Unless he had a real good reason for it, that is. Probably doesn't want to talk to us since we're complete strangers. I don't think he's a bad kid, though.
I guess.
In that case, we should do
Great.
something. Okay, we'll take care of your Zoogle problem.
Huh?
Huh?
We are? Sure we are. We're going to clear out the Zoogles surrounding this village. Whatever he's struggling to do, it can't exactly hurt to get rid of them for him, right? I guess. Oh, it's okay. This is something we want to do. You don't have to tell us anything that you don't want. Fire beneath the ice. Seven
Messia
ice.
224. Now that's a weird name.
Messia is basically a code. It indicates it's a small village.
So it's not its actual name? Then does that mean that 224 is...
Yeah. It's merely a serial number assigned to it for administrative purposes.
Woohoo!
So the Renans even get to decide what places are called out in this realm.
Woohoo!
You see anybody around here who could use our help?
We can't chase after every little thing.
Woohoo! Woohoo!
Ah, there you are. Wolf ears.
Woohoo!
Weep.
Looks like we've spotted one of Hoodle's friends.
Don't approach me. I don't want to come under suspicion. What part? Go away. Don't you understand? People are going to get the wrong idea about me.
Yeah.
Hey, buddy, if it's not too much to ask, you think you can mind spare some Siligan? Siligan. Remo, what do you think? What do you know of what? Do you know what this guy is talking about?
Yeah.
Can't speak. He's talking about alcohol. Oh, great. Of course, alcohol. What else do you think I meant? Hold on. You folks aren't around from here, are you? If I were you, I'd get the hell out of here before someone reports you. This guy sure changed his tune fast. Can't really blame him. People here grow up doubting even their own neighbors, much less strangers like us.
Hey.
Let me ask you something. Why do you need Siligan stuff so much, anyway?
What?
Whether the Briars run the show or not, I've still gotta put food on the table somehow. Without some Siligan, I'll freeze to death working out here in this cold.
I guess.
So it's not just the buzz you're after. You want it to stave off the cold. Fortunately, we don't have any Siligan on us. Is there anything else we could maybe do to help?
Yeah.
We won't ask for anything in return, we just want to help.
Yeah.
You mean that? In that case, would you grab me the ingredients to brew it? You can find what I need from Zoogles.
Interesting.
I didn't even realize you can use Zoogle parts to make booze. People sure are creative. We'll go on for it. We don't have what you need, but you think you can hang in there until we find it? I got much of a choice, but you sure you want to help? You'll be crossing paths with Zoogles, you know.
Good.
We can't not do anything when we know you're in need. I'd feel guilty just leaving you up a creek. I'll take fighting a couple Zoogles over trying to plow the dirt here in some sort of climate any day of the week. Hard liquor.
Using Zoogles to make drinks. That takes guts.
No one would have come up with it before the occupation. That's for sure.
You don't think the Snake Eyes will hold it against them, do you?
If anything, the warmth might help loosen them up.
Milk. Ow. Hi there.
Huh?
You folks look mighty suspect to me. I can tell just by looking at you that you're not from around here. Normally I'd report you to the Bureau and that'd be that. What to do?
Hey.
Look, we don't want to cause any trouble. Is there any way we can convince you to keep quiet about this? Well, the Bureau likes to reward people who report folks. What are you willing to offer me? Excuse me.
Sure.
We don't have to give you anything, but there are plenty of other ways to keep you quiet. Easy, Shion. Easy? You're the one who's easy.
Alright.
Alright, what do you want?
Yeah!
Well, now, let me see. I know, I could use some food. How about you bring me some fruits and veg? And I don't mean the wilted stuff that grows here. I'm talking about the fresh, wild stuff that grows outside. Alright.
How's this?
Is this enough for you? Yeah! Oh, you got the food for me, huh? Well, come on. Hurry up and hand it over. You promise to keep quiet about us now? Oh, yeah, I won't tell anyone. I swear. You can, count on me. Something smells fishy about all this. Why were you so insistent on these things coming from outside the village if you can grow them here?
What?
I told you, the wild stuff's a lot fresher. The soil here is practically worthless. The problem is we're forbidden from just leaving the village whenever we like. Even worse, there are all those Zoogles crawling around outside. So we may have to stick our necks out for you instead. Gee, aren't you such a swell guy? Enjoy all your food, I guess.
Huh?
What? Who said anything about eating this stuff? Don't be stupid. That's not what I'm going to do with all this. Well, if you're not going to eat it, what do you need it for? Plan on selling it, obviously. Do you know how much demand there is for fresh food like this around here?
Just great.
Great. Now I feel like really dirty. Now I feel really dirty for helping this guy. This realm's definitely got a lot of problems to work through still. Nice.
They reacted just like we expected.
Yeah. Do you think we'd end up like that if we had to treat everyone with suspicion?
It's like the bitter cold has frozen the hearts of those who live here.
I know who you are, and I don't care. Stay away. Put your look, and I'll report you. You always gotta listen closely to anything people say, otherwise I might miss out on a juicy reward. And our close friend got taken away. Earth seed. I know I can find some ice wolves outside, so let's go do that.
There's the Zoogle we were asked to handle.
Oh, I like that the party will actually state that. Bye-bye. Water.
Take this! Demon Fang! I'm not done! Burn!
By the power of water!
Rising
Do it!
Wyvern!
Raging Cat Astral Energy! Full
Extend
throttle!
gate. Wow.
That looks like the
That's
Zoogle we were
cool.
told about.
Right, here goes! I'm not
Flaming
done!
Flame of Fury! Burn it!
Here I come! You're mine! Rising Wyvern! Mirage! You're finished!
This one's mine! This is it!
You're mine! Rising Wyvern! Chill!
This ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
Bye-bye.
That should be enough to make the area more safe to travel in.
Little help!
You're mine! You're finished! You're mine! You're finished! Mirage! Swallow Blade! Infernal Torrent!
By the power
Take
of
this!
water!
You're finished! You got flyers!
I've got this!
It's on!
Let a marksman handle it!
Mirage! All yours!
Bye-bye.
Seems about right to me.
Hey.
An opponent like this should be easy.
Sword Rain Alpha.
Swallow Blade! Take this! Mirage!
Dance in the wind!
Take this!
Do it!
River!
Astral Energy!
Goodbye.
Barely a blip on our radar.
All right. Got your quest done.
Hey,
We're back. We took out as many Zoogles nearby as we could find. It should hopefully make it a little safer to walk around out there.
huh? Till next time.
I don't know everything you're trying to do, kid, but I hope everything works out for you. See ya. Wait, I don't get it. Why would you guys do something like that when there's nothing in it for you? Because I would have felt guilty if I did nothing, only for one of those Zoogles to get you later. That's why.
Huh?
That's the only reason you fought those Zoogles, even though there's snake eyes all over the place? I think making sure nobody dies is a good enough reason to do just about anything, don't you? On your way here, did you happen to come across a guy who runs a general store inside a cabin?
I guess.
Actually, now you mention it, yeah. Why? Do you need something from him? There's someone I want to marry.
Oh!
I get it. You want to visit the shop to have him make one of those things, huh? You know what he's talking about, Rinwell? Of course, people in Cislodia used to give these special owl charms to their loved ones as a sign of how they feel. It's a really, really old tradition. I didn't think anyone else even still knew about it these days. That's right. I know it sounds weird, but with Cislodia the way it is, I thought it was really important for me to make it the effort. It's not weird. I think it's really beautiful. Wait, back up a minute. If you just need to go to the general store, doesn't this village have one too? The guy who runs the one in the cabin is a friend I grew up with. This charm is really important to me, so I want him to be the one who makes it.
Of course.
Now I understand. Sounds like all that Zoogle hunting we did paid off then. Otherwise, I wouldn't have ever had this opportunity to learn about such a special tradition here. Thank you guys for everything you've done. I'll never forget it. There you go. Increase in defense. There we go. Let's increase that. Helps the AI out, and that in turn helps me. Hello, good sir.
You're the friends of that man the Bureau agents took away.
Ah.
Please, leave us alone. We don't want any trouble.
Xion.
Answer our questions and we'll leave you in peace. Where did the agents take our friend?
Cisloden. The capital. That's what they said.
I knew it.
What did we ever do to deserve this? We haven't even crossed the street without looking first. Why are they after us?
Come on, we're wasting time.
You'll need to hurry if you want to get your friend back. Not a single person who's been taken to Cisloden has ever returned. Hey, keep quiet. You're trying to get us all killed? Out to hell with that. Go on, report me. See if I care.
Oh.
I thought this Cisloden was a city. Is it a prison camp?
It's the realm's capital. Though when you're forbidden to move freely like we are, there isn't much difference. My parents and siblings were taken by the Snake Eyes. I haven't heard from any of them since. For all I know, they're long dead by now. Anyway, go! And kill as many Snake Eyes as you can for me while you're there!
You got it.
All right. To Cisloden it is.
They said there was a general store near? Oh, there is. Ow.
People are really terrified of the Snake Eyes. They've got them jumping at their own shadows.
They may be Lord Ganabelt's lackeys, but for all intents and purposes, it's the Snake Eyes who control the realm.
Ganabelt?
One wrong look, and your history.
So Zephyr's being moved to Cisloden. Let's cross our fingers we catch up with them on the way.
I mean, the plan was always for me to take you guys to Cisloden anyway. But a word of advice.
Oh?
There's a forest we have to pass through on our way there. I won't lie to you. It'll be dangerous.
More Zeugles?
Wild ones at that. They hunt in packs, led by the biggest, meanest one. My friends and I got cornered by one on our way to Calaglia. That's how we got split up.
We'll just have to keep our wits about us then.
Rudier Forest. Just through these woods as up ahead, you'll find Cisloden, the capital. The only question is whether you wind up arrested or Zeugl food. Fair enough.
The forest we're about to walk through is pretty dangerous. Let's make sure we're prepared before we go further. Rinwell, if you get injured, just let Xion know, okay?
I only have one pair of hands, you know. All done. Come.
Oh. Spend time with party members to deepen your bonds while at camp. You never know, something nice might happen. Xion.
Xion, could we talk a moment?
And here I was thinking I could get some rest. Is something the matter?
The matter? No, nothing like that.
Then if it's all the same to you, I'll be going to sleep, thanks.
Is chatting with me really that much of a drag?
I just don't get the point, that's all. Is there some pressing reason why we have to talk right now?
I don't know, I think we should all make an effort to get to know one another. What if there's an emergency?
An emergency?
What if one of us suddenly got sick?
Then I'd cure them with my healing arts and we'd move on.
That's easy for you to say. But for the person doing the asking, it may not be so easy to approach you.
If they can't work up the courage to approach me, that's their problem. Unless you're suggesting I refuse to heal someone for the fun of it.
I didn't say that.
So what then? Quit beating around the bush and just tell me.
Look, what I'm trying to say is... if we're going to be traveling together, it makes more sense to do it as companions, rather than being at each other's throats the whole time.
Thank you.
I still don't get it. But I do understand that whatever it is, it obviously must mean a lot to you. I'm not trying to make things more difficult for you just for the sake of it. So, I'll make more of an effort to talk every now and then, even when we don't have to. Happy?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I am.
Then if you don't mind, I'm going to get some sleep. Have a good night.
Didn't get it, huh?
Now close to
I think
Shion.
it's time we go to sleep.
I don't exactly know what that does for me, but okay.
How long do you plan on just sitting around doing nothing, Alphen? Because it looks to me like you're taking your sweet time getting ready.
I'm not procrastinating, if that's what you're implying.
Oh? Sure looks like it to me. You had me worried you'd forgotten our mission. Again.
I know. You don't need to keep reminding me.
Hey, Alphen. I'm already over here.
Right. Thanks for letting me know.
I saw you talking with that Bright Eyes before lights out last night. Mind telling me what you two discussed?
Nothing in particular. I just figured that maybe she would open up a little if I tried talking to her.
What? Her? She's a Renin. I know we're working with her, but that doesn't mean we have to play nice with her.
Bruh.
Look, we're all going to be traveling together for a while. It's only going to make things harder if we're at each other's throats. If all we do is bark orders at each other instead of working together, that's not much different than how it is for the rest of us. I think it's important that we all understand each other and work together as equals, if it's at all possible.
Do we, though? Because I sure don't get the feeling she means to do the same.
As soon as Zephyr disappears, all hell breaks loose.
Yeah.
We can't get anything done if things stay tense like this. But what the hell am I supposed to do? Well, I guess I'll just have to keep hammering away at them and see how it goes.
Oh. Another day, another wall. Huh. Rising Falcon.
Come on, guys. We've got lots to do.
So I'm curious, if I just will say, go ahead, go back in, and immediately go to sleep.
Everything's going pretty well so far.
You know what, screw it, I'll do it as well. That way I can at least increase that as
All
well. Went well.
Mind if we chat a little?
Hootle, let me know if you sense anything. Another day, another Gald.
Ooh, Zoogle. Forward.
So this is the forest teeming with Zeugles you warned us about. No sign of Zephyr, though.
Which means either they had the skills to make it through safely, or we're too late, and the strays got to them first.
Do you say every thought out loud?
Just the true ones. Are we moving or what?
Don't worry, Hootle. It's okay.
Don't upset
I can
Hootle.
barely see enough to take 2 steps forward without bumping into something.
Yeah. I'll have to be careful not to miss anything coming from off the path.
This is nothing. When things get real bad around here, you can get lost without even realizing it.
Hello there.
An opponent like this should be easy.
Dance in the wind!
You're finished!
Instant!
Rising Wyvern! I'm not done! Mirage!
Reload!
Swallow Blade!
Throw it,
Escape! Demon Fang!
Watch and weep!
Here I come!
Arrow
Demon
Claw!
Fang!
By the power of water!
Question. Aha! I actually have a second art for this. Hidden art that unleashes a barrage of thrust before concluding in direct slash. Wait, isn't it? I guess some different.
Our work is done here. Let's move.
I'm right behind you, Shion.
Whew. It's freezing. I can barely feel my toes.
Let's find a way back up quickly then.
Some gold.
Is the blazing sword okay?
A little water's not going to hurt it.
That'd be funny though. The legendary sword's biggest weakness, a puddle of water. Question. Yeah, I should be fine.
Go no further!
Take this! Rising Wyvern!
Reveal! Get up!
You're
If it's in
mine!
the sky, it's mine! Lightning condensed! Thunderblade!
Demon
Whatever you
Fang!
do, just stay away from the force!
Rising Wyvern!
Stay
Mirage!
hard! Lightning condensed!
Ah!
Thunderblade! Lunar
You're
blast!
mine! Rising Wyvern! I'm not done!
Raging
It's over!
Now!
We did it!
These little ones are hardly worth our time.
Less talking.
Cut them apart to your heart's content.
Well, looky here!
Earthseed. Hello there.
Little help!
It's on!
Gemini Aqua!
You're mine!
Cyan!
You're mine!
Mega
You picked the
Blade!
wrong fight!
Bullseye! Steering Flame! Dance
It's
in the
over!
wind! Air thrust! Cyan Instant!
You're mine! Rising Wyvern! Stardust!
Raging Cat!
Strike!
Aqua!
Mirage! Take this!
This is barely target practice.
Then why bother fighting them?
Because I certainly won't run away from a battle.
I could easily see us getting lost here while we're trying to find Zephyr. I get this is supposed to connect the capital to the villages. Why's it got to be so winding? And not only that, why are there so many Zeugles walking around?
I think they're used as lookouts. The Renans know how to control them.
An opponent like this should be easy. Rising Wyvern!
Raging Cascade! Fred! By the power
Mirage!
of the wind!
You're finished!
In here!
Come one, come all! Take this!
Mega
We turned the tables on him.
There are still more left.
Right. No time to hold back.
Do it!
Bye-bye.
Thunderblade!
I'm ready for the next battle.
Hey. Heal up. Went to look for food, only to end up hurt. Please, don't leave me here. I'll give you this in return. Earth seeds.
We've got the ingredients. Let's get them back to Messia. Thanks, Shion.
Just doing what I can.
An opponent like this should be easy. You're mine!
Reload!
Slash! Rising Wyvern! I'm not done! Damn it!
Now!
Swallow chill!
This ends now!
Goodbye.
See you continue on in that vein.
Yes, my lady?
Something you wanted to say?
Rising Wyvern!
Now!
We're in good form!
Wrong button again. Peach gel.
What's this doing here?
Huh. Two ropers and two berserkers.
I'll be saving this way! Thunderblade! I never miss!
You're mine! Come and face me!
Thunderblade!
Rising Wyvern! Start up!
Now! Astral energy!
Say no more! Got it!
Well done!
Now! Eat this!
Mega Ray! My good friend! Here I
You're
go!
mine!
I'm
Swallow
only getting
blade!
started!
My turn!
Mega Ray!
Here I come!
Flame! May a thousand gales carry
You're
the
on!
thread!
Here I come!
Mega Ray!
Rising Wyvern!
Astral energy!
Say no more!
Goodbye.
That astral energy was incredible!
I gave it everything I had.
Hey!
I know what I want to look at for some reason. Jeez, oh Pete, there's so many skits.
New equipment!
Come here.
Go no further!
You're mine! Swallow blade! Not a chance! Strike! Slash! Demon Fang!
None shall
You're
escape
off!
my judgment! Permanent render!
Demon Fang!
Hey! Arrow ball!
You're mine! Rising Wyvern! You're
Now!
on! Chill!
This ends now!
Consider yourself
Goodbye. Forward.
Thank goodness we won.
Antidote rock. I? Why have to be at Zoogle like that? I can't go anywhere with that there.
What's wrong?
What are you doing in such a dangerous place? Me? What are you doing all? What are you all doing here? You followed me all the way here, did you? If you're planning on to report me, then think again. We're not going to town you. We're simply trying to get to Sizzledon and then rescue a friend of ours that got arrested. So you're a bunch of crazies. Great. Get out of here before you get me arrested.
I guess.
You mentioned something about a Zoogle. Is there a strong one up ahead? Yeah, a wolf Zoogle. It's huge and tough as nails. What's worse, it's lying on its feet too. Might be able to beat it if you can hit its weak point, but I don't even have what it takes to scratch it. Damn it, I thought if I followed those Bureau agents, I'd make it through the forest, and I guess that whole plan's a wash now.
Got it.
Not necessarily. We can look into that Zoogle and see what we can do about it.
For real?
People are even crazier than I thought. If you really think you have what it takes, then go on ahead. Be my guest. Don't mind if we do. You can buy eggs now. Yield. Alright, let's see what we've got to deal with here. Oh. Oh boy. There we go.
We've got company. And not the nice kind either.
Rinwell, get back!
And miss all the action? Who do you take me for?
Alrighty then. Ice Wolf Leader.
It's a big target at least.
Don't underestimate its speed.
They're surrounding us!
Rising Wyvern!
Lightning condemned!
Cyan instant!
I'm not... Aim for their weak spot!
Here, let me help. I never miss!
Who wants to die next?
I'm not
Lightning
done!
condemned!
Here, let me help.
Did you just heal me?
Yes, I need you, remember?
Right.
Eat dirt! We did it!
These little ones.
Weak points. Alright.
Hardly worth our time.
Less talking, more pummeling.
Cut them apart to your heart's content.
Ah.
Take it!
Here's a healing magic Kazam! First aid! Freeze Lancer!
Swallow Blade! Rising Wyvern!
Escape
You're
Ride!
on!
Photon Flash!
You're mine!
Astral Energy! Lightning condemned! Thunder Blade!
Try harder! Not a chance! I'm not done! Stardust!
May a thousand gales tear you to shreds! Strike! Gusty Nail! Hear me!
You're mine!
Fury! Burning Strike!
Rising Wyvern!
Light Astral Energy! Searing Flame!
Take this!
Reload!
Rising Wyvern!
It's about to strike!
Stardust! We'll stop, everyone!
Let the marksman handle this.
Here goes! Reload! Bullseye!
Take it!
Where are you going?
Spread! Hear me! Flame of Turf!
You're mine!
Searing Flame! Reload!
Now I'm out of ammo.
Get on in
Demon
there!
Flame!
It's
Oh!
This ends now! You picked the wrong fight!
I can do this
You're
all
mine!
day! And again!
Take this! Demon Flame!
Reload! Light Astral Energy!
Oh, I didn't know that was another way of switching.
Mega Ray! Back into the fray! By the power
You're mine!
Gemini Alpha! Not in your dreams!
Here,
Here
let me
goes!
help.
First aid! Last one!
Here I come!
Seal! Gemini Aqua! Let's get you all tucked away! Light Astral!
Here you go.
Consider yourself finished. Here I come. This one's all mine. Ignite.
Here's another reload.
Flash. Demon
Blazing storm.
Changing tactics.
There's no telling what it'll do. Stay focused.
Take this.
In the wind.
Swallow blade.
Air here I go. Go on. Steering flame.
It's gonna attack.
Right, watch out. Here, let me help. First aid.
Take this. Sonic
Cover
thrust.
sealed.
It's
Thank
over.
you.
Here's a healing art. Go get him. First aid. The wind.
More
Sweet
Sukals?
mouth.
Keep calm and take them down.
Splash. Here I come.
Reload. Sweet mouth.
I'm not
Not in your
done.
dreams. They're not playing around.
Swallow blade.
None shall escape my
Infernal turret.
All right. It's just right. I need to dance.
Here I come. It's over.
Cyan impulsion.
No escape.
Mega ray.
Try this.
Photon blast.
Is this it?
Raging lightning.
Ow.
Not done yet. Try harder.
You are in tip-top shape.
As soon as I'm done here, come help out.
Holy
I'll
crap!
ever say
I owe
no.
you.
Let's get you all tucked away. Magic
Steering
flame.
Get
Reload.
through.
In here.
Here I come.
Steering flame.
Where are you going?
Demon
Get you
Fang.
all tucked away. Here goes.
None shall escape like that move.
Here comes a big one.
Battle squall.
This one's all mine. Burn.
Cyan instant.
Flash.
This one is almost in the bag.
Not done yet. Just falling back.
Then it's time for you to do what you do best.
Swallow blade.
Let's get you
You're
all tucked
finished.
away. Thunderblade. I can storm all day. Ice tornado. Arch. They're not playing around. Searing flame. Reload. Searing flame. Reload. Not on my watch. By the power of
Try
Earth.
harder. My turn.
Back into the fray.
This is bad, right?
Yes, Alpin. Very bad.
I don't feel so good.
Back from death's abyss. Arrow squall. Resuscitation.
Not done yet.
Searing flame. Dance in the wind. Air
Here I come. Now, while it's wheeling.
Take it down.
Demon Fang. Pierce through. Flash. Demon Fang.
Flame. Reload.
None shall escape my judgment.
Here I come. Swallow blade.
One at a time.
You're mine. Jump.
This ends now.
Consider
Goodbye.
yourself finished.
Ay.
You okay, Rinwell?
I'm fine.
Guy back here gone. Antidote rock. Tharnor.
What do you notice now?
It smells like blood.
Hmm?
This
Blood.
is-
All these Sugals. They're dead. What happened here?
They didn't do this to each other. So then how?
What the? Who are you?
Who is that guy?
No way. One person did all of this?
Huh. Who was that?
Who was that guy?
Do you think he could have been the Lord we're looking for? Ganabelt?
Oh.
I doubt a lord would deign to roam around a place like this alone. Besides, what business would a Renan have with killing Zeugles?
Now that I look at it, it was a good call staying out of his way, I think. Look at this. He took them out with a single slice. This guy's no amateur. You okay?
Yeah.
We should get going. Zephyr needs us. That knight back there sure wasn't messing around. If he's not a lord, what is he?
I have no idea. I've never seen anybody like him.
Well, he definitely doesn't seem to be a friend, that's for sure.
Hopefully we don't run into him again.
We shall see. Land of Glistening Radiance. Cyslodia.
There it is. Cysloden.
What's with those beams of light? They don't strike me as your everyday streetlights.
They're kind of the key to this whole realm. You'll see what I mean when we get there.
Oh, is that what keeps it dark?
First, Rinwell appears out of nowhere, right after we beat Balseph. Then, we bump into Zephyr's son, who's with the enemy. Somehow, we get away scot-free because the Snake Eyes don't even bother chasing after us. Is it really a coincidence?
You think it was a trap?
What? But I would never...
If not for the whole Astral Arts episode, I'd be worried. But no, she's not behind this. Perhaps an unwitting pawn in someone else's plan.
What? All this to capture Zephyr?
Maybe. All I know is it all slots together a little too nicely for my liking.
Fair enough.
Not that dwelling on it'll get us anywhere. Trap or otherwise, we've got a lord to defeat. So how do we get inside?
What?
Well, we can't just march into the Viper's nest through the front door, surely.
There's a secret passage near a spring on the outskirts of the city. We can get in through there.
I hate camping out.
You always hate camping. Onyx Veil. Egg.
I always love the sound of hammers banging away.
Huh? Why are you looking at me like that?
Are those mage clothes that you're wearing?
So what if they are?
The large hood is cute. And it's big enough to hold Hootle, too.
Aw.
Huh?
And the way the fabric is cut into strips is really unique. I had no idea this sort of fashion existed on Dana.
Quit staring!
Did I say something to offend you?
No, I think she's just not used to the attention.
As if this place wasn't cold enough. It's
Oh,
all pitch
Hootle.
black. I'm amazed anyone can live in this realm.
Seriously. Having all this snow everywhere makes it harder to walk or get anything done. And not having any light to see by makes the uneven terrain even more difficult.
Calagli is no walk in the park either. It's dusty and there's rocks everywhere. And it's on fire all over the place.
Yeah, you're right. Now that you mention it, all those fires are a pretty weird phenomenon. They were always so annoying to navigate around.
Out here, fire's as important as water to our survival. So are the trees we use for firewood.
Is it that rare to see the sun here?
Not just rare. Until I went to Calaglia, I'd never seen sunlight before. I'd only heard about it.
Huh.
I couldn't believe just how hot and bright it seemed to be. But I guess in most realms, it's just a fact of life. They're used to it.
It's pretty interesting, isn't it? The way the sorts of things people take for granted change from one place to another.
All done.
Shion, could we talk a moment?
Hoodle.
I think it's time we go to sleep.
Aha! Bottomless stomach, okay. Spear sweep. Faster AG recovery. CPU restoration when full. And increased normal attack limit. Interesting.
Come on, guys. We've got lots to do.
I think he's saying something's over there.
Another one! Yes. Oh.
Do you sense one of your friends, Hootle?
Where did... Huh?
What's going on? Why did the weather change all of a sudden?
The snow's gone, and it doesn't even feel cold anymore. Just what's going on? What is this place?
What's happened?
Something big farther in. Is that a Zoogle? No. An owl?
Is it the
Hootle doesn't
king
seem
and the
too wary,
queen?
so it's probably not hostile.
Let's go see what's up then. Stay sharp.
The king and the queen. Okay.
I don't get it. Why has it suddenly started giving us things?
For saving his friend.
Hey, is that owl beckoning us over?
I think it is. It's the owl we rescued before.
Then maybe that's what the gifts are all about. It's thanking us for saving its friend.
This one isn't just bigger than Hootle, though. Something about it seems almost regal. Don't you think?
What if it was the king of the owls?
Yes.
Would that make the other one the queen?
Yes.
You think so?
Yes, they're clearly a pair.
Is this some kind of owl sanctuary?
It's such a big place, though. I wonder if those two were living here all alone until we rescued that owl.
I thought no other owls existed, but here they are. And a king and queen by the looks of them. You never know what other ones might be out there until we look for them. It's not like you were searching the whole world over yourself, right, Rinwell?
That's... well, I mean, yeah. I guess you've got a point. Hey, Hootle.
No.
How about we find more of your friends and tell them about this place? It can be a little side mission on our trip, if that's okay.
Yes.
It's fine with me. We'll find as many as we can.
Thank you. Oh,
Rinwell?
it's nothing. Don't mind me. Ready to move on?
Ah! Birdie bestie. Increase maximum AG by 1. AG restore, concentrate, owl astral energy. Owls you find will gather in the owl forest. This is there's an owl king and owl queen in this forest, and you could talk to the king to get rewards based on the number of owls you've located. Ah. So there's 5 trees for 5 of the areas. I kind of like that. Different variant. Good. Very good.
I think Hootle senses an owl around here.
So the guys we saw back in Messia were Snake Eyes, and your group fighting them is...
The Silver Swords. Heck, we even have members working within the Snake Eyes gathering intel for us.
Sounds like it involves a lot of double crossing.
It does. But it keeps us alive and one step ahead. Calaglia wouldn't have been liberated without those double agents.
Hello there.
Go no further. Here I come. I've got it.
Lightning orb.
Reload. You're mine. In the way. Sonic thrust. Sleep now. Reload. On in there with the others.
Here I come. Rising one. My turn. Lights on.
Ice tornado.
My turn. We're in good form.
Get out of there.
Well, we're on the home stretch now.
Don't take your eye.
We got flyers.
I got it!
All yours.
This could be useful.
Hurry up.
An opponent like this should be easy.
Lightning
Rising Wyvern! Try harder! Not a chance! Stardust!
If it's in the sky, it's mine.
You're mine! No escape!
Go get
Demon
Raging
Fang!
Cascade!
Take this!
Dance in the wind!
You're mine!
Air thrust!
Take this! Rising Wyvern! I owe you one.
Do it!
Chill!
This ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
See you continue on in that thing.
Yes, my lady?
Something you wanted to say?
Do it! Astral energy! Full throttle!
Get back!
This is barely target practice.
Then why bother
Oh, hi there.
Rinwell. Hey, Rinwell!
What are you doing here? If the Snake Eyes spot you here, they'll...
So you did make it back alive. Man, am I glad to see you safe.
Barely. When we all got separated, I thought...
They're fine. They all got back in one piece.
Oh.
Well, Azugul took a bite out of 2 of our guys, but what matters is you're safe. So, you gonna introduce me?
Meet Alphen and Shion. I brought them with me from Calaglia.
You mean you made it to Calaglia? Wait, this is it? Just the 2 of them? Where's the rest?
Well, it's kind of a long story. It's best if I fill everyone in at once.
Your call, Rinwell. But everyone will be dying to know. We better get back as soon as we can. Use this passage whenever you need to go in or out of the city. Stay away from the front gate, whatever you do.
All right. Oh, sorry about that.
Little help!
Escape my judgment.
Raining slash.
Rising Wyvern! Coming! You're mine! You're mine!
Well, we're on the home stretch now.
Don't take your eyes off of...
This ends now.
Bye-bye.
See you continue on in that thing.
Yes, my lady?
Something you wanted to say?
Well, looky here.
Wait.
An opponent like this should be easy. You're mine! You're on! You're mine! Rising Wyvern! No escape!
In the sky, it's mine.
You're finished!
You're most comfortable at a range, aren't you?
I'm not really built
You
for
picked
close
the wrong
quarters
guy.
combat.
Nor am I. Our work is done here. Let's move.
I'm right behind you, Shion.
Get lost!
Crush! Here I come! Stardust!
A
You're
freezing
on!
storm!
You're finished!
Ice
It's
tornado!
over! Rising Wyvern! You're mine!
Your power is a spectacle to behold.
Flyers!
I'm not trying to be dramatic
Let
about
him
it.
march!
Still, it's a part of you. Embrace it.
I'm not done!
Do it!
Rising Wyvern!
This is barely target practice.
Then why bother fighting them?
Because I certainly won't run away from a battle.
Hello there. That is a lot of
Here
enemies.
goes! Take this!
You're mine.
By the power of water!
Take this! Rising Wyvern!
Gemini Hawk!
Crush!
Lightning
Do it!
Thunderblade!
You're mine! Rising Wyvern! They can't lay a finger on you.
I prefer it that way. What about you?
Just watch and see. Here I come!
Arrow
Rising Wyvern! I'm not done! Mirage! You're finished! This one's all mine! You're mine!
Do it!
Still!
This ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
See ya.
See you continue on in that vein.
Yes, my lady?
Something you wanted to say?
None shall escape my judgment.
Mirage! It's
Now!
over! Still!
This ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
Any injuries?
Nah. Darn it. What have we got? Grid emblem.
The design of this equipment is really interesting.
You must really like it, Alphen.
Hello there.
Looks like we've spotted one of Hoodle's friends.
Let's dispose of the trash.
Rising Wyvern!
Feel.
I'm not done! Damn it!
Get on in there with the others.
Let's give it a whirl.
Demon Fang!
Sleep now.
Here I come!
I'll be leading.
Not a chance!
Vanquish
Mirage!
How's this?
She's learning all kinds of moves all of a sudden.
Mirage! Take this!
Do it.
Still!
This ends now.
Consider yourself finished!
See you continue on in that vein.
Yes, my lady?
Something you wanted to say?
Mirage!
Well then, let's keep moving. Out of our way!
Here I come! Come one, come all! You're mine! Rising Wyvern! You're mine! Rising...
Do it!
It's over!
Get back! Astral energy! Full throttle!
Not today! Here I come!
Flame of fury!
Here I come!
Speak now!
Rising Falcon!
Hear me! Flame of
Rising
fury!
Wyvern!
Lightning orb! Alright!
Take this!
It's done!
Rising Wyvern!
This one's mine!
Stop
Do
it!
it!
Rising
Get on here
Falcon!
with the others!
You're mine!
Gemini Aqua! Lightning orb! By the
Up and
power
out!
of God!
Do it!
Raging astral energy! Full throttle!
Bye bye.
We're in good form!
Parallax stone.
Hi, Hoodle!
Rising Wyvern! I'll take you all on!
This'll come in Cyan instant! Vanquish
You're
darkness!
finished! Not a chance!
You are in good company!
As soon as I'm done here, I'll come help out.
How could a girl ever say no?
These little ones are hardly worth our time. Any injuries?
Nah. go ahead and save. And move forward.
How do the Renans not know about this secret route of yours?
Cisloden's an old city. It's littered with pathways that people have long forgotten. But keep your voice down. We don't know how long this route will stay hidden.
The secret route that leads directly from the Naverna snow plains into Cisloden. The underground passage that even the Snake Eyes forgot about. There's a loud echo in here, so try not to make too much noise. Seems risky. Here we are. Cisloden.
Do you sense one of your friends, Hootle?
So this is Cisloden, capital city of Cislodia.
Be careful. You never know where Snake Eyes or their informants are lurking. We're basically walking into a Zoogl's den here.
Hootle. Excuse me, sir. I'd like to report someone talking badly about his lordship. Tell me more. Depending on what you heard, there might be a reward in it for you. Or, where my bird goes when he leaves? Says he's found a good job somewhere, but he won't tell me where. Would you please consider making it just a little cheaper? I can't afford it at that price. You know the rules, ma'am. I can't change my wares or lower prices no matter how much you try to haggle me. Not even I can afford to eat it, either. The authorities always make off with my earnings. I'm struggling just like you are.
There are shops here?
On a permit basis. As long as people don't get reported on and sent to work the floodlights, economic activity is allowed here.
All this talk about reports and permits. This place really is different from Calaglia.
Sunglasses. Yeah.
Looks like we've
Hey you know anything about insurgents? Because I heard you're quite informed about what goes on around here. I don't know anything at all, honest. If I did, I'd report it right away like a good citizen. I hope for your sake that you mean it. Because if one of us catches you doing anything funny, you'll be arrested on criminal conspiracy.
spotted one of Hootle's friends.
I better get back to work now. I wouldn't want to get in trouble for taking too long. That's fair. You can't be too careful. You never know who might try to report you. Fair enough. Taxes are so high, I can't afford to do business. I've got to sell enough to make ends meet. Hey, don't. Business permits would be the least of your worries if you wound up dead. You never know where a Snake Eyes henchman might be lurking. You got no business here, stay away. Okay. Look at those sweet sisters, carrying on the family business even after their father's been hauled off. I want some bread, nice hot bread, fresh from the oven. I know it looks a little unique, but I promise it's really tasty. Oh. I'm not sucking off, I swear. I'll get back to my work, okay? I saw someone suspicious at the back alley market. Can we stop turning people in, please? And then what? We're orphans. It's not like we've got other ways of making money. Or just creating more orphans.
Rinwell!
Bragan!
Bragan.
Shh. It's good to see you. Who's this?
They're with me.
If you say so. Come on, Menek's waiting. We can talk in there.
The name's Menek, leader of the Silver Swords. And I wish I could extend my warmest welcome to you all, but... if my eyes don't deceive me, you appear to have a Renan in your midst. If she is your prisoner, that's a rather loose leash you have her on.
She's not a prisoner.
So why do I get the feeling there's a rat about the house? No offense intended. See, I've grown comfortable with the likely outcome I'll be stabbed in the back. But stabbed in the front?
We risked our lives just to get here, sir. If you want to send her away, fine. But you'll lose me too.
I see. Trust isn't about as short supply as light around these parts, and mine more than anyone's. But I'll choose to believe you. Forgive my manners. You must be tired after such an arduous journey. But to business. We need your strength. The Snake Eyes' grip on the city tightens by the day. Our people are suffocating out there. Hence the scouts I sent to find help. We're at the end of our tether here.
That's why we're here. To help. We've got the firepower to do it, too.
And the fire.
But first, we've got some urgent business to take care of.
I see. So your leader is in need of rescuing.
It's none of your concern. We get that. But...
it's coming to our aid that got you into this mess in the first place. You can count on us. Just as long as you help us with our problem afterwards.
Deal.
If he's been arrested by the Snake Eyes, as you say, then there's a good chance he's being interrogated over at their headquarters. Either that, or he's being put to work over at the Floodlights. First priority is finding out where he is. If you're planning on tagging along, Rinwell will show you the way. Just make sure to keep a low profile. Remember, it's not just the Snake Eyes. Hostiles lurk among the villagers, too. This leader of yours, he must be quite the inspiration for you to go to such lengths for him. I look forward to meeting him someday.
Aye. Oh. Rinwell, Silver Sword. Maximum AG. Gale Force. Reduce time. Arc casting mobility. Oh!
Alright, let's head into town.
Never expect to see your crew running with a Renan, I must admit. To be honest, I'm not sure I'm comfortable with it. You might say she's on the same side of us, but you just can't trust
See what
them.
the fuss is.
Bruh.
Have you and Menek known each other for long, Rinwell?
No, not really. I haven't been with the Silver Swords for all that long, truth be told. He's a smart guy, but he's also deeply suspicious of other people. I can understand, since that's how you get to survive around here.
Really? I could tell he was wary of us at first, but he seemed to warm up to us pretty quickly once we talked to him.
Yeah, that's pretty unusual for him. I think that's a sign of how desperate things have become. In my case, it took a long time for him to start trusting me. But then again, I kinda get where he's coming from. You never know who might betray the group, or when the Snake Eyes might be watching.
What made you join up with the Silver Swords in the first place? This wasn't your hometown, so... was it the Snake Eyes who...
No. It wasn't them. Actually, we shouldn't stand around talking. People will start to suspect us. Let's keep moving.
Okay. Brimble brought you here, that means you guys can be trusted. Consider yourselves honorary Silver Swords. Feel free to use this place however you like. If you're looking to pick up some intel, I suggest you visit the Central Plaza. You won't be able to talk openly to whoever you like there, but you should at least hear some of the rumors going around. Plus, it's a good opportunity for you all to get to know Sizzledin and see where things are at with it for yourselves. Madonna, what's that smell? It's coming from you. When's the last time you had a bath, buddy? Hey, lay off, would you? I don't smell that bad. Is that how you talk to someone who spends their day walking through the sewers, hauling in what we need to keep this joint running? Great work, gathering all that intel. I know how risky it is for you to get all that, but your information is always a huge help. The Snake Eyes haven't caught you sneaking around for us, have they? No, they're not aware of what I've been up to, at least. I don't think they are. I couldn't tell you why, but sometimes I can't shake the feeling they may actually be onto me, and I just want me to think they haven't caught me. We're starting to run low on food. I better get in touch with the supply team so they can find more. What do you think? I look just like a Snake Eye, right? Now I can pass one of them, and they'll be none the wiser. Of course, if they catch me, that's it for me, but high risk, high reward, you know? Hello there. Not that button. Do you expect us to trust that Bright-Eye woman? She's not working for the authorities. There's no telling what'll happen to us. It's not our call. Menek's the one who's let her in, so like it or not, she stays. What the hell is Menek thinking, letting a Bright-Eye like her join up with us? Hell if I know. I've lost count of how many good guys we've lost to her kind. Same goes for the guy with her from Caligula. Just how naive he is to... Oh, crap. Huh? Whoa.
So that's where those beams of light have been coming from.
Right?
What are you doing?
Any Dahnans accused of dissent against Cyslodia's lord are rounded up and brought here, then put to work. It's a fierce deterrent.
And you think Zephyr might be in there with them?
I want to see what the lights are all pointing towards. Take us there.
Damn. You can see where the floodlights converge from all the way over here.
I want to take a closer look. There's something I need to confirm.
What could possibly be worth the risk of us all getting spotted?
You'll find out when we get there.
Alright. Can I help you? I'm just working here.
Be careful. If anyone's even a little suspicious of us, they'll report us immediately.
Right. It's not just Snake Eyes we need to watch out for, but other Dahnans too. Still, there are a fair amount of people out on the streets. Isn't it safer to stay at home?
That's the thing. If you stay cooped up too long, people start to suspect you're hiding something. Damned if you do, damned if you don't.
So people feel like they have no choice but to turn others in so they don't get in trouble. What a miserable way to live. At the very least, we should probably go someplace where there aren't so many... Ah, Shionne!
We already stick out here like a sore thumb as it is. So I think it's better if we just walk confidently out in the open. Don't look anxious. Just walk firmly and look like you have a destination in mind.
What, is sticking to the plan too much of a hassle for her? This is why Renans are the worst.
Bruh.
I don't know if it's a Renan thing or not, but she does have a point. Anyway, we're not gonna get anywhere just standing around. Let's follow after her.
Is taking in embedded weaklings good for business? Most of them just run errands, but there's a few gems among them. Sometimes you get kids with real talent. Taking them in makes our job easier.
Buddy walking around looks so depressed.
Wait.
Can you blame them? They live under the cover of darkness day and night. It's bound to wear you down.
Not to mention all the snake eyes roaming around. Laughing, talking too loud, or just about anything that makes you stand out can get you killed.
That is just a depressing way to live, honestly. No way of showing emotion, or the second you show some, Wait, wallet full? What are you talking about, wallet full? What? I got a tip that you're plotting a revolt. That's crazy. There must be some mistake. It's the floodlights for you. Come along now. What are you looking at? You want to be on the floodlights too? Don't try me. Gates unlocked down. Okay, fine. Hold up. All got said and people give you the hairy eyeballs. Stay indoors and they suspect you. Damned if you do, damned if you don't, huh? No use fretting over it. Someone will find an excuse to report you no matter what you do. Everybody's so quick to stab each other in the back for a day's pittance. I'm sick of it all. I hear an outsider's gotten in. Let's submit a tip and get the payoff before anybody else can beat us to the punch. Bruh.
Hey!
You there, miss. Yes, what is it? I've received reports about you wandering beyond your living quarters and work area. What do you have to say for yourself? Doesn't look good, Elfin. You're not conspiring with any rebels, are you? But Parrish thought, I have young children to look after. The kids whose parents were sent in to work floodlights. That's so? Well, I've heard it all before, lady. I'm sending you to the floodlights for going out of bounds without permission. You can tell those parents how their kids are when you get there.
No.
Please, who's going to take care of them if I'm not around to help? Not my problem. Nobody asked you to take them in to begin with. Come with me. That's how you get shipped off. It doesn't take much. This is insane. Here's your reward. Find someone else suspicious, be sure to report them too. Right, of course. Thank you very much.
Hey.
What did you... Do you know what you just did? Huh? Often no. The woman you turned in was looking after kids who had no parents. So, what's it to me?
Why, you... Huh?
My parents got sent on flights too, you know. They came back in a sorry state. They can't work and put food on the table, so I've got to do what I can to make ends meet. That doesn't mean you can simply...
Why,
Then you feed us. Come on, get us some damn food. I'm waiting, damn it. Shouldn't feel like that.
Sorry.
Sorry about that, Renwell. Let's get out of here. We have a realm to save, and Zephyr. Sis, why did Mommy and Daddy get taken away? Did they do something bad? No, they didn't. Mommy and Daddy did nothing wrong, remember that. Look at this guy, he's cowering in fear. Is the cold the only reason you're shaking? Well, please have mercy, I've done nothing. I might feel more charitable if you point me in the direction of someone up to no good. You can tell me all about it at HQ. You don't want me to ship you off to the floodlights, do you? Ay, ay.
spirit vessel. I thought as much. So they're pumping it full of light.
No, not light. Astral energy. Of course. No wonder this realm's so dark. It's as though there's a pall over the sky even during the day.
Except it isn't dark. Not really. The light's just being diverted.
Diverted?
Suck up all the light, and all that's left over is darkness.
What's the difference?
Darkness exists as an actual element of astral energy, just like light does. Didn't you know that? Let me break it down for you. Astral energy exists as different elements. There's earth, water, fire, and wind, as well as light and darkness. But dark astral energy only exists on Rena, and light astral energy on Dana. So, dark energy isn't harvested as part of the crown contest.
Interesting.
She's right. It's the same reason why I can't wield dark energy, and similarly, why no Renans can use light energy either.
The only exception to that rule on the Renan end is likely the Lord here, who has the Lightmaster core.
Whatever the case, it looks like they're collecting light here the same way they were fire back in Calaglia.
If we can get the Master
From
Core...
what I hear, there used to be a proper day and night cycle in Cyslodia ages ago. But apparently, over the last 300 years, the darkness spread from Cysloden and covered the whole realm.
That's crazy. I can't believe the Renans found a way to steal even our own damn light.
We shouldn't linger. Let's keep moving before someone spots us.
Give me a second. I'll grab something real quick. Let's see if I can do it without taking off my
Wandering
headset.
around blindly is getting us nowhere. The Snake Eyes have the information we need, but we can't just ask for it. So what if we sneak in and take it instead?
I wasn't aware you knew how to be sneaky.
Hey, look over there!
Is that Law?
That's Zephyr's son, Law. I don't know. Something doesn't feel right about all this.
Are you kidding? He's practically gift-wrapped for us.
Hey, what are you...
I remember you. What do you want?
My
We
son
don't mean
changed.
you any harm. We just want to talk quietly. Deal?
Make it quick.
My son change.
Where are you keeping Zephyr? We're here to rescue him.
Why?
What do you mean, why? Isn't he your father?
Oh yeah, easy to forget that. After he abandoned me.
Abandoned?
It's the truth. All my old man ever cared about was sticking it to the Bright Eyes. He never even made it to Mom's funeral.
So you become an agent for the local lord?
You got a problem with that? You're not exactly one to talk, keeping company with a Renan woman. You think you know her, but wait until she has a choice between you and her people. I may have become an agent for the Renans, but at least I'm here trying to soothe the agony of my people from the inside. What's your excuse?
I don't buy it. No. You're running because you're scared. You think you're the only one who's had to suffer?
What the hell do you know, you...
Yeah, I want to try that.
What the... Damn you!
Word to the wise, people like you
Enough!
make me...
Look, I don't know what happened between you and your father. But what I do know is that when you fought back at the village, he wouldn't raise a hand to strike you. I've never seen Zephyr back down from a fight. But he could never hurt his own son. And when he said he was staying behind, I think it was because he wasn't willing to abandon you. If you know anything, then tell us. Please.
I don't know where they're keeping my dad now. All I've heard is that they're going to publicly execute him in the plaza in front of headquarters.
Execute?
Thank you. You did the right thing.
Why are you so determined to help my father?
Zephyr is the reason I took up the sword. He taught me how to think for myself. And I want to learn more.
If they're going to execute him in the plaza, then it'll be too dangerous for us to go alone.
Let's ask Menik. He should be able to sneak us in.
Sounds good to me. Let's have a chat with him. So, I get that you perform a certain type of astral arts, but why does your magic look so different from what Renans use? Is it a different source or something?
I'm not exactly an expert on how Renans cast magic, but we both manipulate astral energy to create it. We just channel that energy in different ways.
Like how you chant your spells, whereas they throw out those weird symbols?
Yeah, and just like how there are different ways to use a sword, there are elemental differences between us too. For example, light is only in Dana, and darkness is only in Rena.
Ah, alright, that makes sense. So let me ask, does that mean you can't use any dark magic at all? Or that they're just more attuned to it?
Basically not at all, since I don't have any dark energy inside my body. There might be an indirect way to tap into it, but I wouldn't know. I didn't learn everything that my family knew about magic, so it's hard for me to say for sure.
Fair enough. Thanks for teaching me all that. I really do appreciate it.
Sure thing.
No. Bruh. I was gonna say something, but I've already completely forgotten what it was. Oh well. Should probably save. There we go.
So, you made it back in one piece. No promising leads unearthed on this end, I'm afraid. It may take a little longer.
We got our own lead, but it's not good. They're planning to execute Zephyr in the plaza in front of the Snake Eyes headquarters. And soon.
They're going to what? I've never known them to move so fast. They must believe he poses a grave threat.
We have to break him out. We could really use your help.
Not gonna be easy, but I'm sure we can think of something. If they're staging it in the plaza, there's bound to be an announcement beforehand. Which means if we can...
Snake Eyes! They've got us surrounded!
Damn,
I knew we shouldn't have trusted!
Save it! In position, everyone! Repel them!
Use us, Menik. We've got your back.
No. You need to get out of here now. Rinwell, you know what to do.
Underground waterway to the rear. On it.
Huh?
But...
No discussions. You didn't make it this far for it to end here. We'll be fine. We just have to buy you a little time. I'll send word later. Now get going already.
Alright.
So this passage runs beneath the whole city, huh? Pretty clean for a Danon sewer.
Are you sure it's safe down here, Rinwell?
No.
It's our emergency evacuation route. So it should be.
That doesn't sound
You
safe.
sure it's as secret as you think?
We can use this chance to clear the way for Menek and the others when they follow. Let's go.
As if it wasn't weird enough getting into the city through that hole. Why are there so many passages like this around Cisloden? And it doesn't seem like the Snake Eyes use them to get around without being detected either.
Yeah, they don't look like ruins. Do you have any idea, Rinwell?
These passages are sewers. They're underground so the water doesn't freeze, but they're not really unusual in big cities like this one.
Really?
Is there nothing like these back in Calaglia?
Not as far as I know. In Calaglia, anything they wanted to get rid of, like waste or garbage, was simply burned.
I mean, just throw in lava.
Including the bodies of dead slaves. I'm not sure why they did that. Maybe it was another way of getting astral energy out of them. Sorry, that took a dark turn, didn't it?
Ah. All right, let's go. He's about to cast an astral art. I'll handle it. Stop it, no problem. Oh yeah.
If you spot any arts wielders, let me know.
Will do. Much obliged.
None shall escape my judgment. Arch sealed! Here goes! Soul raging! I know
astral
what I
arts?
do. That's my cue.
You're mine!
Shut him down.
There you go.
Swallow blade!
Here's the raging cascade!
No escape!
Take it! Go! I'm only getting... I'll be saving this one! Photon blast!
We turn the tables on.
There are still more left!
Right. No time to hold back.
You're mine! You're finished!
Gemini Aqua! Light astral in your dreams! Mega Ray!
Rising Wyvern! My
Dance in the
turn!
wind! Power of water!
There you go.
I can feel my precision improving.
Oh, there.
Go no further!
Strike! Rising Wyvern! No escape!
Arrow Squall!
Rising Falcon!
Reload! Here I go!
Here I come!
It's over!
You're finished!
Light astral energy!
Here I come! Now!
By the power! Endure it!
Chill!
This ends now!
Consider yourself...
Bye bye.
That's some power you wield.
You're the one who did the heavy lifting.
Got that. Mushrooms. Hello there.
Hi, Hoodle!
You're mine! You're mine! Come one, come all! You're finished! You're finished!
Sleep now!
You're mine! This one's all mine! Stardust!
Click the marksman!
You picked the wrong fight!
Raging
Take
Cascade!
this!
In here! Get on in there with the
I'm
others!
not done!
Where are you going?
Take this!
Do it!
You're finished!
Whoa! Astral energy! Full throttle!
Bye bye.
Certainly not bad.
No complaints here.
a minute. Wait, never mind. Hey, get away from him!
An opponent like this should be easy. Swallow blade! It's over! Rising Falcon! Here I come! Here I come! Rising Wyvern! I'm not done!
Now!
My turn! Rising Falcon! You're finished!
There we go.
I
Heal up, buddy. Try to get away from the Snake Eyes, but only get attacked by Zoogles. I'll give you this if you promise not to turn me in, please. Alright. Ah, I saw that. Oh.
Let's dispose of the trash.
Not in your dreams.
I feel kind of funny.
Yeah, you're looking funny too.
Right.
Here,
I
let
should
me help.
probably do something like that.
Stockpile.
Rising Falcon!
Ready. Searing
Rising Wyvern! Rising Falcon! Rising Wyvern! My turn!
Firmament Ranger. Flame.
Take this!
Here, let me help. These little ones are hardly worth our time.
Less talking, more pummeling.
Cut them apart to your heart's content.
Thunderblade. Searing flame.
We managed to pull through.
Hold on a minute. Alright, apologies on that. Oh, that's close.
Hey.
Better.
New equipment!
Hello there.
Go no further.
You're mine!
Mega Ray. Don't mind if I do. Take it. Go. I'm only getting started.
Where are you going?
Do it.
Rising Falcon!
Get back. Astral energy. Full throttle.
Bye bye.
May a thousand gales carry it ashore.
It's on! Ignite!
Ah! Spell Canceller. Swallows Flight. Midair Jump. Increase PG. Alright. Spread.
Great!
Plenty of those. Dang it.
Hi, Noodle. Let me help.
You're mine! Rising Wyvern! Rising Falcon!
Ah,
Mega Ray. Light astral energy. Here's a healing me help.
Take this!
Well, we're on the home stretch now.
Don't take your eyes off the prize.
I'm quite aware without you reminding me.
You're
Not
mine!
on my watch. Gemini Alpha.
Here I come! Rising Wyvern!
Do it, darkness. Astral energy. Full throttle.
See ya.
Well, looky here.
Made it.
Treat. I'll let myself equip it because it's not too much stronger than the Gale Wing, it seems.
Way.
Photon
Take
blast.
this!
Dance in the wind.
Rising
Sleep now.
Where are you going?
Here I come! Rising Wyvern! Burn!
You are in good company.
As soon as I'm done here, come help out.
How could a girl ever say no? These little ones are hardly worth our time.
Less talking, more pummeling.
Cut them apart to your heart's content.
Rising Wyvern!
Let's
I'm
get you
not
off
done!
this way.
My turn!
Vanquish darkness.
Here I come!
Take it.
Rising Falcon!
Now.
It's over!
Astral energy. Full throttle.
Bye-bye.
We won that by a mile.
Should this really be here?
I don't know. Pick this up. Forward. Up. Ah!
I always love the sound of hammers banging away.
Fight me.
Let's dispose of the trash.
Swallow blade!
Into the shadows.
You're mine! You're mine! It's
Here's
over!
a healing arc.
Do it!
Rising
Here goes!
still!
This ends now!
Consider yourself finished.
See you continue on in that vein.
Yes, my lady?
Something you wanted to say?
Easy peasy. Ha hoodle.
Alright. Hit that button. Alrighty. Oh.
Looks like we found our mystery resident.
The Snake Eyes must have kept it here in case of intruders.
We can't let it slow us down. Let's finish it and keep moving.
Oh boy. Ooze hive.
I wasn't expecting something so big.
They want to make sure we don't
Cut
leave.
it!
Then we'll just have to beat it. For everyone's sake. There you go! Don't let up!
Aim for the weak spot. Come on! It's on! Rising Wyvern! Eat dirt! You're mine! Rising Wyvern! Take it!
This one's mine.
Here I come! Take it!
Sleep now.
Take it!
Come on.
Escape!
Get on in there with
Try harder! You're mine! Rising Falcon!
the water
Right.
of creation.
Ugh.
Now, let's get you all tucked away.
You're mine!
Here, let me help.
Slot!
Sleep now. Let's get you all tucked away.
I'm not done! Try harder! Rising Falcon!
Amazing.
Demon Punch!
Here, I'll be saving this one.
Why'd you kill me?
To stop you dying?
There you go.
Now the chance.
It's over! It's on!
Light astral energy. Up and
Burn in hell! Here I come! It's over! Here I come!
Searing flame. Reload. Hear me. Feeling the fury.
More Sukos?
Keep calm and take them down.
Lightning orb.
Here I come! Rising Wyvern! No escape!
Shield.
Rising Falcon!
I don't feel so well.
Really? You still look plenty Renin.
Thank you. I can still put up a fight.
Take this!
By the power of water. Here's a healing heart.
I'm not done! You're mine!
Only getting started. Raging cascade.
Here, let me help.
First aid.
Okay, here I come!
Here I call. Dance in the wind. Here
Here I come! Rising Wyvern! Strike!
It's about to strike.
Rising Falcon! Look sharp, everyone!
This one's mine.
This isn't looking good.
Here's a healing heart. One more time.
Now I can let
I'll
loose.
fix you up. Light astral lightning.
I owe you one. You're finished!
Into
It's
the
on!
shadows.
You picked the wrong fight!
Photon art expert coming through. Water. Now,
Remote!
astral energy.
There you go.
Lightning. Light astral energy. Lightning condemned. Getting stronger. By the
Switching up its movements. Watch out!
dance in the wind. Air
You're mine!
The enemy is going all out. Here's a healing
Try
heart.
harder!
Firmament
Take this!
render.
I owe you one.
Arrow squall. Raging
Ah.
I'm looking here. Handles it. Get on in there with the others.
Try harder! My turn! Here I come!
I never miss.
Rising Wyvern!
Freeze blast.
You're mine!
Lightning.
Rising Falcon!
Wow, I'm impressed.
Water. Here. Reinforcement. Wait. Cascade. Sleep now.
That move.
Take it! Here comes a big one! Take
Hear
it!
my call.
No escape! This one's all mine!
Hear me. Flame of Citadel.
Not a chance! Rising Wyvern! Rising Falcon! It's
Come
over!
on.
The waters of
My
creation.
turn.
Magic is there.
You picked the wrong fight!
Tidal. Wait. Let me help.
You're mine!
First aid.
Rising Wyvern! Take this! Rising Wyvern! You're more! Swallow Blade! I owe you all. Here I come! It's over! Here I come! You're finished! Rising Falcon!
You are in tip-top shape.
As soon as I'm done here, come help out.
How could a girl ever say no? These little ones are hardly worth our time.
Less talking, more pummeling.
Cut them apart to your heart's content.
Let's get you all tucked away.
Not again.
No escape! It's gonna attack!
Right, watch out!
Take this! Try harder! Now! Rise this!
Confiscated! Here, let me help. Dance in the wind!
And here!
Too much to handle?
We've got him on the run!
Don't get cocky!
Right. Still anyone's fight. I'm not done! Swallow Blade! Take this! I'm not done!
Tear you to shreds! Here's a healing arc!
Now I can let loose! No escape! You're mine! Rising this one's all mine! Not today! You're mine! Rising Wyvern! Take this! Rising Wyvern! Take this!
It's weakened!
This ends now! Here I come! Start up! You're mine!
It looks like you got this one covered.
It's over!
Arch Will! Confiscated! Do it!
Rising Grimmer!
Astral energy!
Goodbye.
Say no more!
That was a fun fight, but it was chaotic.
Come on, let's hurry.
Alright, they should be able to get out easy now. Now that I think about it, I haven't even used any of the items that I have for stat boosting.
You okay?
Bregan? What are you doing here?
When I heard the Snake Eyes had attacked, I figured you'd probably be headed this way sooner or later. Come on, it won't be long before they sniff us out. We need to find safer ground.
What about the others we left behind?
Menek can handle himself. Have a little faith. Come on, follow me.
Alright.
I hear a voice. Somebody's asking for help.
Hopefully it's nothing that'll be too hard to deal with.
Hello there. Something wrong? Yeah, you could say that. You know the hidden passage that connects Sizelden to the outside world? Well, on my way back from there, I spilled some food outside the entrance. The smell of it attracted Zeugles, and now it's too dangerous to cross through that path. Not much point ain't talking to Bregan about it either. Everyone in the Silver Sword's too busy. I'll handle it.
Hey.
Sounds like a problem. That path's the only way in and out this town at this point, right? Have the Zeugles gone into the pathway itself? Not yet, thankfully. They've just been hanging around the entrance. Why? Are you thinking of helping? I know it's a lot to ask right now, but that's fine. We'll take care of it. It's not like something we can afford to ignore. Thank you. Really owe you all big time. Just be careful. There are a lot of Zoogles crawling around out there. Okay. Ice Wolf, Berserker, and a Roper. Hello? Whoa.
How many of these hideouts do you guys have exactly?
Enough. You can never be too careful these days. We even keep some of them secret from each other. So long as you don't let anyone tail you, you're welcome to use them as you please.
So what's our plan of action?
We're still going to rescue Zephyr, right?
That goes without saying. If only we knew where he was, we could...
Hey! You're gonna want to see this!
Found guilty of all charges. The Calaglian dissident will forthwith be executed in witness of His Excellency Lord Ganabelt. Clause 2 of the Special Curfew Act has been initiated with immediate effect throughout the realm. All Danans not involved in special duties or corrective labor must remain indoors until further notice and watch the execution broadcast. Any citizens found in breach of this protocol will be arrested as dissidents. This is a direct order. Repeat, this is a
You think they're
public
talking about your
announcement.
friend?
Absolutely.
But Law said... I thought we had days, not hours.
Looks like it's been brought forward.
Just hold on. Where do you think you're going? We don't even have a plan yet.
Who needs
Screw the damn
plans?
plan. If we don't leave now, Zephyr's going to be murdered.
Alphen, we've got to go. The clock's ticking.
We've all got to go some way, I guess.
We'll join up with you afterwards. We might be able to create a diversion.
If you say so.
Good idea. Let's go. We have to get to the plaza.
Clock's ticking.
What's going on? Why did the execution get moved up?
Calm down. We don't know enough to say what's going on here.
We've got no way of knowing what happened to Menek and the others. Damn it.
Hey, Zephyr and the others will be okay, right?
Let's just get to the plaza, and fast.
Life bottle. Handy. Did Brigand seriously plan to take the Reyna head on? Even though there'll be Snake Eyes and armored soldiers armed and ready for us? At this point, broadcasting the execution. Talk about overkill. Maybe Ganabelt felt he needs to take drastic measures, but why, I wonder? I knew it. The outsiders from Caliglia sold us out, didn't they? That's what we get for bringing a Reynan into the fold. Dude, shut up. I wouldn't say that here if I were you. Once preparations are complete, we'll follow in after you. Good luck and be safe out there. The execution is happening awfully quick. Is Ganabelt afraid reinforcements from outside will come to free Zephyr if he waits too long? I hate to think about it, but is it possible that the raid happened because there's a mole among us? You never know when the bright eyes might snuff this place out. It's always best to be prepared for the worst. Don't even worry about Menek. He's been through this sort of ordeal more times than anyone can count at this point. One of the main reasons the Silver Swords has lasted this long is because we've got such a deft and skilled leader. charge. There you go. Caligula and Dissident? Did he come in from another territory before he got arrested? Another day, another public execution, and people are powerless to look away as it happens. Even though this path is technically indoors, I feel like I'm going to freeze if I can't start moving soon. I'm watching, jeez, I don't want to get arrested. Come on. Ah, crap.
Is the execution in there?
Hey, you lot! Trespassers! Think the curfew doesn't apply to you, huh?
It doesn't.
Now what?
We fight.
Doesn't seem like there's any other way in. I say we fight our way through.
Wait! I recognize them. They were with the Dissident!
No choice then. Look sharp, everyone!
Let's do this.
Zephyr still okay, isn't he?
The sooner we take care of these guys, the sooner we can rescue him.
Double demon fang.
Maybe you could focus on the task at hand?
How about you stop telling us what to do? Not today!
Finish! Rising Wyvern! How about this?
In here, searing your way!
Release!
Rising
Demon Fang! Rising Wyvern!
Thunderblade!
See ya.
Lightning Orb!
That's problematic.
Damn, there's just no end to these guys. Zephyr!
Attention, citizens, subjects, and slaves of Cyslodia. I, Lord Ganabelt Valkyris, do formally open these proceedings.
So that's the
Behold,
Lord.
the brazen worm who would dare threaten the peace and order of our fair city. As if his scheme weren't foolish enough, he then made the mistake of thinking he could hide it. Take heed, Danans, and engrave this edict into your souls. Such fools' right to life in Cyslodia shall be forfeit. Now, Embedded, you should listen carefully. Before my final verdict, I am prepared to offer you an unprecedented chance at mercy. Where are your comrades? Give them up before those assembled, and I shall spare you your life. Fine time I have. If you're so tremendously determined to suffer for the sake of your allies, then I will see to it that you do. Well, feeling the urge to tell everyone yet?
Just what do you want me to say?
First, tell the people about the mistakes you made. Then, the whereabouts of your friends.
Mistakes, huh? Where to start? I've made so many in my life that I've lost count. All my life I've had to fight, but I have known nothing but loss. I was so caught up in the struggle to survive in this world that I ended up neglecting my own family.
Aw, Zephyr.
I have lost so many good friends. I even lost my wife, my son. I'll never be able to fix these mistakes, not a single one.
It sounds to me as if the greatest mistake of your life was never learning to stay down when you were beaten.
A good man once told me if I take up this fight, I'd have to pay a price. Turns out he was right. After all, the very people and things I was fighting to protect the most were payment. I don't regret keeping up the fight for a second. But still, not a single day goes by when I do not think about what I have lost. Not telling others how much they truly meant to me before it was too late. That is your answer. That's the greatest mistake of my life. Do yourselves a favor and never become like me. Don't continue to make the same mistakes until it's too late to fix them. Ask yourself what it is you couldn't bear to lose. What do you want to protect with all of your might? Then hold on and never let go!
That's quite enough.
Listen to that voice deep inside of you. Together, no wall can hold you back. And the same goes for the ones the Lord made you build inside your own hearts.
Law!
You still hanging in there, Dad?
Law, you saved me.
Damn you. I've been such an idiot.
My son, I need to...
Now's not exactly the best time to catch up. There's still a lord in need of beating.
Yeah, you're right about that.
So you're the son, are you? I thought I'd ordered for you to be relieved of your duties until all this was over. I'll see to it the person at fault is reprimanded appropriately.
What?
Oh, well. You've served your purpose more excellently than anyone could have hoped.
Hey there!
Zephyr! If it isn't the infamous Alphen of Calaglia. And he's joined by his fellow conspirators, the likes of Traitor and a Danon Witch.
They're not conspirators. They're friends.
And they're not alone.
Medic!
Oh, Medic! You finally made it!
Your reign is over right now. You're hear me, Cannibals?
What's it?
The Master Core's acting up. What is it?
Menic?
No!
I was hoping to drag this out a little longer.
You've gotta be kidding me. He has it?
That's a Master Core. What?
Light.
No, Dad!
So the Master Cores react to each other, I see. How interesting. You can drop the act. It's over.
All this time, it was really you?
Every second.
You stand before the Lord of Cyslodia, Ganabelt Valkyrus in the flesh.
You mean a Renin Lord's been leading the Danon resistance?
You're not the only one skilled in the art of deception, you know. A mere side vocation in my own case, but sufficient in bringing the blazing sword of Calaglia to my doorstep.
All of this was just to get to me?
Alpin! Zephyr is...
Dad! Dad!
That's a special poison. Ordinary healing arts will do you no good.
You've gotta be kidding me.
I wouldn't fret about it, friends. You'll all be dead soon enough.
Don't even think of escaping, dissident! You need to hurry. Otherwise, we're not getting out of here without a fight.
No! No!
Alpin?
Hold nothing back!
What the? What? Overlimit. As you take damage and execute perfect evasions, you'll enter overlimit stats for a set period. During it, arts cost no AG to use and enemy attacks won't be interrupted. Enemies can also enter overlimit. Okay. Mystic arts. While in overlimit, after laying an ARP, press and hold 2 of the following buttons to activate your character's powerful mystic art. Square, triangle, or X. Once used, the character will no longer be in overlimit status.
Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno!
Oh, that's cool.
Now! Take this! Take this!
This one's mine!
You're finished! Rising Falcon!
Blow him down!
Rising Wyvern! Eat dirt!
Do it!
Damn it! They got us outgunned.
And all while we're on the defensive.
Dad! Dad, come on! Stay with me!
All this trouble to buy yourself a few extra seconds before you die?
You bastard!
Whoa. Huh. Nice going, Law.
They've fled. They'll be back, though. Draw up a welcome party. We'll be ready when they return.
Did we lose them?
Looks like it for now.
Come on. Even if we did lose them, they'll be after us soon enough. Besides, we have Zephyr to worry about. The sooner we get back to the safe house, the better.
How safe is it, though?
Zephyr.
Let's get to the safe house, quick.
Business.
Please, open your eyes!
I'm sorry. I can't stop the poison's advance.
What the?
Thank you.
Zephyr!
The struggle's in your hands now. Oh. Are you there, my son?
Yeah, I'm here. I'm here, Dad. Please just...
Oh. I can't see you. Are you there? Oh. Oh. Listen. I've always...
This can't be. No, it can't. You never... I didn't... And now he's gone.
I had a feeling we might have a rat among us. But to be Menek of all people...
So what do we do now?
I'm going.
Hey.
Law. That bastard Ganabelt will pay.
You have to know that Ganabelt will be expecting us. This is all an obvious trap.
I don't give a damn if it is. There's no way I'm letting that bastard get away with this.
He's right, you know. Ganabelt. Mess with the wrong people.
Alphen, you can't just...
Weren't you the one who said you wanted to take on the Lords? Or would you rather go back to Calaglia?
I won't allow you to put words in my mouth. All I'm saying is we shouldn't rush things.
I don't need any of you coming along. The score is mine to settle.
You're not the only one who wants to avenge Zephyr's death.
He's right. Besides, if we don't take him on right now, we may never get another opportunity.
If you're going, that means you're going to need the Blazing Sword. If we do this, we can't afford to make any mistakes.
Are you really sure?
You can ask us again after we've defeated the Lord.
Please, allow me to help you as well. Think of it as an apology for getting you into this whole mess. It's the least I can do.
Ain't your fault.
Feel free to use anything in here you might need.
Aren't you worried about getting ambushed?
Impossible. I built this hideout with my own 2 hands. Menek. No, Ganabelt doesn't know it exists.
Then let's go. Time to avenge Zephyr and free the realm's people.
You're coming too, Law. You befriended Law. Law's perk. When Law keeps attacking without getting staggered by enemy attacks, his concentration builds, raising his attack and elemental attack. This awakened state wears off after being staggered or failing to land any hits for a certain period. Shield Buster.
I forgot to mention this before, but any enemies we go up against with real hard defenses, you just leave them to me.
Hard defenses? You mean like enemies with shields and things like that?
Shields, shells, armor, whatever.
You did take up the armor guys
When
easily.
you attack those kinds of enemies from the front, your blows mostly get blocked, right?
Sure. So you're saying you have a counter?
No.
It's nothing fancy. Let's just say I have a knack for busting open tough, sturdy stuff.
Like father, like
It's
son.
hard to explain, but I focus my energy and then hit a specific point with everything I've got. If I do it right, their defenses come crumbling down.
Really? But without Astral Arts, how could you possibly...
If he says he can do it, then he can do it. We can trust him.
Thanks, Alphen. Although, between you and me, right now there's nothing I want to bash in more than Ganabelt's stupid, smug face.
I think you'll get your chance soon enough, Law.
Law, Noisy Ninja. the Serious Diver Boy, and the High School Heartthrob. Okay. Whatever, game. 3 boost attacks, armored enemies broken by boost attacks, meal cooked, and leg strike proficiency. That's very specific. Oh. Oh, wait. Never mind. Then let's see his outfits. So he's got Shinobi locks, diver curls, popular slick black back, ceremonial wolf hood. Wait, what? Passed on Rinwell's mage clan. So why does he have it? Be informed, Gale Shinobi. Cool. Got a scallion wetsuit. Uniform with hoodie. I really like the ceremonial outfits, it seems. Got about many resources. Yeah. Alrighty then.
After all that, how can these people carry on like nothing happened? Didn't Zephyr's words reach anyone in that whole crowd?
The Snake Eyes could be anywhere. People are scared of being reported, so they can't do jack.
And speaking from experience, when you spend so much of your life as a slave, you stop even thinking of standing up and fighting. Calaglia had a lot of people like that.
Well, these people are in no position to demand anything anyway, when they've lost the will to fight and need others to protect them.
These people have had a hard enough time just keeping the fires lit. No one wants to sacrifice their life without good cause.
It is what it is. Once Ganabelt is out of the picture, things in Cyslodia are sure to change.
Yeah, I hope so.
Here we go. Hello there.
Gotta break through. Bring him down. Take this. First strike. Take this. You're mine. I'm going in. Engaging. You escape. Mission! You're mine! It's over! Here I come!
1,000 gallons!
You're mine!
Gusty nail!
Bye-bye.
You can really make weapons with this?
Yes. Hello there.
I won't forgive you!
That damn Ganabelt! I hate him!
I'm not seeing very many enemies around. What's going on?
They probably know we're not going to run away, and are waiting for us to show up.
Well, if it's a fight they want, I'll be more than happy to give them one.
They're probably inside the Revel prison tower in the plaza. That's where the Lord here lives.
The same building with the spirit vessel that's gathering all of the light, huh?
We need to be careful of how we go from here. The fact Ganabelt knew about my healing arts and had that poison ready tells me he's extremely dangerous.
Yeah.
He's not dangerous. He's just a rat bastard who's getting what's coming to him.
I'm telling you, don't underestimate him. We don't know what else he's got in store for us. One misstep on our part is all it's going to take to give him what he wants.
You're right. Dad, what were you trying to tell me there at the end? I guess it'll have to stay unspoken and unheard. Like all the other things we never got round to telling each other.
I think I've had about enough of this distrust of one another of this area.
Little help!
Engaging! Take this! Start off! Rising Magic!
You'll have no mercy!
Bring him down! It's over! The Fort! Mission! Rising Wyvern! Mission! You're finished! Here I come! Rising Wyvern! Do it!
Astral energy!
There you go.
With this, I can become even stronger.
Hello there. Must have hurt us earlier. Look at that huge shield. I've got this. I'll smash it to pieces. Ozbuzai unleashes a forceful blow topped by Zephyr. Effective on armored enemies equipped with such protections as shells and shields. It breaks through their defenses and downs them.
No armor's a match for me!
You mean you can get past that shield?
Just let him do his thing.
It's over! I'll smash you! Swallow Blade! An astral axe?
That's my shield!
Shut him down!
Now!
It's over!
Astral energy! Full throttle!
Not a chance!
Magic is
We're not finished!
I can carve through armor!
Rising Wyvern! Its armor's too strong! Split it open! Be my guest! Here I come! Rising Wyvern! Look sharp! Lightning Tiger Blade!
Oh, that's cool.
Let's keep our eyes on on the prize.
Ganabelt must be somewhere inside. How about it, Law? Any idea which way it is?
This is a Renan castle. You think they were in the habit of letting a Danon like me inside?
Nah.
Taken.
The astral energy's off the scale. Almost like it's pressing down on me.
You can feel it?
Can you handle it?
The whole castle must be brimming with it. My hunch is it'll get stronger the deeper we go.
It must be the spirit vessel. You can bet anything it's pulsing with stored astral energy. We can't let Ganabelt use it against us.
And we can assume that's his plan A.
Let him try. I'll destroy anything he throws at us.
To be fair, he does have a powerful ability of breaking shields. I don't know exactly how he does it, but he does it. And he does it efficiently. Hello? It's like this elevator won't budge. Is there some way we can go up? Calm down, Law. We should thoroughly search this floor to see if there are any leads. That's right. For all we know, we might find a way to turn the elevator back on. Oh, wait. Oh wait, actually. This looks like some kind of wall. No getting past here, it seems. Probably meant to keep intruders like us out. Ganabelt definitely ain't making this easy. Guess we'll have to find another way around. Move out of the way. I can just bust open the wall like this, no problem. Just watch. For his special ability, he can punch. You look exhausted, Law. You feel okay? Yeah, nothing I can't handle. Let's keep moving. Hello there.
Let's dispose of the trash. Let's keep our eyes on the prize.
Hello there.
Ow! Engaging! Eat
Let's keep our eyes on the prize.
Hello there.
Gotta break through. I see one, eh? That's you!
Hear my call! No shield can stand at these spears! Not on my watch!
This one's mine!
We're not finished!
Astral energy!
Say no more.
No!
It's almost too strong.
Split it open!
Be my guest.
Freaking does it! You're mine! You're mine!
Do it!
Look sharp! Lightning Tiger Blade!
Ah! Prince of Iron Fists. Easier to trigger overlimit while awakened. BG, Dragon Shot.
I'm practically unstoppable.
This place looks completely different from Balsa's
Collection room
castle.
key.
Every lord has their tastes. Whether this really suits Renan's sensibilities is another matter altogether.
It's us, Jan, and
Not that. Punch. We got heat? Alexandrite.
Oh, this looks nice and tough.
Pork. Orange gel. Milk. Hi?
Hey!
Wait, I'm not your enemy. I'm with the Silver Swords. I take it you're on our side too. Yeah. I'll infiltrate the Snake Eyes to leak information to them. Is there anything I can do to help? You're looking for a way to activate the elevator. Sorry. Can't say I've heard anything about that. I don't know if it'll help, but let me tell you about the office you'll find directly across from the entrance. From what I know, there's supposed to be a device attached to a desk that'll open a door to the block on the other end of the compound.
Yes!
Collection room here is probably locked, unfortunately, but there should still probably be a spare key around here that you can use. Hopefully it'll get at that elevator online somehow. Alright. Hello there.
Get lost!
Here I come! Bring them down! Freaking does it! Rising Wyvern! I'm not done!
I'll take my revenge on you! Now! This ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
Dance in the
Yeah.
wind!
You're mine! Its armor's too strong! It'll split it open!
Be my guest!
We're not
Armor won't save you!
My
Do it!
shield?
Astral energy!
Say no more!
Water, hear my call!
Rising Wyvern!
There we go.
Our work is done here. Let's move.
I'm right behind you, Shion.
It's locked. Yeah. Apple. Hello there.
Let's dispose of the trash.
Take down their defenses! Bring them down! Here I come! Fire in the hole!
Its armor's too strong!
Split it open! Be my guest! Rollerblade!
This ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
Here I go!
My turn!
You're getting support!
I'm practically unstoppable.
What is this place? Some kind of armory?
Looks like they're more for decorative purposes than actual combat.
Does it matter? We've got a job to do.
Wait, this isn't Renan. It's Danon.
Really?
Huh?
And not just this one either. All of these. It's all Danon gear.
What's Danon equipment doing on display inside a Renan castle?
Ask around later if you're so interested. But for now, we've got more pressing matters to attend to. Remember?
Weird. Sure enough, found button. Press it.
Did
Ah.
this open the door?
We still don't know how to activate the elevator. We'll just have to see what we can figure out.
Bastard, giving us the runaround.
Hello there.
Let's dispose of the trash.
I see one, eh?
Rising Wyvern! Strike! Fire support! Mission! My turn!
Vanquish darkness! A freezing storm!
Stardust! Demon Fang! Demon Fang! Rising up!
See what I can do! Astral energy!
Say no more!
Bye-bye.
Our work is done here. Let's move.
I'm right
I'm right.
behind you, Shion. They keep a Zoogle locked up down here?
What in the world?
I've heard rumors that they feed prisoners to one instead of executing them. Do you think...
Stop it!
Yeah.
Get lost!
Dragon Sword.
Do it! Is that statue wielding art? Now I've seen everything!
You're mine!
Flying freeze! Why can't they just sit still?
Shion, can you take care of them?
No sooner said than done! Now! Astral energy!
Say no more!
Our work is done here. Let's move.
I'm right behind you, Shion.
Hello there.
Vanquish darkness! All energy! Annihilation! Mortality!
Ignite!
Reload!
Finish it!
Lightning orb!
Look sharp!
Lightning Tiger Blade!
That was easy. Blazing blow. Oh, finally I got it. Whatever. Meals cooked. Leg strike proficiency.
Barely a blip on our radar.
Does this look like an elevator key to you guys?
Only one. One way to find out. Let's go.
Chicken. Chimkin. Sorry, just looking at some. What did I want to do? I want to save, actually. I sense a lot of enemies. Hello there.
Get lost!
I see what, eh? We're not finished!
Take mine!
Armor won't save you!
It's almost strong!
Now split it open!
Be my guest!
Demon's Descent! Flashing Fang!
Oh, that's cool.
Eat this!
Lightning orb!
Onward and upward.
Uh,
Out of our way!
I'm on it! Bring it! Ow! Take this! Eat this! This one's all mine! Fire support!
Here's Amber!
Release! Demon Fang! Mission! Ignite!
Hey, that... Raging
Away!
A freezing storm!
I'm on Demon Come and get it! Blow away! Look sharp! Lightning Tiger Blade!
I'm ready for the next battle.
another elevator. Oh, yeah.
Are you still thinking about that armory with all the Danon equipment?
Yeah, especially that black armor. I don't think I've ever seen anything from Dana that looked so nice.
I can tell you that it was definitely Danon. It was made using techniques found only here. That's how I know. But ever since the Renans came, our civilization's been scrubbed out, bit by bit. Hardly anything's left now, which is why most people don't remember.
But why would the Renans have something like that? Unless it was the spoils of war. It must be a token of the Danans who fought and lost in the past. Or rather, that the Renans were able to beat them.
Armor that nice must have been worn by a commander of some sort. They might have even been a Danon hero.
A hero, huh? A fallen hero, maybe.
I hate to see all that stuff fall into Renan hands, but it's amazing to see that so much of it has survived.
You into this kind of stuff then, Rinwell?
I mean, yeah, I guess.
Are we done here? We don't want to keep Ganabelt waiting any longer.
No backing down! Engaging! Take this! You're done! Rising
I can shatter any steel!
Armor won't save you! I'm on it!
I'll show you just how strong my art is in this guy.
Can you take care of them?
No sooner said than done.
It's over!
That's my cue.
Shut him down.
I never miss!
Listen!
Astral energy! Full throttle!
Bye-bye.
Certainly not bad.
No complaints here.
Panacea bottle. Midi blouse. Oh, why not? Hello.
It'll be a breeze. Get in, get out.
I'll be saving you. Do it.
We did it! I'm on it! Away! You picked the wrong fight! Demon Blade!
Fire support. Mega Ray. Echo Storm. Mega Ray.
Look sharp! Lightning Tiger Blade!
Nice.
Our work is done here. Let's move.
I'm right behind you, Shion.
It's off! Here I come! I'm on it! Here I come!
You're mine.
Rising Falcon! It's over!
Away!
No!
Mega Ray. In here.
Ready to Rising Wyvern! Take this!
Glacial Spear. Do it.
Rising Tremor!
Astral Energy.
Say no more.
Now! Eat this! Rising Wyvern!
Onward and upward.
Bye-bye.
Great. Now we can keep moving.
Don't overdo it, Law.
Ooh.
Equipment should come in handy.
Hello there.
Let's dispose of the trash. Glacial Spear.
Look sharp! Lightning Tiger Blade! Not a chance!
Where are you going?
Burn in hell! Watch this! Look sharp! Lightning Tiger Blade!
See ya.
Looks like we won.
No backing down! The rebels! Stop them! You're mine! Rising Falcon!
Here, let me
You're mine! Away! Rising Wyvern! You're mine! Away! Rising Falcon!
Won't save
You won't make a fool of me! Rising Wyvern!
Freezing Storm.
You're finished!
I'm on a roll now.
Rising Falcon! Try harder! Rising Wyvern! I'm not done!
Here I come.
My turn! Burn in hell! You're mine!
What's this?
Rising
Glacial. If it's in
Falcon!
the sky, it's
Rising Wyvern! I'm on! It's over!
My astral energy. I'm never finished.
Rising Falcon! Demon Blade! It's over!
Hear my call.
Ready
to
go!
I'll tear you to shreds.
It's over!
Earthen Knuckle.
Here I come! It's over! Rising Wyvern!
Here and now.
No escape! Don't wait there! You're mine! Eat dirt!
Lightning Katana. Hear my call.
I'm not done! I'll teach you mine!
Here's evil.
See
Now.
what happened there as you crossed me.
Rising Wyvern!
Get toasty.
Burn strike!
That's good.
We won.
Oh, there.
You think the elevator's activated now?
Should be. Let's check and find out.
We're coming for you, Janabelt.
Hey! Thank you!
Looks like we've spotted one of Poodle's friends.
Treat. Come here.
Out of our way!
Got you now! Look sharp! Lightning Tiger Blade!
Hear me! Flame of fury! Fling struggle!
Rising Wyvern!
Do it! This ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
Vanquish darkness!
Nah.
I never miss!
Rising Wyvern!
Lightning
I can carve through
You
walls.
make a fool of me! Rising Falcon! Swallow Blade! You're finished! It's over!
Eat this! Confiscated!
It's over! Rising Wyvern!
You see what happened there is you crossed me.
Do a nice thing! Nothing, now take this! Rising Wyvern!
Lightning
Rising Falcon!
Freezing storm! Tornado!
Demon Fang!
Water!
Rising Wyvern!
Fierce evil! Divine
Just die.
Consider yourself finished!
I'm pretty worn out.
Want to rest up for a bit?
Third floor.
Just a little farther and we'll be there. I'm coming for you.
The Light Lord.
Hey, hold up a sec, guys.
What's up?
We need to talk about Ganabelt. This guy can control both light and lightning, and I've heard his swordsmanship is unrivaled.
I'm not surprised. He is one of the top lords after all.
That's not all. He also has these weird little gadgets that he likes to use.
Gadgets? You mean like some kind of a Renin weapon?
Probably. He's got a bunch of these things that hover all around him. They're supposed to protect him from attacks coming in at any angle.
I take it there aren't any blind spots then.
Nope. Which is why I plan to bust down his defenses from the front.
What? Why? Isn't that where his defense will be the toughest?
That's why it's worth attacking. Once I poke a hole in that bastard's defenses, the rest of you can tear it wide open and give him hell.
All right, we go with your plan, Law. Now let's get going. It's about time we got revenge for Zephyr.
Poodle. There we go. Alright. If anything, it's probably... If it's going to be the same as last time, then I imagine that there will probably be another case of the astral energy forming a monster. Let's do it. Let's get revenge for Zephyr. Hello there. Ganabelt.
It's about time. I was beginning to worry you jumped ship like the rats you are.
You're not so fortunate. We're here to end you. To liberate Cyslodia. To avenge Zephyr.
You talk big, but don't you think you're forgetting something? Of your precious resistance groups, whether the Silver Swords or any others, none have ever dealt a blow to Renan domination. In each and every realm, the story is the same. Until you, who wields the blazing sword of Calaglia, are different.
News of Balsef's defeat really took the wind out of your sails.
That brute? A bad case of brawn over brain. Certainly no loss to me. Still, even the smallest of sparks can grow into an inferno. I must give precedence to the task at hand, extinguishing you. Snuffing out your fire before it spreads across the 5 realms.
What the?
That's... No. He can't be.
Well?
Nothing. I'm fine.
Ganabelt Valkyris, Lord of Cyslodia, accept your challenge. Come and meet your death.
Lord Ganabelt Valkyris.
You'll pay for what you did to my father! The feisty mouth wishes to bite the hand that feeds, does he?
I never wanted to serve you! I had no choice!
I'm not done!
Strike! Sleep now.
Take this! Rising Wyvern!
Where are you going?
Here I go!
Parry my every attack!
Leave this to me. I'll take him down.
Arch Seal! I'm only getting
Armor won't save me and rip!
Run! Burn in hell!
Here!
Take this!
Here, let
Try harder! Not a chance!
Here's a healing arm! Dance in the wind! Airdrop! Not in your reach!
I think not.
The barrier's been broken! Everyone, focus your attack!
Pay for what you did!
It's over! Swallow Blade!
Hear my call!
You're not done!
I'll smash you!
Sleep now! Roll now! Firmament Ranger!
You're mine! Demon Fang!
In here! More where that came from! Sire! I never miss! I'll lift you up!
You got wrong fight!
In here! I'll be safe afterwards! Here I go!
Come to an end.
Not in your dreams!
Why'd I do that?
That's freaking Firmament Ranger!
Demon Fang!
I'll slice you in two! Reload! Lightning Orb! It's burst in the wind! Annihilate! More now!
Look sharp!
Lightning Tiger Blade!
Take this! Demon Fang!
Now we see what I can do! Drink deep!
Uh-oh.
He's channeling astral energy!
Damn it! I can't get any closer!
If this keeps up...
You're mine!
In here!
Rising Wyvern!
Whilst the gates of despair consume,
More where that came from!
he commands all the astral flame.
It's over! This one's all mine!
Whilst thou art cursed to expire into nothing.
Ignite!
Who stands radiant in heavenly light. Whilst thou bows before the gates of hell.
You're mine! Rising Lightning!
The end is imminent. Indignation!
Uh-oh.
Lost! You alright?
Significant
I'll be
worm.
okay.
Now return to dust.
This should do it!
If we take another assault from that arc, we're done for.
That mirage he creates. It can channel all of his energy.
Then I guess we gotta get in quick and hit him hard.
That's my cue.
Shut him down.
Where are you going?
You picked the wrong fight.
We were just getting started.
Here I come. Demon! Dragon This should do it! Where are you going? Dragon form!
Oh, for goodness sakes.
This should do it!
Here,
Where
let
are
me
you
help.
going? You're mine! Rising Wyvern! I'm on it! Blink and you'll miss it! You're mine! Thor! Luna Rosa! Here I come! Soda!
The healing art.
Strike
A
down!
new lease on life.
Shattering
Lightning cascade. Ice tornado.
You're mine!
Dance in the wind. Healing art.
Now I'm real mad.
Air thrust.
That's fun. I can carve through oranges.
Oh, this one's mine.
Blow away.
Burning blast. Water. That's freaking good. Rain cascade. In here.
I'll run you through!
More for the slaughter high. Hear my call.
Take this!
Spread. Here's the nest. I never miss.
Blade edge of the blazing sword will be mine! You picked the wrong fight! Try harder! My turn!
Here, let me help. Thunderblade! I can only rely on
Drink deep the despair! Still going?
I'll finish him first. I can carve through armor.
Whilst the depths of despair consume Dragon Form commands all the astral plane! Take this! Whilst thou art cursed to expire into nothing! What is over? Who stands bathed in heavenly glory? Blow away! Whilst thou cowers before the gates of hell! Come forth! Lightning!
No!
Look sharp! Lightning Tiger Blade!
Have you learned your lesson? No, not yet. For the sake of Lenegis and my fellow brethren on Dana, I will not.
What's he doing? Oh! Oh! Huh. Nice. say we take
I
that.
refuse to believe this. It cannot end this way. If I die, my subjects will...
There he goes, thankfully. The Lightmaster Core. You think you can do the same thing as the Firemaster Core? Vanquishers of Darkness. Finally, we actually have proper time cycle here now. There's the sun.
It's over. But Zephyr's still gone.
Focus on the positive. We defeated a lord, and under difficult circumstances, too.
Focus on the positive? Zephyr's dead, Shionne.
And the Renans ruled this world unimpeded for 3 centuries. Did you think there wouldn't be any sacrifices?
So Zephyr's life just doesn't matter? He's dead, Shionne. Our friend is dead. We're fighting this damn war to keep people alive.
Ow.
Yeah, you're right. This is a war. Did you just realize that? Zephyr wasn't the first to die, and he sure won't be the last. If you can't handle that, Alphen, then you should run back to Calaglia. And when you do, just remember to leave the Blazing Sword here, in safer hands.
What's that supposed to mean? Damn it. She just thinks she can say whatever she likes. Bickering among ourselves at a time like this isn't gonna get us anywhere. Especially at a time like this. All right. Fine.
What now?
So much for Ganabelt. Good riddance.
You said it.
So, was the Lord of Calaglia like Ganabelt too?
No. Balseph was huge, a real tough guy act. Now that I think of it, his crest was different too. His was a flaming cross.
Yeah.
I see. Anyway, what do you guys plan on doing from here?
We keep moving. 3 Renan Lords remain, and we won't rest until their thrones are empty as well. That work for you, Shionne?
That was my endgame from the beginning.
Hey, so if it's not too much trouble, could I maybe come along?
Yes.
Isn't Cyslodia your home?
I mean, yes, but it's just, now that everyone knows what I've been hiding, well, it might be best to get as far away as I can until it all quiets down. Is that okay? I promise I'll pull my own weight.
Sure. You're welcome to join us.
Taking off, huh?
Yeah. Thanks for everything.
It's too bad. I wish there was more we could do to pay you back for all you've done. I'll see to it personally that Zephyr's remains reach Calaglia safely.
What's next for Cyslodia?
I honestly couldn't tell you. The enemy infiltrated its way right to our core as a people. Only time will tell if we can rise above our suspicions and come together.
Zephyr once told me that so long as you don't give up, there's no wall that can't be torn down.
Sounds about right. And thanks to you, the greatest obstacle that was in our way is now gone. I suppose the rest of it will be up to us.
I look forward to seeing how far you'll go.
Oh, I almost forgot. Before you head off, there's something I wanted to give you.
Yeah!
Wow, look at you. You scrub up real nice.
It was a parting gift.
It's like speaking to one of the old Danon heroes from legend.
Where to next, then?
Elda Menancia.
Elda?
You're really going to travel in that thing?
Why not?
Why not? It's not as heavy as it looks. Actually, there's someone I was hoping we could invite along with us.
You can't be serious.
Yep. Hey, yo, Law.
Got someplace to be?
Not really. I mean, I can't stay here, of course. Then again, there's no one waiting for me back in Calaglia either.
You got a third choice?
Plenty of ditches along the road. Maybe I'll find one to die in.
How about a fresh start?
After the kinds of things I've done, I don't know where I'd even begin.
Your father said that as long as you face the past, there's hope.
I think it might be a little late for that.
He also said he'd fought and lost all his life, but didn't regret it in the slightest. It's only over when you give up. Keep fighting, and even that wall inside you can be brought down. Don't you want to see what your dad saw on the other side of that wall? What he was fighting for?
Do you think I'm even worthy to?
Sure you are.
That's for you to decide.
I'm sick of losing everything I love. Of running from life. Maybe all that's left is to just turn around and face it. Count me in.
Got our party.
Finally. I thought you'd never finish. We've still got a ways to go.
Here we go, Hootle.
Sorry about that. Master Core of Light. Master Core of Light. Floodlight slave labor has saturated it with a light astral energy.
This armor was a gift from Bregan. What if it really did belong to a Danon hero once upon a time? He challenged an overwhelmingly powerful Renan foe and perished for it. I wonder how he felt having the hopes of the people riding on him.
Poodle.
Hey, did you make off with that armor while none of us were looking? Because I've gotta admit, you look pretty snazzy in it.
He didn't steal it, if that's what you mean. Bregan gave it to him as a parting gift.
Ah, right. Although it makes sense, I guess. It's like a symbol of rebellion in its own way.
Which is why it should have been your father wearing this, not me.
I don't know. I don't think he could have pulled it off like you, man.
I wonder what the last wearer of this armor was dreaming of for Cyslodia when they decided to rise up and fight.
Who knows? Anyone who could have answered that is long gone. Truth is always lost with the departed.
Are you saying there's no point in trying to understand why they gave up their lives?
No. Only that it's impossible to know for sure. Look, I can tell that you're concerned about Cyslodia's future. But we do have other things to take care of. You can't shoulder all of the world's problems, Alphen. If you try to, you'll only find yourself buried by the weight of it all.
Yeah, I know. My path is forward, and I'll do what I can, here and now.
Stowaway Law.
You were born in Calaglia, right, Law?
Hmm? Oh yeah. It's scalding hot all the time there, so I was shocked when I learned Cyslodia is the exact opposite. Not to mention dark.
Not anymore, thankfully.
How did you even manage to cross the border between realms? All 5 realms are supposed to be closed off, due to the nature of the crown contest.
What? Is this an interrogation now?
I didn't mean it like that. I just figured if a Danon like you was able to slip between realms, it could come in handy later.
Ah, good thinking. I don't think I really did anything all that creative, though.
What? Don't tell me you climbed over the walls of fire.
Did he?
Oh, hell no. Not even Zeugles could do something that crazy. Nah, I stowed away.
In what?
Oh, you'll like this. The realms don't maintain much contact with each other, but there are resources each is looking to trade for. So, there are cargo convoys from each of the lords that go around a few times a year to lend those resources to each other.
Oh yeah, I remember hearing about that. That was the only time the gates of Calaglia would ever open up.
Right. Obviously, they don't let Danons ride with them, so I snuck on board inside some cargo instead.
So you were carried out of the realm? You did great not getting caught. Way to go.
Let's just say I've always had a knack for sneaking around since I was little. I was also really desperate to get the hell out of Calaglia at the time. I had more guts than brains that day. If I had to guess, I probably wasn't the first one to ever do something like that. Danon or Renan.
I wonder if that's how Ganabelt, was able to hear about what happened in Calaglia so quickly.
So in other words, we should always assume that the enemy is informed about whatever it is that we may be up to, wherever we go.
Circle. I don't know why I did a circle. Oh my. Wait, what's the menu look like now? Oh, that's cool. I like that. Look at Hootle. It honestly feels kind of cursed seeing his whole face. I really want to use this one. It looks really cool. It's kind of the same for the others. This one's cool. Yeah, let's use these ones. Why not? Skill panel. Doesn't seem as though anything new exists. Wait. Oh! Windmill has 2 new skill trees. One for 50% of items collected and 80% of owls met. Huh. Weird. Doesn't look as though... Whoa, what? Doesn't look as though anyone else has anything else. Why not? Might as well get all the attacks. Thanks, miss. Next time I'll bring my mommy with me. I love that. Can't wait to see you two. You're that woman who... Have we met somewhere before? Sorry, no. Just thinking out loud.
Yeah!
Hey, you're that guy that helped liberate Caligula. That's impressive stuff what you did. Wonder what all the people I ratted on are going to do to me. Drive me out of here? Maybe even lynch me? I wouldn't blame them after everything I've done. I thought you had parents you were looking after. No. Yeah, well, they died. What the hell was I thinking back then? What you did might have been wrong, but you're still alive. Hey. And as long as you are, it's never too late to turn things around. Don't throw the rest of your life away simply because of my hindsight. So you're telling me to start living for others now, not just my parents? Easy for you to say. You're a big hero. You can take it or leave it. I'm just telling you what I'd do in your shoes. Be glad you're not. So what is it you're going to do now instead? Going to liberate Donna, so that nobody like you has to make those sorts of hard choices ever again. Yeah, that's about what I expect here. There's no way anyone will ever forgive a dirty traitor like me. I have to do something. This area feels so much nicer when it's actually like not hatred. So we've had Bright Eyes, Snake Eyes. What's gonna be next? It seems as though every region calls them something different almost. What am I doing again? Oh, wait, now.
We finally made it.
Back.
Is that the Zoogle we're looking for?
Hello there.
Go no further! Freeze Lancer!
Rising Wyvern! Crumple!
Air blazing
Take this! Rising Wyvern!
Fantastic! Great! Shut up, Law. I'm trying to focus. Out of our way!
Take this! You picked the wrong fight! Rising Wyvern!
Cascade! Glacial Spear! In here!
I'll run you through!
Get on
It's
the
over!
Lancer!
I'll take you all on!
Take it there!
Here I come!
tables on it.
There are still more left.
Right. No time to hold back. You're finished.
Sweet dreams.
Take this.
Here goes.
It's over.
Confiscated. Tectonic punch.
Back over here.
All we have to do is get rid of that thing, right?
No choice. Take this.
Glacial Spear.
Rising
Here's
Viper.
the Eagle. I'm ready.
You're finished. Lunar Rondo.
Do it.
It's over.
Law. Demon's Descent. Flashing Fang. Easy. Way to go. Demon's Descent. Flashing Fang.
Bye.
We've reached our destination.
Oh, not that way. Hey, bye. Is everything you need to brew the silicon, right? Yeah, it sure is. You really don't mind if I have these? I told you we just want to help, so go on, take it. We won't stop you.
Okay.
Alright.
By the way.
Well, I gotta ask, how the hell do you brew alcohol with stuff?
Yeah.
Technically, you can just buy into it as it is, but no one's stupid enough to waste a bunch of good ingredients doing that. What you gotta do is pack it in snow and let it sit by a fireplace for a week. Then, once you've distilled the melted snow, pow, silicon. But you gotta be careful. Silicon's so strong it'll start fire if you don't handle it with care.
Oh.
Makes me want to try a little.
Hey.
Until you're the right age, well. I know, you don't have to remind me. Like I said, though, there's no way I can work outdoors with this stuff. So thanks. It's nice to see there's still some good folks in this world. Well, I think in terms of story stuff, I'll probably end it here. I might do side quests on my own. I'll most definitely do farming on my own if I ever feel like it. But I won't do story stuff on my own. I'll make sure to do that on stream. Again, no one's watching this, but you know what? Someone can see a VOD. But whatever. The point is, I don't know what the point is, but thanks.